Skylar, an ordinary young lady, has an unusual childhood friend. This friend of hers has only two good points. He's handsome and clingy. The problem is he's a great magician whose power is so immense he can't control it himself. He possesses terrifying magical power but lacks morals and reason, so he often causes trouble throughout the Empire. And Skylar is the one who cleans up his messes. One day, the Crown Prince, who was living a life worse than death from constantly dealing with the crazy great magician's messes, found Skylar and proposed a 1-year fake engagement. In return, Skylar would be able to go to the place she had always dreamed of, Habunia. She thought she was finally going to be free from her full-time babysitting job, until the Imperial Palace exploded a day later. Can Skylar find her freedom? Or will she be trapped forever, protecting the world from the destructive hands of her crazy, great magician friend? Join Lisa Manoir to watch the full video and explore the details of Duchess Skylar Karen's chaotic life. Immersed in the clear, open space of dawn, a gentle breeze rustled, carrying someone's chaotic thoughts. At some point, someone had once asked me this. Skylar Karen recalled the brown-haired woman sitting across from her at the time, who asked curiously, "What's it like being childhood friends with the great magician Ransel?" At that moment, she simply responded with an elegant, silent smile. Skylar calmly picked up her knife and fork, cutting the steak on her plate. She asked the other person, "What do you think?" The woman across from her was suddenly taken aback, not understanding Skylar's meaning. She put down her teacup and repeated the question. "Imagine you are Ranz's closest childhood friend." She speared a piece of meat with her fork and held it out to the woman. "What would that feel like?" The woman thought for a moment, then answered hesitantly, "Maybe it would feel like having the most powerful person in the world backing me up. I would show it off everywhere." Skylar looked at her and smiled faintly. "Is that so?" The person they were just talking about was Ransel, the third son of the ducal house of Sally. He was a man who not only possessed looks that could topple nations, but was also a magician who could control the elements. Ransel could command all things, a great magician who appears only once in a millennium. And also my childhood friend. Yes, he was an existence admired by all. But a memory suddenly drifted back to a certain day when Skylar was walking alone in the garden. She squinted, raising a hand to block the dazzling sunlight. "It's a bit hot today." Suddenly, Ransel excitedly jumped to her side and said, "Then I'll summon some wind and rain." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a heavy downpour began. Skylar, soaked by the rain, immediately roared in anger, "Stop it right now." Or another day, when she was lying listlessly in bed, Ransel stood by her side and asked with concern, "Skylar, aren't you going to eat?" Skylar replied, lazily and bored, "It feels like too much trouble to go eat." The moment she finished speaking, Ransel did something astonishing again. He smiled brightly and snapped his fingers. "Then I'll make a path." Skylar saw the ground split open and leaped up like a spring, shouting, "But it was too late, don't." Or another day, when the two of them were sitting and chatting, Ransel looked at her gloomy expression and asked curiously, "Are you sad because of Duke and Duchess Karen?" Before she could answer, he nodded as if he understood and proposed the Nile. Skylar, sitting next to him, was startled and hurriedly covered Ransel's mouth with all her might, warning him, "Say one more word and I'll kill you." And so, she grew up practically to the sound of Ransel's calls. He was always like a shadow, loving her with all his life, as if wanting to be stuck to her side at all times. Skylar, Skylar. Skylar, helpless and speechless, let him hug her. She bit her lip, swallowing back her tears, and sighed, "Having a great magician for a childhood friend is harder than I thought. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Skylar Karen, daughter of Duke Karen." Every time she appeared, the servants in the house didn't dare to look up. They all held a sense of caution and fear in their hearts. "It's the young lady. Don't make eye contact with her." Skylar heard their inner thoughts. The trembling servants were secretly complaining. Who knows what fault she'll find this time? Their words annoyed her. The atmospheric pressure around Skylar dropped suddenly, making them flinch. Her mood turned gloomy. Skylar frowned, her face dark, but she said nothing, remaining silent. Then she suddenly turned to look at the man behind her and asked sternly, "Austin, what's next on the schedule?" Austin adjusted his glasses and answered clearly, "On behalf of the Duke, you have a tea party at the Marquis of Garnet's residence at 4 in the afternoon. After the tea party, you'll have dinner with Duke and Duchess Karen." His voice continued to drone on, Next, at 11 at night, you need to plan a charity event for the Karen family, draft next month's budget for the family, review the performance reports of the nightly order, and Skylar listened blankly, feeling dizzy. She cut him off, saying dejectedly, "That's enough." Skylar lowered her eyes, thinking to herself, to be the childhood friend of a great magician, one needs 3 principles. Before she could finish her thought, Ransel's familiar voice rang out from somewhere. "Skylar, want to have some tea with me?" The maid's cheers shot straight into Skylar's brain. Ooh. Making her jump. Even Austin was startled. "You scare me to death." Skylar calmed herself down and recited inwardly. The first principle of being friends with a magician is, no matter what happens, do not be surprised. She glanced at the internally panicking Austin. "I almost dropped my treasure." Hearing his inner thought, she rolled her eyes. "You don't have anything to drop." But outwardly, he said calmly, "Greetings to Duke Ransel." Afterwards, Ransel chased after Skylar, pleading with her, "Please, Skylar, I just got some very nice jasmine tea." He enthusiastically invited her in various ways, or rooibos tea, or Earl Grey. They're very easy to drink too. But Skylar was cold and uninterested. She rejected him bluntly without any patience. "I'm busy." Ransel stood there heartbroken, dejected like a kicked puppy, calling out softly, "Skylar." Austin, standing beside her, felt sorry for him. Duke Ransel is so pitiful. But Skylar was currently making her own plans. The most important thing right now is to inherit the title as soon as possible. A moment later, Ransel told her loudly, "Skylar, I'll wait for you to finish your work." He leaned over Skylar's desk and asked cautiously, "Okay, please." She kept her head down, silent, still not answering. Austin, standing beside her, had a million thoughts. The young lady is too heartless. The Duke is begging like this. Even if it's a bit later, the young lady could pay a visit to the Sally Ducal estate. The hand Skylar was holding her pen with trembled slightly. And the third principle. She suddenly slammed both hands on the desk and shot up. Skylar squeezed out each word through her teeth. "Austin." Austin, standing beside her, answered quickly, "Yes, my lady." She gritted her teeth and looked at Austin with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "With such a tight schedule, how can I go to the Sally Ducal estate? Tell Tisaf to prepare the carriage. I'm going to the Marquis of Garnet's residence." Hearing these words, Ransel's face lit up. Her final principle was, no matter what anyone says, do not give in to Ransel. Austin, suddenly addressed like that, doubted himself. Did I just think that too loudly? Outwardly, he calmly accepted the order. "I understand." Ransel, standing beside her, excitedly raised his hand. "Then I want to go to the Marquis of Garnet's residence too." "Let's go together, Skylar." But Skylar turned her head again and rejected him mercilessly. "That's a shame. It's a ladies' gathering. You can't go." Hearing this, Ransel pouted with tears in his eyes. "Why? I'm your childhood friend." But she remained cold. Skylar answered firmly, "Yes, and you can't go." Skylar leaned her body against the desk, nodded to herself, and thought, if I follow these 3 principles, no matter what happens, I can live well. Ransel, standing opposite her, had a new idea. "Is that so? Then I'll just become a woman." The moment he spoke, his body underwent a series of changes, a cascade of colorful transformation spells pouring out. Like a magical fairy from a fantasy story, Ransel quickly completed his transformation, making Skylar shiver as she saw the beautiful, playful girl before her wink at her. Skylar stood there, sweating and speechless. She calmed herself down, thinking, I can't lose just like this. She smiled slyly, took out an invitation card, and waved it in her hand, deliberately retorting, "How will you get into the Marquis's residence? You don't have an invitation." Ransel quickly conjured one up. "I'll just make one myself." Skylar glared angrily at the pitiful-looking little Ransel, fuming, and muttered to herself, "That stubborn guy is no different from an iron shield." After a moment, she racked her brain for hundreds of plans, then sighed and made an excuse to him. It's still no good. This party is only for 4 people. Skylar took a sharp step forward, pointing a finger at his forehead to object. "If you suddenly show up, people will find it suspicious." "It's not happening." Ransel, with teary eyes, looked pitifully at Skylar and asked tentatively, "So, as long as I don't make people suspicious, it's okay. It should be fine then, right?" The moment he finished speaking, he disappeared from in front of Skylar and Austin, catching her off guard. A moment later, Ransel suddenly returned, winking playfully I'm back. Skylar's mouth twitched as she looked at Ransel's excited expression, a sense of unease rising in her heart. She asked nervously, "Where did you just go?" Ransel approached and whispered to her, "I went to persuade them." Skylar was confused. Persuade? He put on a mysterious air and continued, "I used mind control to convince the young ladies there that it's a tea party for 5. As soon as Ransel finished, Skylar went crazy, kicked him out, and shouted a warning. "Undo the magic right now." Ransel cried out in pain, clutching his face. Ouch. Later, after listening to her and taking care of everything, Ransel returned and curled up aggrievedly in a chair. "Skylar, I'm so sad." Skylar stared at him blankly with a deadpan expression. She took concise action, having his sadness, then suggested in a half-persuasive, half-admonishing tone, "Then just stop being sad." Ransel, distressed, hurriedly pulled the rope tight, looking at her with a tearful and mournful expression. "Skylar hasn't been spending time with me lately. I'm so lonely." Skylar sighed and crumpled the paper in her hand. She rudely threw it into Ransel's lap here. Ransel was stunned, not understanding. He put on a puppy dog face and looked at Skylar expectantly. She approached and smiled at him politely. "If you feel lonely, just treat this paper ball as me and go back. I'm busy." Ransel stared blankly at the paper ball in his hand, muttering in confusion. "This is Skylar?" After dealing with Ransel, Skylar returned to her desk, exhausted. She sighed and sat down, thinking confidently to herself, "Now I can concentrate, right?" To be honest, saying she was busy wasn't just an excuse. This was work on behalf of the Karen family, the leading family among the Empire's nobility. But Duke and Duchess Karen were lovey-dovey every day, showing off their affection everywhere. "My dear, you are the angel who stole my heart. You don't know, you're the Duke's prisoner, locked in his arms for life. Work is just a challenge to keep us apart." The two of them were just immersed in their own fun, happily together, leaving a tired Skylar who just wanted to rest her head on the desk and sigh. "It's all my parents' fault, giving me all the power so they could go on a second honeymoon." She stared blankly at the peaceful scenery outside the window and sighed. "At this moment, I hold the greatest power." Skylar saw the pigeons outside flapping their wings and smiled, thinking that this feeling wasn't so bad. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. But why is it so quiet? She turned her head and stared blankly at Ransel sitting in the chair, the paper ball in his hand glowing with a dazzling golden light. Skylar shot up, suspicious. Could it be alchemy? Ransel stood up again, taking a step towards her. "Skylar." He carefully took her hand. Ransel blushed shyly, showing the ring in his hand. "Because it's you, I made it into something as beautiful as you." He gently reached out, caressing her cheek, then called her name in a sincere tone. "Skylar." Ransel knelt on one knee before Skylar and confessed, "You are very beautiful." She hurriedly shook her head to clear her mind. No matter what he says, I can't give in to Ransel's wishes. Just as he was about to place the ring on her slender finger, the door was suddenly thrown open and Duke and Duchess Karen walked in happily, congratulations. Skylar's eyes widened blankly, wishing she could disappear on the spot. She stared at them both in a daze. Duke Karen said with a laugh, "Skylar, Ransel, congratulations on your marriage." Duchess Karen also winked happily. "Now your parents can pass the title to you." But when they saw Skylar's still empty hand, they stopped in surprise and urged, "What's wrong? You haven't put it on yet?" "Oh my." "Ransel, quickly give the girl a token of your love." The two of them chattered on. Love is a wonderful thing. But Skylar read their true thoughts. "Get married quickly so your parents can retire too." Ransel, standing beside her, seemed to be empowered by the two of them. He cleared his throat and declared with high morale, "Then I'll take this opportunity to tell you, Skylar." Ransel held up the ring in his hand preciously, like a valuable offering. "I like you. Will you marry me? If you're not too busy, will you like me?" Duke and Duchess Karen, standing by, were about to jump for joy. But Skylar suddenly smiled faintly, relieved. Thank goodness. Her mood was like spring flowers blooming. "Thanks to my parents, I've come to my senses." Skylar calmly raised her hand in a gesture of refusal. "No." Ransel was shocked. "Don't be like that." Duke and Duchess Karen were also very supportive. "Get married." But Skylar kept hearing their inner thoughts thumping, "Retire, retire, retire, retire." Faced with Skylar's tearful and helpless face, Ransel said loudly, "Marry me, Skylar." No one knew exactly what happened next, only that a moment later, Ransel's pained voice echoed through the castle. Skylar, don't leave me. Skylar lowered her eyes, looking at Ransel expressionlessly. Leave you? Ransel. She drew the line faintly. You were never mine to begin with. Duke and Duchess Karen swayed at the door, eavesdropping, as they had just been kicked out. Ransel said weakly, including this time, you've rejected me 316 times. Skylar was surprised by his accuracy. You're actually counting? She angrily and quickly ordered the guest to be seen out. Go home immediately. Fabi's quickly entered respectfully. You called for me, my lady? Skylar pointed at Ransel, who was clinging to her skirt. Throw Duke Ransel out for me. Ransel cried even harder. Skylar, I'm her childhood friend. He sobbed sincerely. The sweet nothings of childhood friends mean a lifelong partner. Skylar looked at Ransel, speechless. Who's your lifelong partner? Sweet nothing's my foot. She pushed him away coldly and ordered, drag him away. As Fabi's dragged him out, Ransel was still struggling, shouting and pleading. Skylar, after seeing the guest off and returning to her room, Fabi's helped Skylar get ready. She asked while combing Skylar's hair, aren't you going to change into a different outfit? Skylar raised an eyebrow in confusion. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing. It's clean. Why change? Fabi's answered softly. The host of this tea party is Lady Aronia of the Marquis of Garnet's house. If you go like this, you might be looked down upon. Skylar tilted her head in thought for a moment, then nodded. I admit that's highly possible. She frowned, her gaze turning cold because she hates me. Aronia Garnet was the young lady of the Marquis of Garnet's house, who had recently been expanding her influence in high society at a terrifying speed. Skylar's ill-fated relationship with her began a few years ago. That day, Aronia came to see her and boasted, I'm planning to start a spice business. She deliberately asked Skylar, if I cover the shipping costs, they'll supply me at the original price. The deposit is a bit high, but it's only half of the expected profit. What do you think, Your Highness? Skylar glanced at the report in her hand. She quickly noticed some unsettling details. The numbers didn't seem to add up, so she advised her frankly, I think you'd be better off pulling out of this business now. Her words angered her. Aronia shot up. I'm leaving. Skylar watched Aronia turn and leave in a huff before her, just frowning silently. One day, as Aronia entered Duke Karen's castle, she shouted, Princess Skylar. She rushed to where Skylar was sitting and questioned her angrily. You're so rude. How could you just go and tattle to my father about my business? Skylar glanced at her coldly, her tone mocking. Tattle? That doesn't sound very nice. I simply expressed my opinion on the spice business gently to the Marquis of Garnet. Aronia was fuming, shouting through gritted teeth. It's my business. My business. She declared loudly. I'm not a child anymore. Aronia came as quickly as a gust of wind and left just the same. She only left Skylar with a warning to mind her own business. I'll handle my own affairs. But in the end, she couldn't. Not only did Aronia fail to recoup her investment, but she also caused a huge loss for her family. After that, the Marquis of Garnet no longer allowed Aronia to touch the family's assets or money. Skylar lowered her head, stroking her chin in thought. She must hold a grudge against me. Why would she invite me then? I wonder what she's planning. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and called out, Fabi's. Skylar smiled to reassure Fabi's. I'm just going out for a bit. What could possibly happen? Even if that weren't the case, the fact is I'm often mistaken for a commoner. She asserted confidently and firmly. In this empire, who would dare to look down on the young lady of the ducal house of Karen? Fabi's nodded inwardly in admiration, as expected of the young lady. Skylar placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and said loudly with great enthusiasm, I am Skylar Karen. Fabi's bowed slightly in response. I understand. I was being short-sighted. But at this moment, her inner thoughts were a full-blown release of her fangirling over Skylar. That spirit, that confidence. I must write this down in the collection of Lady Skylar's sayings. Skylar heard this and froze. What on earth are you writing? After getting ready, Skylar walked out the door and looked at her current self, hesitating slightly. Even so, isn't this a bit too rude? Just then, someone suddenly called out, my lady. She walked towards a carriage waiting in the courtyard, one without the Karen family crest, the kind a commoner would use. Even the coachman was dressed plainly. He said to Skylar, I will drive carefully. She nodded to him and walked to the front, dressed in plain clothes like a commoner. Take me to the marquee of Garnet's residence. Normally, if a commoner-looking carriage were to enter as a guest of a famous noble family, the house of Marquis Garnet would probably not be welcoming. After Skyla got into the carriage, Tissaff announced, "We're departing." Skyla had already thought it through beforehand. Even so, what's the reason for appearing as a commoner? It's a hassle. She felt that rejecting the suitors who came to propose was troublesome enough. Even her childhood friend, who came with a whole bouquet of flowers, "Please marry me." Skyla played dumb and rejected him outright. "No, who are you?" And the reason was simply because her childhood friend Ransel was famous. But in Skylar's eyes, Ransel was no different from a bomb that just kept shouting, "Skylar, Skylar." Even without that, ridiculous rumors were spreading that I don't want to be the talk of the nobility. Skylar and Fabi sat in the carriage, and she shrugged casually, questioning, "Do I need to be polite to someone who hates me?" A small, meaningful smile played on Skylar's lips. If my parents hadn't forced me to meet this person in that, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this tea party at all. She even imagined outsiders pointing and gossiping. The representative of Duke, Karen, doesn't care at all about visiting the Garnet family. So she had to send some heartfelt words to Aronia. "I'm sorry, Aronia." Her thoughts suddenly drifted to the moment Ransel put the ring on her, and the Duke and Duchess were ecstatic, as if it were a festival. She sighed, just thinking about it is annoying. Marrying Ransel. Skylar had once seriously asked Ransel this question. "I'm asking because I want to know. You say you like me. Is it the same kind of like I have for you?" Looking at Ransel's blank face, she hesitated for a moment and asked clearly, "What I mean is," Skylar asked carefully and in detail, "not just as a friend, but the like between a man and a woman, right?" Ransel, still looking blank, tilted his head at her, his face full of question marks. After a moment, he asked back in confusion, making Skylar's face turn pale, "Is there a difference?" Back in the present, the smile on Skylar's face had gradually faded. In her heart, Skylar had always clearly understood that Ransel was the strongest magician on the continent, but he didn't understand human emotions. This made Ransel like a sinner, and it also turned him into a person without feelings. Come to think of it, Ransel's magic was easily influenced by his emotions, and if he couldn't control his emotions, his magic would erupt along with them. If that young soul failed to master his emotions, everything would turn to nothing, swallowed by that terrifying energy. Thinking about this, Skylar's mood immediately soured. Fabre's eyes, who had been carefully observing her expression from the side, suddenly asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Skylar shook her head and replied softly, "No, I'm just tired of dealing with that Landshire." At the mention of Landshire, Fabre's eyes also rolled her eyes. With a look of disgust and listlessness, she suggested, "Shall we ask the royal knights to issue a restraining order against Duke Landshire?" She had long thought to herself, that clingy fellow. If he weren't the young lady's childhood friend, I would have already. Reading Fabre's thoughts, Skylar quickly shook her head in protest. "There's no need. What if someone from the Royal Knights gets hurt?" Fabre's nodded. I understand." Skylar lowered her head, once again sinking into a wave of uncertain emotions. She thought absent-mindedly, "Landshire says he likes me, but it's nothing more than the imprint of being childhood friends. Perhaps that's why I'm the only one who can calm Landshire down." Skylar's thoughts drifted back to a past memory of a man bowing his head before her. Duke Sally had once earnestly pleaded with her, "Skylar, I beg you, please do not abandon my son." Skylar turned her gaze out the window and told herself, "So, Landshire, I can't push you away." She lowered her eyelids, her thoughts drifting far away again to some unknown destination. Skylar thought, "Because you're my important friend." Just as everything was calm and peaceful, an unexpected accident occurred. The two horses pulling their carriage neighed a few times, then came to a screeching halt under Tissa's control. The wheels scraped and dragged along the ground. The sudden jolt of the carriage caught Skylar off guard, and her entire body slammed heavily against the side of the compartment. Fabre's, in a panic, quickly steadied her. "My lady, are you all right?" Dazed from the impact, Skylar hurriedly opened the carriage door and looked around warily. What happened? She and Fabre's got out of the carriage to check the situation outside. The moment she set foot on the ground, the coachman of the opposing carriage shouted, questioning them, "Hey, how are you driving?" Skylar looked at the strange, grinning face emblem on the carriage and wondered, which family does that carriage belong to? The other party was still yelling. What if there had been an accident? She silently glanced down assessing the ruts on the road, and thought, a look at this shows who was cutting in. Skylar pointed to the clear carriage tracks on the ground and reminded him, "Why are you yelling at my coachman? You are the one at fault." The coachman snorted contemptuously, "Humph, this commoner woman." He crossed his arms, thinking, who does she think she is, interrupting a men's conversation? Skylar was rendered speechless by his arrogant attitude. Blood rushed to her head, and she cursed in anger. Damn it, seeing her lack of response. The coachman took the opportunity to continue pointing at Skylar and scolding. "Who do you think you are to speak up?" Tisa, standing by, could not listen anymore. He warned tremblingly, "Hey, you've gone too far." Fabre's eyes, who had been holding back her anger, was about to explode. "How dare you be rude to my lady?" The coachman put his hands on his hips, raised an eyebrow, and sized up Skylar's clothes and appearance. Probably the daughter of some nouveau riche. Just a commoner pretending to be a lady. Skylar suddenly recalled her earlier conversation with Fabre's in the room and thought, this might actually come true. The coachman laughed mockingly without restraint, provoking her directly. Feeling wronged? Then run to Viscount Artesina's residence and complain. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. His words left Skylar even more speechless. That mixed bloodline, I've never heard of it before. As if he was on steroids, he kept shouting, "What bad luck, getting involved in this mess with this woman. Hey, move your carriage." Skylar smiled faintly and got serious. She spoke in a threatening tone, her aura overwhelming, which made Fabre's inwardly rejoice. "You think by raising your voice." Skylar looked up straight at him, smiling brightly as she mocked. "You can win against me? Besides having a loud voice, you're good for nothing." He looked at her face, startled. He paused for a moment and took an uneasy step back. "That I pity you, so I'll lower my standards." After saying this, Skylar let out a breath. Then she pointed directly at his face and cursed like a rapper. "Drive properly, you hollow onion, all dressed up in layers. Did you leave your sense of direction under your pillow before you left home? I'll crush your carriage and scatter it as fertilizer for dandelions." Her voice was loud and clear as the coachman's figure grew smaller and smaller. Hearing her machine gun-like curses, he said weakly, "This woman." Skylar proudly flicked her hair, clicked her tongue, and repeated in that same "this woman" tone. Fabre's immediately stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "My lady, I am here." Skylar pointed at the coachman and commanded in an arrogant tone, "Get this carriage out of my sight. I can't stand this bad luck." Fabre's had been waiting for this chance for a long time. She acted swiftly, "Yes, my lady." Then, she lifted the wheel with one hand. Possessing superhuman strength, Fabre's effortlessly hoisted the entire carriage high into the air, leaving the coachman dumbfounded. Watching Fabre's let out a great shout and toss it aside. He could only kneel on the ground, trembling. Skylar walked up to the coachman, looked down on him, and warned in an icy voice, "If you don't want a lady to smash your skull, then live properly." Then they drove away triumphantly, leaving the coachman and the overturned carriage on the road. After getting back into the carriage, Skylar stroked her chin, continuing to ponder the coachman's words. That AR? Something Viscount family, right? She frowned and thought. I heard the Crown Prince has been granting many new titles to consolidate his position. What does the Crown Prince look like? Sitting beside her, Fabre's, seething with anger, suddenly asked for her opinion. Should we send someone to the Viscount's residence to reprimand them? Skylar yawned lazily. Too much trouble. She raised an eyebrow and smiled to herself. However, the next time I run into them, I'll crush that family. Skylar frowned and thought again, but still couldn't remember. What was that Viscount's name again? The scene changes. Later, in front of Duke Garnet's residence, Aronia's face was grim, glaring at the people before her as if she wanted to eat them alive. Skylar appeared at the main gate with a friendly and perfect smile, pretending not to see her resentment. She quickly adjusted her emotions, changed her attitude, and greeted her with a radiant smile. "Please come in, Princess Skylar." Aronia cursed inwardly. How dare she come here dressed like that? Reading Aronia's thoughts, Skylar smiled slyly, her face full of satisfaction. The reaction is exactly as expected, so satisfying. Aronia suddenly covered her mouth, forcing a smile as she acted. "I didn't know the princess would come, but it's all right if you didn't." Skylar looked at her in confusion, guessing inwardly. She invited me herself, and now she's saying it's fine if I didn't come. Is there something wrong with her head? Upon entering, Skylar read the thoughts of Aronia and the other ladies at the tea party. The atmosphere was gloomy and dark. No one gave her a pleasant look. I only invited her out of courtesy, who knew she would actually come. Haven't you noticed? She's not close to any of us. She's ruining the atmosphere. Skyla crossed her arms and stood aside, watching a servant bring out a spare chair, and raised an eyebrow. They didn't even bother to prepare a seat for me. She walked over, sat down slowly, waited for the butler to pour the tea, and accepted it calmly, thinking, well, this is understandable, because I am famous for not participating in high society events. If I receive an invitation, I immediately stamp it with a rejected seal without hesitation. Not going. Skylar lifted her teacup and took a sip. Yes, you didn't expect this, did you? She remembered her mother's pitiful, teary-eyed face. This is all for your own good. Then she recalled Duke Kalen's fierce expression. Who dares to make my lovely little daughter cry? Skylar sighed inwardly. Who would have thought my parents would want to send me away so badly? Sitting opposite her, Aronia smiled politely and said, I really didn't know the princess would come. Please forgive me. She felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking irritably, what fault is she going to find with me today? Wearing clothes like that, she shouldn't have come at all. Another princess present said cheerfully, it is my honor to have the opportunity to enjoy tea with the princess. But in her heart, she also disdained Skylar. She just sits there without talking. What's the point of coming? The remaining one was the same. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, Your Highness. On the surface, they greeted her with smiles, but in their hearts, they were repeatedly cursing her. Bad luck. She wants to cause trouble with Aronia. Skylar kept smiling, but she placed her teacup on the table a bit heavily, startling the noble ladies and making their faces turn pale. She rested her chin on her hand, watching them with a calm heart. Hate me, go on and hate me. I don't care. After a moment, Skylar spoke listlessly. It seems I've disturbed the ladies' gathering. Her words made them flinch, and they hurriedly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Aronia cleverly spoke first. Not at all. What are you talking about? Skylar silently looked around, sizing up the people. Her sharp gaze swept over everyone. Even so, I sometimes hate this curse of being able to hear others' thoughts. The blonde lady changed the subject. Everyone knows, right? The Imperial Palace is holding a ball next week. They spoke happily, while only Skylar sat quietly in her seat, sipping her tea and listening to the lively chatter of these sisters. She sighed, feeling a headache coming on. For instance, like this. She heard the thoughts of the gray-haired lady, who was constantly scheming. I finally got the bewitching perfume from the Hibunia Imperial Palace. Now His Highness the Crown Prince will become my slave. Skylar wasn't interested at all, commenting in her mind, isn't that a smuggled item? Aronia, sitting in front of her, was still smiling and chatting with the other two. I think it's the opposite. Dolce has a chance. She was secretly pleased with herself. Because I was doing my skincare that day, my skin is now so smooth that even a fly would slip on it. Skylar shivered and honestly advised, getting goosebumps. For heaven's sake, wash your face. The blonde lady started her performance again. My lady overstates it. What's important is the crown prince's heart. She also had a plan in her mind. I've already commissioned the best tailor in the Imperial Palace, Madame Juris, to make my gown. The crown prince will only have eyes for me. Skylar was speechless, truly. Her face darkened in horror as she sighed inwardly. They're all hopeless lunatics. Skylar looked at the people acting in front of her, feeling concerned. I don't want to know those dark thoughts. I don't care which of these three the crown prince marries, or even if he's paired with a fish head. Voices mixed with wild thoughts constantly echoed in Skylar's ears. She thought uncomfortably. It's too noisy. Skylar shook her head in annoyance. I'd rather be with Landshire. For some reason, I've never heard Landshire's thoughts. Skylar didn't care, guessing in her mind. Maybe his magic is stronger than the mage who cursed me. She sighed wearily. I really want to flip the table and go home. If I did that, she wouldn't send me any more tea party invitations, right? At this thought, Skylar immediately felt she had discovered a new continent. Hey, not bad. Just then, Fabre's suddenly stepped forward and whispered, my lady. She took out a box and handed it to Skylar, reminding her in a low voice, you forgot this. Aronia immediately noticed the pink box just placed on the table. She was excited, her face eager. Princess Skylar, what is this? Skylar commanded without hesitation, open it, Fabre's. Instantly, everyone could clearly see what was inside the box. It was a sweet and beautiful orange cake, even sparkling a little, magnificent and gorgeous. The moment the three girls saw the cake, their eyes lit up, their faces filled with admiration and amazement. They spoke in unison, scrambling over each other. "Did you really bring this to eat with us? I'm so touched." Skylar lowered her head, a little shy. "Actually, my mother was worried that her only daughter has no social skills, so she prepared it." Her little heart felt utterly speechless. Just a moment ago, they were cursing this and that in their minds. They are such hypocrites. Suddenly, Aronia clapped her hands with a smile and turned the topic to Skylar, asking curiously, "So what does Princess Skylar think?" Skylar looked at her suspiciously. "Think about what?" The blonde lady took the opportunity to continue. "Which of the three of us will His Highness the Crown Prince like?" Skylar's mood completely collapsed. The word she had just heard repeated in her mind. "Who do you think His Highness will like? Among the three of us?" She said coolly, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince is also a man, he will probably choose a beautiful lady." As soon as Skylar's words fell, she heard the thoughts of the three in front of her suddenly align. "To be honest, am I not the most beautiful one here?" Seeing their inner attitude, Skylar also felt uncomfortable. "Then why ask me?" She paused, then continued, "He will probably choose the person His Highness likes." The blonde lady tilted her head, looking at her in confusion. "Then what kind of woman does His Highness like?" Skylar sighed wearily. "I believe His Highness wants a perfect person to be the crown princess." At this, Aronia, sitting beside her, suddenly agreed with her. "That's right, I completely agree with Princess Kayla's words." She pointed at herself confidently and said, "And His Highness also values the family background of the crown princess candidate, right?" Aronia thought, "With my marquis family background, am I not the most qualified?" To Skylar, these words were like an ice ruler scraping past her ear. She simply couldn't be bothered to speak. Now Skylar had lost all interest, with only one thought. Should I transform? The blonde lady rested her chin on the table, her eyes sweeping gently over Aronia, and deliberately raised her voice to mock. "But when it comes to titles," she calmly dropped a bombshell right in Aronia's face. "The most promising candidate is Princess Skylar." The moment she finished speaking, the teacup in Aronia's hand suddenly went flying. The two ladies were startled by the sound. "Are you all right?" Skylar, sitting beside them, had a twitching corner of her mouth. "They're really putting on all sorts of plays." Aronia regained her composure, then pursed her lips and said something astonishing. "But Princess Skylar already has someone in her heart. The princess wouldn't betray Duke Landshire, would she?" This left Skylar stunned for 5 seconds. As soon as she came to her senses, Skylar flew into a rage, looking at her with a murderous aura. "What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly dragging Landshire into this?" Aronia giggled, covering her mouth. "Am I wrong?" She cleared her throat and said innocently, "Many people say that Princess Skylar and Duke Landshire are deeply in love." Skylar slammed the table in anger, demanding, "Who is spouting such nonsense?" At this, Aronia was frightened by the dark, low pressure emanating from her. She asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" Skylar's hand had already reached the edge of the table. "To say that Landshire and I have that kind of relationship." The next second, she immediately went berserk and flipped the table over. The three people sitting at the table had no time to react and hurriedly reached out to catch the food and cake flying everywhere. While the three of them were at a loss, only Fabre's eyes reacted, catching the cake prepared by Skylar's mother. Skylar sneered inwardly. So this is human nature, regardless of right or wrong. Their minds are only filled with thoughts of slandering each other. Skylar pointed directly at Aronia's face and declared heroically, "Listen up, Miss Aronia, I only like pretty boys." Suddenly struck by this statement, Aronia and the others were dumbfounded, unable to process it. "Over here," Skylar continued, "besides Landshire, there are many pretty boys as beautiful as peacocks. It is my life's goal to meet all the pretty boys in this world." She warned in a threatening tone, "So don't randomly pair me up with others." Skylar looked at Aronia bowing before her and heard her resentful thoughts. Does she think someone like her can snatch the crown prince from me? Then Aronia stood up straight, looked Skylar in the eye, and said with feigned reproach, "You are too rude, Princess Skylar." She held a grudge in her heart. "I will definitely become the crown princess. For today's humiliation, I will pay you back tenfold." Hearing this, Skylar felt truly speechless. "I've already said it. I don't care who becomes the crown princess. I don't care. She called out, Fabre eyes. Skylar waved her hand and commanded, bring that over. Fabre eyes left quickly, yes, my lady. Skylar authoritatively placed her foot on the table leg to steady herself. Aronia looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she was scribbling on the paper on her knee. What are you doing? Skylar handed her the paper, asking for her opinion. Is this enough? Aronia stared at Skylar in disbelief, stammering, is the princess giving me money now? She nodded indifferently. Skylar smiled at her. What? You won't take it? Seeing this attitude, Aronia gritted her teeth in humiliation. She made a teeth-grinding sound and coldly slapped Skylar's hand away. I don't need it. Aronia's face was pale as she frowned at her. Is the princess trying to erase this rudeness with money? She lost her composure and blurted out without restraint. I shouldn't have invited the princess in the first place. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a duke's daughter? I won't let you get away with this behavior. Her voice was loud and full of disgust. It's just a check. Meanwhile, the blonde lady sat down, looking at the check that had just flown past her face. She took a deep breath. Her voice made the furiously cursing Aronia stop and look over nervously. The blonde lady's face turned pale and then green as she held up the number on the check for Aronia to see. 500,000 francs. Skylar observed Aronia's instantly changing, covetous expression and was genuinely surprised. She laughed out loud mockingly. What's wrong? Is the amount too large to refuse? Skylar raised her head confidently. I doubt Aronia can even imagine my personal assets as the representative of the Kalen ducal family, the wealthiest in the empire. She continued nonchalantly, not hiding her sarcasm. Start a new business with that money. Before leaving, Skylar added contemptuously, sitting in the same place as you is utterly boring. Don't invite me next time. Skylar tossed her hair and turned around dashingly. Let's go, Fabre eyes. Fabre eyes followed quickly. Yes, my lady. Behind them, Aronia collapsed to the ground in sorrow, and the two ladies beside her rushed to help her up in a panic. Miss Aronia? Once inside the carriage, Skylar finally relaxed, revealing her exhausted state. Hearing other people's thoughts is truly an energy-draining curse. I have to face malice I shouldn't have seen and deeply experience the hypocrisy of human nature. Fabre eyes, sitting next to her, looked at her with concern. My lady, are you all right? She thought, my lady, if it weren't for that crazy Sally, you wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Just a moment ago, she hated the ability to read minds, but now Skylar suddenly felt glad. She suddenly leaned on Fabre eyes' shoulder, making her body stiffen as she tried to sit up straight, her heart pounding. The lady's head is on my shoulder. Skylar closed her eyes, relaxing to recover her strength. I met too many people at once. The carriage moved slowly towards the horizon in the twilight. She sighed in her heart. I just want to rest today. Soon, they returned to the vast and luxurious Kalen family mansion. Skylar walked into the house, exhausted. As soon as she entered, she saw a classic scene. Lancey was sitting inside, happily chatting with Duke and Duchess Kalen. Skylar thought, he looks just like the Duke and Duchess's biological son, seeming to have inherited all their love. Skylar's mother laughed playfully, covering her mouth. Really, Landshire? Your words are so sweet. Skylar wanted to question him in annoyance. Landshire, why are you here? But seeing the joyful atmosphere, she didn't know what to say. Skylar's gaze fell on the multi-tiered cake stand on the table, which was. Her jaw dropped in shock, and she felt dizzy. The Kalen ducal family's heirloom, decorated drop by drop with mermaid's tears. Skylar pressed her lips together and frowned, guessing, an heirloom that was never brought out even for my birthday. Is it because of Landshire? Just then, Duke and Duchess Kalen finally noticed her presence. My dear Skylar, our little baby is back. Skylar held out her hands, stopping the two who wanted to rush towards her. Father, mother. Landshire's eyes sparkled as he sat aside, listening to Skylar's family conversation. Duchess Kalen complained with a hurt expression. Skylar, not mother. You should call me dear mother. Duke Kalen nodded in agreement. That's right, my beautiful daughter. You must say dear father. Hearing Skylar's voice, Landshire's expression brightened even more. I'm an adult now and can manage the family. Stop treating me like a child. Meanwhile, Skylar was speechless at her parents' tragic and exaggerated inner drama. Our daughter, you are too cold. Would it kill you to call me dear father? Is it so hard to call me dear mother? You are so heartless, so heartless. Then she ignored them and turned to Landshire. Save your grief for the family heirloom. Skylar asked coldly. Landshire, aren't you going home? A glint of emotion flashed in Landshire's eyes as he softly called her name, Skylar. He couldn't help but smile, asking tentatively, are you concerned about me right now? These words made Skylar feel even more weary. No. Behind her, Duke and Duchess Karen were still continuing their exaggerated inner drama. She's all grown up, Skylar. Our beautiful daughter. The two slowly stood up, a predatory glint in their eyes. So it's time to get married, isn't it? This time, their inner thoughts truly made Skylar freeze on the spot. The two advanced on Skylar like zombies. Yes, marriage. Get married, Duke Karen said ominously. Skylar, your parents have prepared everything, Skylar's mother added. You just have to agree. She shrank back in fear. Stepping back to escape, Landshire, who was behind her, reached out and held her shoulders. He smiled brightly and suggested, let's get married, Skylar. Marriage, Duchess Karen shouted. Marriage, Duke Karen repeated like a mantra. Marriage, Skylar screamed in horror, looking at the enemies surrounding her. Actually, there's a reason my parents are pushing me so hard. According to royal law, someone without a partner cannot inherit a title. She understood clearly. My parents want to retire, and I want the title, but I can't inherit it for this reason. Skylar was seething with rage, looking warily at Landshire. Even so, I don't want to marry anyone. Landshire looked at her, puzzled. He called out in a very sweet voice, Skylar. It made Skylar's heart skip a beat. She quickly composed herself and cleared her throat. Landshire put on a puppy dog expression, looking at her with anticipation. Skylar, you're happy to see me too, right? Me too. Skylar quickly snapped back to reality and shouted at him, stop talking nonsense and get up. But even as she pulled him hard, Landshire remained stuck to the chair. What's going on? Why can't I move him? Landshire looked at her, confused, and held her hand. What's wrong, Skylar? She looked at Landshire suspiciously. It used to just take a push, but now, when did he get so sturdy? Skylar thought for a long time, but couldn't find an answer. She began hesitantly. She feigned a look of realization and asked Landshire, you've gained weight, haven't you? Landshire immediately burst into tears, protesting, I haven't gained weight. He explained frantically, my weight is standard, I eat nutritious meals every day, and I practice swordsmanship regularly. Then he suddenly stammered, yesterday, because I was busy choosing desserts to eat with you, I accidentally ate all of them. Just then, Skylar had a sudden realization. Right, the Landshire of today is also an adult. She watched him slowly rise from his chair, feeling a sense of loss. Even at this moment, Skylar looked up at Landshire, standing before her. He's taller than me now. I never noticed. Seeing her distracted look, Landshire called out, Skylar. He reached out, gently caressing her eyes, and whispered, your eyes are like the clear sky. Landshire smiled brightly. Looking at them makes me feel good. Every word was like honey being poured into her ears. Because those eyes are like a brilliant sunset. A pink atmosphere suddenly enveloped the two. Skylar felt unexpectedly shy and immediately looked away. She met the interested gazes of Duke and Duchess Karen, who were gleefully eavesdropping from the side. If they get married, Mom and Dad can retire. Under her parents' scorching gaze and Landshire's innocent face, Skylar struggled to speak. She delivered the fatal blow coldly. Are you crazy? As soon as she said it, Duchess Karen lunged forward furiously to scold her. How could you say such a thing? The Duke also reprimanded her. Skylar, you shouldn't say hurtful things so casually. Then he turned to Landshire and apologized shyly. I'm sorry, Landshire. But Landshire was still smiling at him like a flower. Duke Karen, I'm not just anyone. He affirmed seriously. It's okay because I'm Skylar's only childhood friend. As soon as Landshire finished speaking, the words repeated in Skylar's mind. Because he's the only childhood friend. Because he's a childhood friend. Childhood friend. After arguing for a while, Skylar sat down at the table, exhausted. In the end, she couldn't get rid of Landshire, so he sat down next to her. Then they heard Duke Karen talking. As expected, Landshire only has eyes for our daughter. I wish Skylar had half your virtues. Landshire seriously retorted, defending her. Skylar is not a bad person. He paused, hesitating. Although, Then he innocently dealt Skylar a few blows. She's blunt, impolite, always uses money and power to force others, and is a bit materialistic, but deep down she's a very warm-hearted girlfriend. Landshire winked at her as he spoke, but her heart had already turned cold. Skylar coldly flicked away the pink heart he had just sent her. If you give one compliment and 4 insults, you might as well say nothing at all. Duchess Karen leaned on the Duke and sighed. Darling, to think there's someone like that who loves our daughter Skylar. The Duke, with tears in his eyes, choked with emotion. Yes, I hope our Skylar can spend her life with someone like that. By the way, why don't you two get married? Landshire quickly replied, okay. But Skylar slammed the table and refused firmly. I don't want to. She jumped up and questioned her parents. Why do you keep pushing me to marry Landshire? We're just friends. Sitting next to her, Landshire could only count blankly, the 317th time. Duke Karen suddenly changed his tone and reminded her seriously, Skylar, you are a Karen. He frowned and reminded her, you know you need a marriage partner to inherit the ducal title, right? Skylar lowered her head and stammered without answering, but she knew in her heart that her father was not wrong. Skylar's mood suddenly plummeted. I've done a good job as the Duke's proxy for the past year. It's time for me to take over the title. Therefore, getting married and settling down would be better for me. Am I wrong? These words kept swirling in her head. It's as if everything Mom and Dad are doing is for my sake. But Skylar could hear his true inner thoughts. Hurry up and become the Duchess. I want to go to a paradise of love with my beloved wife. Duke and Duchess Karen each had their own ulterior motives. Once Skylar becomes the Duchess, I will be forever imprisoned in the Duke's love and live happily ever after. Skylar was furious, her body trembling with restraint. They just want to abandon their responsibilities. Sitting next to her, Landshire tilted his head and called her name tentatively. Skylar, you tried again. Then will you marry me, please? Skylar cut him off coldly. Get lost. Landshire immediately deflated. The 318th time. Duke and Duchess Karen, completely uncomprehending, frantically advertised for Landshire. Who is better than Landshire? Exactly, what does Landshire lack? The two thought in unison, let Mom and Dad retire. But Skylar still lowered her eyes in silence, not answering. In the room, it was as if she and the other 3 were in 2 different worlds. After a moment, Skylar sighed and said slowly, I'll be leaving first. Duke Karen, bewildered, hurriedly called after her, Skylar. But she didn't stop, just walked out quickly. To Mom and Dad, am I just an heir to the title? Why don't they care about my happiness at all? The door was pushed open forcefully. Skylar was both resentful and uncomfortable. They know I can hear people's thoughts. In the evening, Skylar was curled up alone in a corner of the garden. She was silent, her mood so low it was hard to breathe. Skylar leaned back wearily, lying on the lawn. She muttered in frustration, you two are really the worst. Actually, besides the wizard who cursed me, my parents are the only ones who know about this curse. She felt irritated by her chaotic thoughts. I know you two are close, but can't you care about me a little? Just then, someone approached her and called out, Skylar. Landshire, who had arrived at some point, looked down at her with concern and asked, what's wrong? What's bothering you? Skylar remained silent, lying on the lawn and looking at him. She turned to the other side to avoid him and answered casually in a low voice, it's nothing. Landshire pressed anxiously. If it's nothing, why are you in a bad mood? Tell me, please. Skylar sat up in annoyance. Have you ever considered that the reason I'm upset is because of you, Landshire? She lowered her head, burying her face in her knees. I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now. Go away. Faced with Skylar's blunt dismissal, Landshire still buzzed around like a bee. Then when will you be in the mood? I'll wait until then. Okay, let me see your face. The noise made Skylar even more irritated. She lifted her head and shouted, I'm just annoyed seeing my parents so ridiculously showing off their love. Landshire stared at her blankly and silently. Skylar sighed in relief, thinking, I answered him, he probably won't ask again. But just then, she heard Landshire speak, so that's what it was. He took a step forward, looking directly into her eyes. Skylar. Landshire smiled ambiguously and suggested, then I'll make Duke and Duchess Karen's relationship discordant, okay? This unexpected question left Skylar completely stunned. What? Landshire smiled faintly, looking at Skylar suggestively. Then I'll make Duke and Duchess Karen's relationship discordant, okay? She stared at him blankly, speechless for a long time. Skylar could only stare blankly as Landshire's thin lips moved. Doesn't the sight of them being harmonious make you feel bad? If I break them up, will you feel better? Landshire even smiled as he said these words, as if stating something obvious, leaving her silent and lost in thought for a long time. Skyla finally found her voice. She sighed and objected, "No, don't." Skyla thought of her parents' good relationship, how they often watched the stars together. "That star is my Duchess's star. That star is my Duke's star," she warned loudly. A harmonious marital relationship is the only good thing about Duke and Duchess Karen. Don't ruin it. Skyla frowned at Landshire angrily. More importantly, don't use your magic on people so often. She questioned him uncomfortably. "Are you planning to brainwash my parents? If I displease you, you'll brainwash me too, right?" Landshire quickly shook his head and explained, "How could I do that?" He gently nuzzled his head against hers and whispered softly, "If I did that, you wouldn't be the Skyla I like anymore." Because of this sudden, intimate gesture, Skyla's face turned slightly red. She frowned, suppressing her feelings and denying them. So annoying. She thought to herself, the peace I feel with Landshire and the tenderness in his every word. Skyla groaned internally. It's so annoying. Just then, Landshire's whisper came again, "Skyla, I like you." Hearing this, she just pressed her lips together without answering, but her face unknowingly turned red and her heart raced. Skyla composed herself and suddenly stood up, causing Landshire to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "It's hot. Ouch." He scrambled to his feet and looked at her suspiciously. "Hot." Skyla nodded and replied logically, "Of course, it's summer." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Landshire warily. "You wouldn't." He tilted his head at her innocently. "Wouldn't what?" Skyla was speechless and brought up the past. "When it was hot last year, you suddenly made it rain." Landshire paused, recalling, thinking, and then smiled as brightly as a flower. "I remember you told me you hate the rain." Seeing the magic orb that had just appeared in Landshire's hand, Skyla was startled and quickly tried to stop him. "No, wait, what are you doing?" But her words were a beat slower than Landshire's actions. He leisurely pointed to the sky and cast a spell. Skyla's entire soul trembled in the cold wind. "No way." At this moment, the servants sweeping in the garden were miserable, crying their eyes out. "Oh my goodness, trash is falling from the sky. Why is it snowing in the summer? Is it the end of the world?" Under a certain tree, Landshire was smiling at Skyla, saying, "Because you hate the rain, I made it snow. How is it?" He wore an expression begging for praise, facing Skyla's impending emotional outburst. "I did a good job, right?" Skyla, filled with murderous intent, squeezed out each word through her teeth. Landshire, but he was still in a state of expecting the highest level of praise. "Praise me quickly." Unexpectedly, what he got was Skyla's wrath. She flew into a rage and kicked him out. "Go home right now." Later, in the dining hall of the Karen Ducal Castle, Skyla was sitting with her parents for dinner. As she leisurely put a piece of food in her mouth, she heard a call, "Skyla." Duke Karen looked at her sincerely and blurted out a string of words. "My lovely baby, my pride and hope." Skyla quickly cut off his lengthy opening. "Can you just get to the point?" Hearing this, Duke Karen turned to his wife and gestured. Their inner voices poured into Skyla's ears like thunder. "Darling, why don't you tell her?" "No, it's better if the Duke tells her." She looked at the two of them, speechless. "I can hear everything." Duke Karen quickly cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Skyla, I have a wish. Will you listen?" Skyla refused decisively. "No." Duke Karen cried out in frustration. "Can't you just listen to your father? It's not like you've heard it until your ears bled." Skyla said casually, "They're already bleeding." Duke Karen pounded the table, crying, "If they're bleeding, then answer your father." He looked at her with tears in his eyes. "A fiancé will be fine too." Duchess Karen nodded in agreement. "An engagement is also a marriage contract. You can inherit the ducal title." Skyla sighed wearily. "I know, but I don't have anyone I want to marry right now. What can I do?" Duke Karen and his wife exchanged a knowing glance. Afterward, the two drooped their heads in understanding. Thoughts flooded out. Is it really not Landshire? Duke Sally also said it would be good if they got married. What a shame. Duchess Karen suddenly suggested, "How about finding a husband at the royal ball this time?" Skyla chewed the food in her mouth and looked at her without interest. "It's the same with Aronia. Why does everyone see the ball as a quick husband-picking contest?" When the Duke and Duchess Karen heard this, they clucked their tongues. The two immediately threw themselves into each other's arms, putting on a lovey-dovey act. You cannot mention our fateful meeting. The entire space was filled with pink, with hearts floating everywhere. Skyla stared blankly, wanting to flip the table, looking at the two passionately displaying their affection. Please just eat properly. Duchess Karen looked at Skylar pitifully. Mom doesn't expect much. I just want you to live a happy life. And it would be even better if his family background is good. Duke Karen chimed in, nodding in agreement and suggesting, your father is the same as your mother. However, a monthly income of at least 100,000 francs would be better. The Duchess quickly added, and he must be ambitious. The two rattled on, listing a whole host of requirements for their future son-in-law. How he should contribute to the family, how to take care of the children, and he's not allowed to drink, smoke, or have bad habits when drunk. Duchess Karen kept talking. You must check if he has any underlying diseases. You should secretly follow him. The Duke nodded in agreement. Also check if his father is bald. By this point, Skylar had completely lost it, her anger flaring up, scaring the Duke and Duchess into shutting their mouths in terror. I don't expect much, she said to them coldly. I will take responsibility for the Karen ducal family myself. Skylar glared at Duke and Duchess Karen with a murderous look, delivering an ultimatum. Don't ever push me to get married again. Duke and Duchess Karen quickly complied with her wishes. Okay, dear, Mom understands. Skylar had no more interest in eating. She was so tired, she wanted to disappear. She walked away unsteadily, ignoring the two. Reaching the door, she turned her head to look at them grimly, smiling ambiguously as she announced, you can retire in peace. Duke and Duchess Karen trembled in fear, silently hugging each other. The scene changes, and it's the next day. The morning sun shines through the window, illuminating a room. Skylar was sitting quietly at her desk, busy with a pile of documents. Suddenly, unclear thoughts and a knock on the door broke her concentration. Skylar looked up suspiciously. Is that Fabre-Eyes? She said. Come in. Fabre-Eyes pushed the door open. Excuse me, my lady. To elaborate again, this is Skylar's personal maid, Fabre-Eyes, one of the few people she can trust. The reason is, Fabre-Eyes stood straight and said seriously, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're working, my lady. But inwardly, she was moved to tears of joy. I get to see my lady first thing in the morning. I'm such a happy person. Skylar found it a bit amusing because of her absolute loyalty to me. Skylar smiled at Fabre-Eyes from the doorway, the only one who appreciated her. She asked, what is it, Fabre-Eyes? Fabre-Eyes reported softly, there's a letter from the royal palace, my lady. He said it must be delivered to you personally. Skylar was confused and asked in a suspicious tone, to me? Not to my father. She started to sweat, suddenly remembering the incident at Aronia's house. Could it be about the tea party? No, the royal palace wouldn't send a letter for something like that. She quickly composed herself. All right, let him in. A few seconds later, a person walked in and bowed respectfully to Skylar. Greetings to Lady Skylar of the Karen Ducal House. The person handed her a letter, solemnly conveying the message. I'm very sorry to disturb you so early, but His Highness the Crown Prince ordered that this letter must be delivered by sunrise. Skylar looked at the sender's name suspiciously. The Crown Prince? I've never had a formal conversation with the Crown Prince. When we met, he only said, good day, my lady. And Skylar would casually reply, that's it. We only occasionally greeted each other when passing by. We are complete strangers. Skylar took the letter and swallowed hard. But he sent me a secret letter. She asked the person in front of her, thank you. Does the letter require an immediate reply? The person quickly answered, no, you don't need to reply immediately. Then I'll take my leave. After the person left, Skylar slowly opened the letter to read it. She held out her hand to Fabre-Eyes behind her. Fabre-Eyes, that thing. Fabre-Eyes understood and quickly handed her a small knife. Here you are, my lady. Skylar gently pried open the letter's wax seal with a knife. Once it was open, she was too shocked to speak. Skylar was completely shocked by the contents of the letter. This wasn't just a letter. Looking at the neat handwriting on the paper and the bright red seal at the end of the letter, Skylar's mood was like a roller coaster, her mind filled with question marks. The Crown Prince's seal. This is a royal command. Skylar couldn't believe her eyes. She read the message on it again. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, come see me at my palace. Behind her, Fabre-Eyes suddenly asked curiously, what does the letter say, my lady? Skylar turned to look at her and answered vaguely. His Highness the Crown Prince said he wants to see me today. Fabre-Eyes lowered her eyes and replied, I will inform the servants to prepare for your visit to the palace. In her mind, she was celebrating, floating on air with happiness. As expected of my charming lady, even His Highness the Crown Prince can't resist. Skylar looked at Fabre-Eyes' calm expression and retorted weakly in her mind. mind. It's not like that, Fabre eyes. That very day, the royal command sent by the crown prince caused a huge stir. The maids in the house whispered, "Did you hear? The young lady is going to the palace to see His Highness the Crown Prince." They gathered in one place, chattering away. It was His Highness the Crown Prince who wanted to see Lady Skyla. By the time it reached the male servants, the story had taken an unexpected turn. His Highness the Crown Prince and the young lady are meeting to get married. That's probably it. Shortly after, Duke and Duchess Karen rushed in clamorously, throwing the door open. As soon as she entered the room, Duchess Karen asked anxiously, "Is it true, dear?" Duke Karen's heart was pounding with excitement, his legs trembling. They could barely breathe. Skyla was startled and turned to look at the two of them grimly. Duke Karen had tears in his eyes, while the Duchess asked with a blissful expression, "Are you getting engaged to His Highness the Crown Prince?" Skyla flared up at the thought. She gritted her teeth, glaring at them murderously. There were 1,000 things she wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come out. She sighed, holding her forehead, feeling weary. Who said such a ridiculous thing? Before the two could answer, a figure flew into the room and collapsed on the floor. Duke Karen looked at him, confused, his face pale. Austin. Austin trembled, reluctantly lifting his head to greet the Duke and Duchess, and he stammered out a plea. The ducal manor is full of gossip right now. His hand fell limply to the ground. "Please be careful." Duke Karoon rushed over to help him up, crying out Austin in a tragic tone. But before the act was over, they heard Skyla's cold voice dismissing them. "I'm going to change. Please leave." She watched Fabrice step forward to close the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, some peace. Skyla frowned uncomfortably. Is this what I have to deal with next? An audience with His Highness, the Crown Prince. She looked at the magnificent clothes laid out before her, knowing she couldn't dress too casually. But this, Skyla wailed internally, this is too much. Fabrice stepped forward to explain, "This is the latest trend, milady." Skylar's face darkened, and she muttered to herself, "The latest trend? Doesn't this look like fabric that could kill someone?" She shook her head and then coldly refused. "Get another dress." Skyla remembered the last time Aronia fell into the water, shouting in shame, "This dress will kill me." She shuddered. "I was almost crushed to death by the weight of this dress." Skyla firmed her resolve. "I don't want to risk my life for a dress." Behind her, Fabrice tried to press the issue. There must be a reason this style is popular. Why don't you try it on before deciding? She thought to herself, "Milady will look so beautiful in it. I even paid for it out of my own pocket from Madame Bijou." Skyla was so tired, she wanted to disappear. She had no energy left to explain, merely saying vaguely, "If you don't want to get me killed, hurry up and bring out another dress." Outside the window, the rising sun shone on the rose bushes below, creating a very poetic scene. Skyla changed into another, lighter outfit and walked out with Fabrice. She hadn't gone far when she heard someone call milady. Tissif, also in formal attire today, was standing in front of a magnificent carriage waiting for her. "You've arrived." Skyla looked him over for a moment. "You look very handsome today." Tissif shyly scratched his head and said with a smile, "Of course. Today, we'll be riding in the family carriage." She quickly stepped into the carriage. Today, she was riding in the private carriage of the Karundugal family. To ensure a comfortable ride, countless different spells had been cast inside, and the interior of the carriage was like a miniature garden. Skyla and Fabrice were sitting bored, waiting for the carriage to move, when suddenly a butterfly flew in, catching her attention. A blue butterfly. It landed gently on her hand. Skyla smiled gently, raising her hand to observe it, and unconsciously remarked, "This butterfly's color is the same as Landshire's eyes." Outside, Tissif announced, "I'm departing now." As Skyla played with the butterfly, her mind wandered. "I haven't seen him these past few days. Could he have been too hurt after I drove him away?" She thought, "I suppose so. Being driven away twice in one day. Maybe he feels hurt. Whether he comes or not, a part of me still cares." Suddenly, Fabrice, sitting opposite, spoke up, "Milady." She looked gloomily at the butterfly on Skylar's hand. Her eyes filled with disgust, and suggested in a cold voice, "That butterfly. Shall I kill it?" Skyla was taken aback and quickly shook her head. "No, there's no need for that." Fabrice looked at the butterfly uncomfortably and said to her, "I only asked because I saw you paying so much attention to it." Skyla was surprised. "All right, I'll let it go." After a moment, she suddenly called out Fabrice. Skylar's tone was unusually slow. "What if I marry Landshire? The great magician who appears once in a millennium, the youngest son of the Sally family." Skyla thought with a headache. "Landshire won't inherit the family title anyway. I might as well just marry him. Then, she slapped herself hard twice as a warning. A bright red handprint appeared on Skylar's face. Get a grip, Skylar. Are you losing your mind over a dress? She tried to imagine a series of actions Landshire might take. Skylar, since you don't like high society parties, I've reduced the number of guests to 5. Or, Skylar, since you want to see the sea, I moved the Imperial Canal over. It could also be, Skylar, since you don't have time, I've turned a day into 26 hours. Skylar, Skylar. The call echoed like a spell, captivating Skylar's soul. His radiant face appeared clearly in her mind. She screamed internally, calling my name over and over. If I become the Duchess and still have to clean up Landshire's messes, I'd rather go plant corn, cabbage, and blueberries. I'd rather live alone in the countryside. Sitting opposite her, Febreze witnessed the full range of Skylar's emotional fluctuations. She suddenly called out softly, "Milady." Febreze lowered her eyelids slightly, avoiding Skylar's gaze, and asked cautiously, "Are you still troubled by the marriage matter the Duke mentioned yesterday?" Skylar gave a blank smile. She looked at Febreze's serious expression and thought, as expected of Febreze, the maid who has been with me almost my entire life. Skylar took a deep breath and pulled herself together. It can't be helped because it's the law. I'm fine, I have to. Hearing this, Febreze's head hung even lower. Skylar thought calmly, there's no need to rush just because of my parents' urging. Suddenly, Febreze, sitting opposite, stood up abruptly, "Milady." Skylar heard her sincere voice, assuming if someone as humble as me could be accepted. Febreze knelt before her and proposed seriously. Then, would you marry me? Skylar stared at Febreze in silence, seemingly unable to process or understand what was happening. Febreze remained kneeling, swallowed nervously, and watched her intently. The entire carriage fell into an eerie silence. After a long while, Skylar finally showed a shocked expression and asked what? Febreze repeated, "Would you marry me?" Skylar listened, dumbfounded, as Febreze continued, "Milady, please give me a month. I will return with a completely new identity." She revealed her heart sincerely. "Even Duke Karun won't recognize me. I will prepare an identity worthy of you." Febreze looked up, gazing sincerely into Skylar's eyes. "So, if you could accept someone like me." Observing Febreze's expression, Skylar realized one thing. She's telling the truth. Febreze gazed at her, her eyes filled with unspoken words. After waiting a long time for Skylar to speak, she lowered her head again. "If my suggestion was too presumptuous, I apologize. It's just that But then Skylar spoke, "No, don't apologize." She reached out, wanted to help Febreze up. Since childhood, Skylar has worked hard to become the Duke of Karun. She gave up time playing with friends, gave up a life of leisure and comfort. Skylar has given everything for her dream, but now, she might be unable to inherit the title simply because she doesn't have a partner. Skylar helped Febreze up and had her sit beside her. She said softly, "I'm grateful for your feelings, but there's no need to worry about me to this extent." Skylar thought, even Febreze feels the pressure, which is why she did this. Febreze lowered her head dejectedly. "I understand." Suddenly, the carriage jolted. She quickly steadied Skylar as the wheels screeched to a halt on the road. Febreze asked, "Milady, are you all right?" Skylar, holding her dizzy head, "Looks like I need to equip the carriage with anti-braking magic." She straightened up irritably and opened the door. "What's been wrong with me these days?" The moment she stepped out of the carriage, a voice reached her, "Sir, I sincerely apologize." Skylar raised an eyebrow, looking at the carriage blocking her path. What's with this familiar scene? The coachman opposite seemed to be the same person as last time. He was bowing and apologizing. "I just got my license not long ago, so..." Tisif pursed his lips in that case. He yelled at the ducal carriage with all his might, his combativeness instantly escalating, and scolded loudly, "You have to drive slower. If my lady misses her audience with the crown prince, can you bear that responsibility?" The coachman quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "I'm sorry, but may I ask which family this is?" Tisif stepped aside. "Can't you recognize the crest on the carriage? It's the house of Duke Karun." The coachman became even more frightened and fell to his knees. "Please forgive me." Skylar asked casually, "What's going on? What happened?" Suddenly, someone got out of the opposite carriage. Skylar looked at the man who just appeared in her sight, a magician. She observed him. That earring is a magic stone, which only magicians are allowed to use because it's prone to accidents. Skyla frowned. Unlike the magic kingdom of Herbina, the Empire doesn't have many magicians. Why is a magician here? At that moment, her gaze also fell on the kneeling coachman. When he saw Skylar, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He covered his mouth and stammered, the coachman pointing directly at Skylar. It's that crazy woman from that time. Suddenly, a hey was heard. He looked up and saw Skylar rolling up her sleeves, about to hit him. That you've messed with the wrong person. I told you, didn't I? If you don't want your skull smashed, you'd better behave. The coachman immediately kowtowed, his rear end high in the air. My lady, I have committed a terrible sin. He pleaded incessantly. I have young children at home waiting for me. Skylar crossed her arms and watched him in silence. It's your bad luck. You were rude because you thought I was a commoner, but it turns out I'm the lady of the current house. But the right thing to do is to speak cautiously regardless of whether the other person is a lady or not. Just as she thought this, someone beside her spoke up. Excuse me, milady. The magician looked at her sincerely. It seems my coachman has offended you, milady. Skylar could read his true thoughts beneath his kind exterior. Damn it, this is what I get for hiring a cheap coachman. He took a step forward, the magician bowing to her. I sincerely apologize, milady, for wasting the time of someone as noble as you. I don't know how I can compensate you. He introduced himself. I am Viscount Artusina. You are the lady of the current house, correct? Skylar nodded yes. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, this person is Viscount a something or something. Skylar nodded. He's quite handsome, too. But the next second, she unconsciously thought, not as handsome as Landshire. But Skylar froze on the spot. Why am I suddenly thinking of Landshire at a time like this? Skylar heard the man's thoughts from across. So this is the woman from the rumors. Canup covered his mouth. Damn it, I'm going crazy. Why didn't the rumors say she was this beautiful? Skylar stared at him blankly as Canup's thoughts continued to flood her mind. I will make her mine. Skylar raised an eyebrow. Another one of those men. She asked coldly, could you please move? I have an appointment. Canup quickly replied, of course. His carriage moved forward swiftly. Skylar turned to leave. Let's go, Febreze. Canup quickly called out to her, milady. He smiled and asked for Skylar's opinion. How would you like to punish that coachman? Skylar glanced over indifferently. It's up to the Viscount. The moment she finished speaking, a scream rang out beside them. Lord Viscount. The coachman pleaded in terror. Please have mercy. My bed is waiting lonely for my return. Please spare my life. Canup looked at him and then said, hand over your license. The coachman was stunned. My license? He narrowed his eyes at the coachman. Do you think I'll say it a second time? The coachman quickly shook his head. No, sir. He respectfully handed his license to Canup. Skylar, Febreze, and Tissif watched as, in the blink of an eye, Canup alchemized the paper into gold, then turned it to dust. Skylar's mouth twitched. The people of the current house were all too familiar with Landshire's magic. She thought, you can't drive a carriage without a license. Even if he gets it reissued, that coachman will be out of job for a while. She stepped into her carriage. Compared to being imprisoned for insulting a noble, this punishment was too light. The moment she got in, Canup followed and called to her, Lady Krung. He leaned against the door, striking a pose. Unfortunately, I have no one to drive for me now. Skylar looked at him, puzzled. So, Canup nonchalantly walked in and sat down. Allow me to formally introduce myself, milady. I am Viscount Artusina, a royal magician. Both Skylar and Febreze's eyes widened, but he sat down uncomfortably, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Skylar pursed her lips grimly. Then she heard Canup continue, please give me a ride to the royal palace. A look of clear confusion appeared on her face. Skylar gave an awkward laugh. I didn't mishear you, did I? Ryan reiterated his proposal. I wish for you, milady, to become my fiancée. Hearing this, Skylar's expression changed instantly. She thought, why? At this moment, her mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. We are complete strangers, yet he suddenly mentions engagement. What is his goal? Is it because the Karun family is neutral, or because the crown princess is a puppet with no influence in high society? Skylar's face darkened as she struggled to speak. She said, she is the Grim Reaper. Ryan's eyes widened in confusion upon hearing this. His silence made Skylar's face flush with shame. A strange silence fell over the room. Ryan suddenly burst out laughing, making Skylar feel incredibly embarrassed. She said to the person in front of her, "If your highness finds it amusing, then please laugh right away." Ryan held his forehead, unable to stop laughing. "I'm sorry, the Grim Reaper." He even rolled on the floor with laughter. After a while, Ryan managed to suppress his laughter and said to Skylar, "I'm sorry. I'm the type of person who falls easily." Skylar said, "It seems so." She picked up the teacup on the table and worriedly inquired about Ryan's true intentions. "May I ask, why does your highness wish for me to be your fiancé?" Ryan immediately became serious and regretfully admitted the truth. "I'm sorry. I had you investigated, milady." Ryan's next words made Skylar instantly angry. "Aren't you famous for being the lady with the worst temper in the Empire?" Skylar asked back suspiciously yes. Ryan explained to her, "In 1 year, we will dissolve our engagement. In exchange, I will grant you one wish." After speaking, he once again sought Skylar's opinion. "So, would you be willing to be engaged to me, milady?" Skylar thought angrily, what does having a bad temper have to do with this proposal? She remained silent, not answering the question immediately. Suddenly, Skylar wrapped her arms around herself and guessed darkly, "Could it be that your highness likes that kind of person?" Ryan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "That kind of person?" Skylar replied, "Your highness want a woman who treats you cruelly and roughly. You have that kind of fetish." After hearing this, Ryan's eyes widened, and he clapped his hands as if he had thought of something. He said with a smile, "Of course, that would be interesting too, but I don't want to do that to you, milady." This answer made Skylar's expression even worse. Did he just say that would be interesting? After a moment, Ryan continued, "It's just that I guess you're not interested in the game of love, milady." Skylar was surprised. The game of love? Seeing that she didn't seem to understand, Ryan stroked his chin and explained, "I must find a future crown princess at this royal ball. Otherwise, I cannot inherit the throne." Skylar lowered her head, listening silently as he said, "You know the reason as well, milady." At this moment, the conversation fell silent again. Ryan thought, only those with a marriage partner can inherit a title. He recalled his past. Since I was a child, I was trained to be independent, to become perfect, and all those things were for one goal. Everything was for the sake of becoming emperor. But that goal seems to be blocked by something. But if I don't have a partner, I can't become emperor. Ryan felt extremely dissatisfied. Isn't that too unfair? After listening, Skylar also felt a hint of sympathy. The crown prince's situation is the same as mine. Ryan said with a smile, "What do you think, Lady Skylar? I think you'll understand me." At this point, Skylar seemed to have agreed to Ryan's proposal. She crossed her arms and returned his smile. "All right. Even if I marry the crown prince, I can still inherit the title from my family." Ryan stood up and shook hands with Skylar. "We will be engaged for 1 year. We will each inherit our family's titles." Skylar continued, "After that, we dissolve the engagement." To break the tension, Ryan started joking again. "Don't fall in love with me, milady, because I'm not interested in things like the game of love." Skylar responded, "It's fortunate that your highness is so clear about separating public and private matters." After leaving, Skylar stepped into the carriage and ordered Tisif to head to the Soleus ducal manor. Tisif shouted loudly, "Yes, milady." Skylar sat in her seat, closed her eyes, and thought strangely, "I have to cheer Landshire up." Fabrice called out worriedly, "Milady." She asked, "His Highness the Crown Prince spoke with you for a long time. What did you talk about?" Skylar answered vaguely, "Nothing special." She told herself, "This is one of the secrets I must take to my grave." Then she began to think about what was to come. At the royal ball, the Crown Prince will act as if he fell in love with me at first sight. We will dance in the hall in front of everyone. After that, the Crown Prince will publicly propose to me, and I will accept that proposal. Within a year of the engagement ceremony, I will take over the title and dissolve the engagement. After thinking it through, Skylar smiled happily. She tossed her hair and thought smugly, "I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily." I even considered marrying Landshire. Just as she was thinking happily, Febreze thoughts suddenly appeared, making Skylar freeze. As expected of Milady, a woman who can even conquer the Crown Prince. At this moment, Febreze felt incredibly moved. If I can see Milady become the Empress, I can die happy. After reading these thoughts, Skylar started to get angry. Please be quiet, Febreze. But Febreze didn't know this and was still thinking happily. What should I do? Milady is too dazzling. The scene changes to the Sally residence. The butler placed a hand on his chest and informed Skylar, Lady Curran, the Duke and Duchess of Sally have gone to inspect the neighboring territory. Skylar replied, I see. Then I will greet them later. A plate of cookies and a cup of hot tea sat on the table. Skylar began to feel impatient. Why isn't Landshire out yet? She rested her chin on her hand, bored. Every time I come, he appears with teleportation magic. Rachel approached and asked her, Milady, is there anything else you need? Rachel, Skylar turned and asked, where is Landshire? Rachel lowered her head and answered fearfully, I cannot easily say. Hearing this, Skylar anxiously slammed the table and stood up. Did something happen to Landshire? Rachel stammered, the young master, Her next answer made Skylar's eyes widen in shock. He is very heartbroken. Skylar asked in confusion, heartbroken? What? Rachel recounted what she knew. I don't know either. The young master has been gloomy ever since he came home. Skylar read her inner thoughts. After the young master went to see Milady, at this moment, Rachel was trembling with fear. The young master has locked himself in his room. How am I supposed to explain this? After learning Rachel's inner thoughts, Skylar confirmed, it's my fault. She suddenly stood up, crossed her arms, and ordered Rachel, take me to Landshire. I'll comfort him myself. This made Rachel very happy. Will you really do that? Skylar sighed. Landshire, you're lucky to have such a kind servant. Rachel instructed her, please wait a moment. At this moment, Skylar felt very confused. How am I supposed to comfort him? Rachel approached Landshire's door and called out, young master. Just then, a strong tremor suddenly occurred, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding walls as dirt and stones fell. Skylar thought wearily, what's happening again all of a sudden? Rachel was very worried and kept knocking on the door. Young master, Landshire. A voice full of anger came from the room. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me? Rachel. After hearing that somewhat unfamiliar voice, Skylar began to feel suspicious. Is that really Landshire? She thought. Landshire has no virtues other than being cheerful. Just then, Landshire's door was smashed open, and Rachel was thrown backward, falling to the ground. Her body trembled with fear, and Skylar could feel that fear from Rachel as well. It's terrifying. Rachel stammered, young master. At this moment, Rachel was thinking, what if I get caught in a magic outburst and die? I was planning to save enough money for the wedding and then marry Austin right away. After learning Rachel's thoughts, Skylar's eyes widened in shock. Austin? That butler? Since when? She reminded herself. Now is not the time to be thinking about this. Skylar helped Rachel up and walked towards Landshire's room, from which loud shouts were still coming. Landshire said from inside the room, don't come looking for me, Humph. Skylar lifted her foot and started kicking the door in front of her. After kicking the door open with force, her foot also got many scratches. Landshire was suddenly stunned when he heard someone call his name. Skylar shouted loudly from outside, open the door if you don't want to get beaten. Hearing her voice, Landshire walked over, touched the door in front of him, and called out doubtfully, Skylar? Skylar replied, yes. Skylar said, besides me, who else is willing to stay by your side when you're out of control? She urged the person in the room. So, open the door, Landshire. Just then, the door opened a small crack, and Landshire happily walked towards Skylar. He reached out and caressed the cheek of the person in front of him, then gently called out, Skylar. Landshire suddenly hugged Skylar tightly. He still found it hard to believe she was there. Is it really you? Landshire buried his head in Skylar's shoulder fearfully. I'm not hallucinating, am I? He wondered, could it be that I miss Skylar so much that I summoned you unconsciously? Skylar thought to herself, Whenever Landshire's emotions fluctuate violently, his magic erupts. It's rare for Landshire to be so controlled by his emotions that he can't control his magic. But at this moment, Landshire was still holding Skyla tightly, seemingly with no intention of letting go. Landshire still found it hard to believe, so he asked again, Are you really Skyla? Skyla realized that only with her by his side could he feel at ease again. Suddenly, Landshire made a suggestion. Skyla, let's get married. But Skyla said coldly, Get lost. She turned coldly to look at Rachel, who quickly turned and left. After being rejected by Skyla, Landshire guessed fearfully, Do you hate me? Skyla laughed and immediately denied it. What are you talking about? Why would I hate you? Landshire's face fell, and he explained in a panic. I wanted to hide in the carriage to give you a surprise, but I was afraid you would get angry, so... Skyla thought to herself. So you turned into a butterfly, is that it? Skyla said sincerely. It was your fault for sneaking into the carriage, but thanks to you, I was able to drive away that mage. Thank you. After hearing this, Landshire was overjoyed. Really? I did a good job. He hugged Skyla again. Thank goodness. I was still worried you'd be angry. Landshire's attitude once again made Skyla feel puzzled. Is it really okay like this? If I'm not here, someone had once said to her, my childhood friend was a great mage. Skyla seemed to fall into a hazy emptiness, which made her extremely fearful. He ended up losing his life at the age of 16. What about Landshire? Skyla recalled the scene just now to that moment. He couldn't control his emotions. Suddenly, a call rang out. Skyla. Skyla was startled and looked up at Landshire. Landshire suddenly proposed. Can I sleep with you tonight? Hearing this, Skyla's face fell as she looked at him in confusion. She said coldly, What do you think I'll answer? Landshire said excitedly, Of course, yes. But Skyla still firmly refused. That's what you're hoping for. Seeing her attitude, Landshire worriedly stammered, I can't. Skyla was annoyed by his question, and she said affirmatively again, Of course not. Why would you even think that? Landshire brought up the past. But you've stayed over at my house before. Skyla retorted, That was a long time ago. She grabbed the hand on her shoulder and reminded Landshire, Think about it. We're both adults now. Don't you understand what it means for an adult man and woman to sleep together? Landshire held her tightly and said with a smile, Of course I understand. Skyla's face flushed because of that smile, yet Landshire said, It means our friendship is very close. Skyla's face fell, and she angrily pushed Landshire away. You can't sleep with me. What if rumors spread? What if I can't get engaged? After hearing this, Landshire shouted in a panic, Skyla, getting engaged? Skyla thought in shock. Oh no. She looked at Landshire's face and thought, If Landshire finds out about my fake engagement, how will he react? Will he lose control of his emotions again? After a moment, Landshire said in a reproachful tone, Skyla, you said an engagement ceremony without letting me know. Skyla quickly explained, No, it's not like that. Landshire suddenly grabbed her hand, his face blushing, and affirmed gently, I will do a good job, Skyla. It seems Landshire misunderstood who Skyla was getting engaged to. He asked her, Let's have the magic stone of the witch, EUD, as our engagement gift, okay? I think it would match your red eyes well. At this moment, Skyla's face turned beet red from the question. After a moment, she recoiled in shock. Wait, our engagement gift? What are you talking about? Skyla reminded him seriously. Besides, that's a sacred relic of the Habana kingdom. That's not possible. Landshire tilted his head and said blankly, Aren't we getting engaged? Skyla was startled by the question. No, let's not talk about the engagement anymore. Just then, Rachel's voice was heard. Miss Skyla. Skyla turned and asked, What is it? Rachel's voice was hesitant, and she said circuitously, The Duke and Duchess are not home today. Skyla knew what Rachel was thinking. It's hard to say such things. But everyone is afraid of the young master's emotional outburst. Knowing Rachel's true inner thoughts, Skyla asked, You want me to stay here tonight? Rachel nodded fearfully. I'm sorry, I know I'm in no position to ask for your help." But Rachel cried inwardly, thinking the young lady might refuse because she's busy with work. It's too scary. However, Skylar agreed to the request. "All right," she said, "I'll stay tonight." Seeing the two of them so excited, Skylar continued, but she smiled and made a suggestion to stay in a separate room from Landshire. Then she turned and ordered her maid, Febreze, "Go home and explain the situation to my parents." Febreze thought angrily, "Just because of that troublemaker from the ducal house, I won't get to see the young lady to bed before the day's work is even over." Knowing her maid's thoughts, Skylar urged with a cold face, "Go quickly." At this moment, Skylar had already entered the room Rachel had prepared for her. A set of pajamas was prepared on the bed in the center of the room. Skylar thought to herself, "Landshire isn't being stubborn, huh?" She had imagined a completely different Landshire. In her imagination, Landshire would say, "Why are you sleeping in another room? Let's sleep together." Landshire's attitude surprised her. She thought he would make a fuss, but Landshire affirmed happily, "Just being able to sleep in the room opposite Skylar is good enough." Skylar thought silently. Landshire turned his room into a pile of rubble. That's why. Before leaving, Landshire instructed, "There's something I want to show you before you sleep. Come to my room for a bit." Skylar asked curiously, "What do you want to show me?" Landshire replied, "My diary." At this moment, Skylar had already changed into the prepared pajamas. She immediately went to find Landshire. When she reached his door, she immediately reached out and knocked. As Skylar was about to go to Landshire, a few maids came over to remind her, "Young Master Landshire hasn't finished his bath yet." Skylar pushed open the door in front of her. She walked straight into Landshire's room. At this moment, a book was placed on the bed. It seemed this was the diary Landshire wanted to show Skylar. Skylar sat on the bed and thought, "Is this the diary he was talking about?" She immediately picked up the diary and read it. In the diary, Landshire wrote, "Only I can read this. If you read it without permission, you'll grow horns on your butt." Reading this, Skylar couldn't help but exclaim, "Cute." The first page of the diary read, December 31st, Imperial Calendar 8:15. Today is the first time I confessed to Skylar. Skylar closed the diary, her face blushing as she thought, "I still remember it clearly." She lay on the bed and began to reminisce. That day my parents had gone on a trip to the North Sea, and I was craving for someone to be by my side. It was so unlike me. Skylar silently looked at the ceiling. At that time, Landshire sat patiently beside her. He handed her a glass of warm water and asked gently, "Skylar, are you okay?" Skylar reached out and took the glass of water. She sat next to Landshire and suddenly asked, "You know my brother is getting married soon, right?" Landshire didn't hide it and admitted frankly, "Of course I know." He lowered his head and said sadly, "I envy him for being able to be with the person he loves every day." After saying that, Landshire suddenly proposed, "So, let's get married too." Seeing Skylar's strong reaction, Landshire asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Skylar, while coughing, thought back to Landshire's words. What did he just say? Skylar's face turned red. Me and Landshire getting married? She imagined herself walking into the wedding hall with Landshire in a wedding dress. Skylar calmed down and turned to ask the person next to her, "Why did you suddenly say that?" She blushed and made a guess. Could it be me? Landshire. Skylar looked directly at Landshire and asked, "Do you like me?" Landshire touched the shoulder of the person next to him and admitted straightforwardly, "I like you." He smiled, tilted his head, and looked gently at the person beside him. At another time, Landshire and Skylar were sitting alone together. Skylar asked worriedly, "But it's the end of the year now. Is it okay for you to be sitting here like this? Isn't the Duchy of Salian holding a social party?" Landshire explained while eating cake, "It's fine. Both my older brothers are there. I'm the youngest. No one cares." But Skylar was still puzzled. Regardless, family should be together. She lowered her eyes sadly. "My parents suddenly..." Landshire pushed a plate of dessert in front of her. "Skylar, try this. It's really delicious." He continued innocently, "As expected, I prefer the food at the Calenduk mansion. But Landshir's appearance made Skylar very happy. It's a good thing Landshire is here. She reached out and took the plate of cake from Landshire. Even so, don't always play at my house. The guests will think you're being rude to them. Landshire said affirmatively. No one talks to me. Skylar realized the great magician is a strange existence to them, so they are afraid of him. She brought a piece of cake to her mouth and thought, even though he's such a cute kid. Suddenly, Landshire said, but there's a mage uncle who keeps talking to me. Upon hearing this, Skylar asked suspiciously, Uncle? Landshire said, there are mages from the Habana Kingdom at my house now. He keeps asking this and that, so I don't like him. Skylar guessed. It seems he's very concerned about you. Landshire rested his chin on his hand and sighed wearily, but I only care about you. Hearing this, Skylar's face turned red, and she stammered a reminder. Don't say things like that. Just answer his questions. Landshire tilted his head and asked her innocently, I can only cherish the person I like. Is that okay? Skylar looked at him in surprise, her face immediately turning red as she shyly looked around. Then, Skylar leaned into Landshire's ear and reminded him, Others can hear, don't just say it out loud. Landshire asked in confusion, Others? He asked back. Skylar instructed mysteriously, You can only say that when it's just the two of us. Landshire asked again blankly, I can only say I like you when it's just the two of us? Skylar seemed to want to say something. Waking up from those memories, Skylar smiled happily. So many years have passed since then. She held her forehead wearily. But after meeting that mage from Habana that Landshire mentioned, everything changed. Skylar felt extremely heartbroken for everything Landshire had endured, so much so that Landshire, who was once hurt, is now used to it. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and stared blankly to the side. Landshire, dressed in his pajamas, was already standing by the bed, having appeared at some point. He asked Skylar in surprise, Are you going to sleep now? A drop of water suddenly dripped from Landshire's still wet hair. That drop of water rolled down Landshire's bare chest muscles. Skylar stared blankly at the sight before her. She stared at Landshire's bare abs. Seeing her staring at him, Landshire called out, Skylar. Skylar's face immediately turned as red as a tomato. She sat up and stammered, Landshire, you... Seeing Skylar so flustered, Landshire tilted his head in confusion. Skylar, pale and sweating, blurted out, That's right, you're also participating, I completely forgot. Looking at Landshire's innocent and uncomprehending expression, thoughts kept popping up in Skylar's mind. His father is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his mother is the Queen's tactician, so Landshire will obviously receive an invitation too. At this thought, Skylar's spirit immediately sank listlessly, and Landshire, like a puppy, kept pestering her, demanding, So you'll dance the first dance with me, right? Faced with Landshire's request, faced with this boy who had held her hand, Skylar's heart was filled with resistance. Unfortunately, I can't because I already have someone else. Skylar stood up and firmly said the words of refusal she had prepared. I think many people will attend this ball, so I want to be as quiet as possible. As if knowing she would refuse, Landshire said, I'll cast a sleeping spell on everyone. After that, he performed a magic test. That way, there won't be so many people at the ball. Seeing Landshire wanting to cast a spell to make everyone at the ball fall asleep, Skylar said helplessly, Please stop. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded on the door, followed by a servant's voice. My lady, I have prepared your bath. Skylar replied, I'll be right there. After dismissing the servant, Skylar turned to look at Landshire and asked seriously, Is there anything else you want to say? Knowing that Skylar was suddenly asking him to leave, Landshire lowered his head and said with some dejection, I want to dance with you. Seeing Landshire still stubbornly wanting to dance with her, she also felt confused. She asked why. You're very popular, and other young ladies like you. With that, Skylar turned to leave. Just as she was about to leave, Landshire's voice rang out, making her stop. What about you? Skylar turned to look at Landshire, somewhat confused. What? He calmly and slowly asked Skylar again. Like the others? Hearing his question, Skylar fell silent, thinking, like him. Skylar frowned, a look of panic on her face. I can't say it. That panic reminded her of her conversation with Ern. What will young Master Landshire become when he can't control his emotions? Ern continued to press. What will you do, my lady? He asked her seriously. For the sake of the one you love, can you deny your own feelings? In her heart, that conversation made her decide to suppress her feelings that, I can't let you be too happy or too sad. I will maintain our distance, just as it is now. With that thought, Skylar changed the subject. I'm busy, you can go now. With that, she reached out and grabbed the doorknob. Wanted to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, Landshire reached out, blocked her head, and pressed her against his chest. His somewhat sad and pleading voice came from behind her. When you're not busy, can you like me a little? Skylar's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes filled with determination as she replied coldly. I'm sorry. I think I'll be busy for the rest of my life. Hearing her heartless reply, Landshire fell silent, his mood sinking. He smiled politely, trying to appear calm, and said, I see. 321 times. After saying a confusing sentence, Landshire disappeared, leaving only the words, See you later, Skylar. As soon as he left, Skylar fell silent, her gaze somewhat lost. It was a while before she managed to say, Okay. In front of the mansion gate, every ray of brilliant sunlight shone on a luxurious and stately carriage, waiting. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the couple. Father, mother. Skylar came out wearing a beautiful ball gown. Seeing her come out, her parents were very proud and excited, praising her endlessly. Your beauty is a national treasure, dear. Even though you're my daughter, you're really beautiful. Skylar. Yes, that's right. Hearing her parents' somewhat exaggerated compliments, Skylar sighed and replied, Yes, I'll go find a husband, so you can stop now. It's too embarrassing. As she spoke, her mother reached out to her and asked, By the way, did you bring the invitation? Skylar looked away expressionlessly and said, Taysef has it. Taysef also responded, Yes, the invitation is with me. The royal correspondence exuded luxury. The ball would gather hundreds of nobles, and entry was impossible without an invitation. Without wasting much time, Skylar bid farewell to her parents and left that I'll be back soon. On the contrary, her parents seemed not to want her back early, waving goodbye happily. It's okay to come back late. The thought that crossed their minds was, It's been a long time since we had time alone with our beloved wife. Hearing her parents' joy at her departure, Skylar said, somewhat annoyed and firmly, I'll be back soon. The carriage began to roll, and a voice rang out. Well then, let's go. In the carriage, Skylar asked Fabre-Eyes about the dress. Fabre-Eyes, what do you think of this velvet dress? Yes. Fabre-Eyes replied. Fabre-Eyes replied, Perfect, my lady. Fabre-Eyes' expression was serious, but inwardly she was filled with excitement. I want to be reborn as a mirror in my next life. Hearing Fabre-Eyes reply, Skylar replied, I see, thank you. Skylar reached out and touched her earring, thinking, velvet is not yet widely known in the royal palace. When they find out it's an expensive fabric that commoners can't afford, they will all be jealous of this velvet dress. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, startling her. Fabre-Eyes lifted her skirt and stood up to see the situation, saying to her, Please wait a moment, my lady. After seeing the situation, she sat down and said, My lady, you may have to wait for an hour. Seeing the wait, Skylar said, somewhat puzzled, Wait. Fabre-Eyes didn't hide it either, saying, Ahead of us is a line of carriages heading to the royal ball. Looking at the long line of carriages, both Skylar and Fabre-Eyes were a little tired. Skylar tilted her head to look outside and said, I can't believe it. Good thing I didn't wear a corset. Fabre-Eyes then suggested, The wait will be long. Would you like to go out for a walk? Everyone else is walking outside too. Skylar sighed and refused irritably. No, I'm wearing high heels. Aronia was walking by outside and happened to see Skylar. She immediately sneered, a malicious look on her face. Suddenly, she spoke loudly, startling Skylar. Oh my, Miss Skylar. Aronia stood outside the door and said, "I didn't expect to see you here, my lady. Can you open the door?" Seeing Aronia appear, feigning friendliness to get close, Skylar thought with disgust. How despicable, making trouble when the other person can't ignore or avoid it. Looking at her triumphant face, Skylar felt a trace of disdain in her heart. That face is as if she's done something amazing. It seems flipping the table wasn't enough. Skylar crossed her arms, closed her eyes to ignore her, and said, "Fabre eyes, open the door." The door opened, and Aronia immediately stepped into the carriage. Sitting naturally in the carriage, Aronia smiled triumphantly and said with feigned friendliness, "Long time no see, Miss Skylar." Looking at her hypocritical face, Skylar was filled with anger and annoyance, thinking, "I feel like we've been meeting a little too often." After chatting for a while, Aronia noticed the sea-green velvet dress Skylar was wearing for the ball. Aronia covered half her face with her fan and thought with her eyes closed, always thinking she's better than everyone else, but she only has a dress like that. Who would wear something like that? Not even a commoner would. Thinking this, she glanced at Skylar with contempt. Looking at Aronia's gaze, Skylar knew what she was thinking and sneered to herself. "Haven't updated on the latest news, huh?" Skylar crossed her legs and said with a hint of pressure on her face, "Miss Aronia, is there something you need?" Being called by name, Aronia was startled and stammered, "That is, my lady." Before she could finish, Skylar interrupted, "Do you know what kind of life people are living now?" Seeing Skylar ask her about the people's situation, Aronia was confused and said with some uncertainty, Why would a marquise like me need to know that?" Hearing her say that, Skylar immediately became angry, and her voice became sharper. "Instead of happily laughing and playing at home, why don't you spend some time learning about the lives of the people?" Being reprimanded like this, Aronia pouted and looked at Skylar uncomfortably. Aronia considered herself noble. "Why should I know about those filthy commoners?" Skylar smiled faintly and replied, "Because you're wearing the same clothes as those filthy commoners." These words immediately caused the anger in Aronia's heart to erupt violently, and she shouted, "What did you say?" Skylar asked, "This dress is made of velvet. Do you know what velvet is?" How would a dangerous person know that? She doesn't know. No. She said, of course I know. But in her heart she was thinking, what is velvet? Skylar was very pleased with Aronia's ignorant yet pretentious appearance. So she continued, "Then you must also know that a dress like this costs about 100,000 francs. As soon as Aronia heard the price, her eyes widened, and she even unconsciously blurted out, 10,000. Although she just accidentally let it slip, her inner thoughts gave Skylar a headache. That dress is worth our whole family's average monthly income. What is that? What is that? To Skylar, those voices were annoying and noisy. So Skylar said, "Get out of the car now." "Okay, goodbye." Then Aronia fell out. She got off the carriage full of anger toward Skylar. After getting out of the carriage, Skylar could see her back. She stopped the carriage to observe the situation. She only felt relieved when she saw her back receding into the distance. Now that she was gone, it was as if Aronia saw her. Looking at her back, then she turned her head and smiled at her. Skylar felt displeased, but she still watched Aronia with a cold gaze, without any particular feeling. Skylar didn't hear clearly. Then Skylar turned her head and said, "What did you say?" Skylar saw Taysef rummaging and asked, "Lost the ticket again?" Taysef was scared and said, I remember putting it in my clothes." Taysef explained, "I felt hot, so I took it off. Maybe it fell then." After listening, Skylar closed her eyes, her thoughts spinning rapidly, and found the answer. It must have been Aronia. Skylar could handle this situation. She ordered Febri, "Open the door." Then Febri carried out her command, "Yes." She saw two soldiers. Skylar said, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." They saw Skylar and blushed with a nosebleed because of her beauty. Before they could come to their senses, Skylar said again, "It seems the driver lost my ticket. Can I state my name and family crest?" They were trained and quickly calmed down. "We're very sorry. We cannot do that." This order made her already aching head worse. She said, "It seems I know." Skylar supported her head with her hand and thought, "Today the prince wants to say I love you to me with a movie-like scene." After a few things happened, Skylar just said, "First, we can lead the way." Skylar's eyes widened even more. Why isn't the carriage moving? Skylar looked out and saw the familiar Artesina. Now she knew someone had stopped the carriage. She just said, "What do you want?" Artesina smiled, and after a few seconds said, "By the king's magic, I guide all carriages in and out." But he said, "I have been captivated by you my whole life." She smiled slightly and said, "Get someone who can talk." She stared at Artesina and commanded with magic, "Artesina, let me into the palace." He was confused, but still said yes. At that moment he thought, a command? When she says it like that, it means you have something on me. She said to the whole world, "Say no more." She thought this was very important. Artesina smiled and held her hand firmly. "That's your job." His face turned red, and he said, "You're too much." But his mouth liked it, and she also heard his inner voice. "I'm going to be even meaner to you." Skylar was confused after hearing this. Why was Artesina more like commanding all their soldiers? Now, let the Kieran family's carriage pass. This time, everyone was confused, saying magic. Someone said, "Are you making an enemy of the king in this land? If you don't stand with us, you will die." Skylar was worried about being expelled from the kingdom, but she didn't say it, just listened to them silently. "I can lead the way. Open the door," he said angrily. Now he gave the order, saying, "Follow her command, I will guide her. You owe me this time." Then he winked at her. "Do you want to dance in the hall?" Skylar's eyes told herself to be confident that if you think you play your game well enough, then try to lead others. The carriage came and stopped. She walked into a long door, Skylar alone, beautiful and moving. She could hear others say, "Skylar." She turned in the direction of the name, then worried that Landshire would see. He came only for Skylar, asking him, "Aren't you with your family? Why are you alone?" He also smiled, "I've been waiting for you." Landshire counted the time, then said, "I waited for you for 5 hours." Skylar thought, wow, 5 hours. Skylar had a serious face. "Don't waste too much time. Aren't you bored?" Landshire met her gaze, smiled, and said, "As long as I'm thinking of you, it's never boring." After that, he extended his hand to her, wanting to lead her in. Then he blushed. Skylar placed her hand on his, thinking that he had waited so long. It was true. Then the two walked towards the beautiful hall. Everyone came over to talk. Skylar and Landshire joined here and were watched. For beauty, now the performance of the new couple slowed down. This time she looked around at the girls, looking at their clothes. She said, "Everyone wants to see this dress. Is that okay?" Skylar faced her partner. I didn't say anything. She watched what he did. He did as she commanded. "All right." Skylar coughed and asked Landshire, "Can you say something? What do you want to see from her?" Asked quickly and lightly. He smiled and said, "I like you." After that, Skylar said, "Not that." She finally couldn't help but ask, "Am I prettier today than any other day?" He cared for her and said, "Skylar." His hand brushed through her hair. "You are always beautiful." He quickly moved closer to her. "Do you want to hear more? How much do you want me to say?" She was very calm now, just as he was stroking her long hair. This time Skylar could only react. She thought, wait, why is he so close? Everyone is watching what you're doing. As she was worrying, Landshire stopped, understood, and then said, Look, there's a bug in your hair. I know this is not right, but I caught it before you almost got into trouble, making it look like that. I'm thoughtful. Does she like that?" She got all the memories, but here. Skylar thought sadly, "I did everything for you. Why are you doing this to me?" His face was full of worry for her. Skylar pretended to be fine, but a voice said, "Oh, that's great." A voice said to her, "Skylar." It was Aronia, with a fake smile on her face, then said, "You're too late." She hated saying that, but in her mind she was thinking, I can't be like this. Aronia was annoying. She said casually, "You usually don't show up. Why are you appearing in front of Landshire now? You showed your all." Skylar was confused why she hated her so much. She didn't want to waste time, so she took his arm. "Let's go, Landshire." "Not so easy. Will Aronia let you live?" She said forcefully, "Wait for us." Skylar looked sad, I didn't have to say that, but Aronia forced herself to be a good person. I was worried you were late. She thought of something else and smiled. That was funny. Ah, you missed the dance. Skylar also coughed and smiled. In her mind, Aronia hated that she worked too hard. You know? Skylar smiled and said, she won't be the one hoping you in the show now. Skylar smiled sadly. Skylar said, now I'm here too, but you're the one with a title. You don't need to show a ticket, right? She thought to herself, sorry, Aronia, I lied. Eyes wide open without speaking. I think you know that title is on your side. She now also said sadly, Skylar, you said not to think like that. But when she was forced to touch him, Landshire took a step forward and said, Mississippi. He said the word forcefully, unable to look directly. Skylar felt very uncomfortable with that misaddress. His words, without any regard for others, immediately shut Aronia's chattering mouth. In Landshire's once smiling eyes, there was now only warning and coldness, immediately kicking her out of Skylar's sight. His firm attitude not only stunned Aronia, but also frightened the two ladies following her. In the end, Aronia's group could only leave with gloomy faces. At this time, Skylar was still stunned by his appearance just now. She called out hesitantly, Landshire. She looked at him and thought, his mood now is how he felt when facing Count Artesina. So strange, completely different from how he looked at the ladybug just now. Seeing that he didn't answer, Skylar reached out and gently patted his shoulder, calling again, Landshire, you. Who knew that as soon as he turned his head, the familiar golden retriever Skylar knew was back, that I did well, right? Faced with this question, Skylar was stunned, her eyes wide, not knowing what to say. The big Landshire didn't mind her gaze and was still chattering and boasting. Because I saw that Skylar didn't like those ladies, I drove them all away. Without even using magic, see how amazing I am. So praise me quickly. After saying that, he lifted her hand. Then he gently pressed a kiss on it. In the end, this person even blushed and smiled at her, pleading, okay? However, faced with such a fierce attack of beauty, Skylar felt a little uneasy. She immediately withdrew her hand, calculating in her heart, too unsettling. He still misunderstands that I like him. Although he is amorous, I'm afraid his feelings will break at any time. She looked away and pondered. Just as she was still extremely conflicted, the announcement sounded, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone turned their eyes to the main door. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, making the Crown Prince's footsteps clearly audible. He appeared excessively handsome. He had only been in for a few minutes, and a smile made countless girls fall head over heels. Even one of them actually fell. A lady next to her immediately panicked. Hey, don't faint at the sight of His Royal Highness's beauty. Skylar thought helplessly, don't exaggerate to the point of fainting. Seeing that she seemed to be thinking about something, Landshire asked from the side, what's wrong? The attack of beauty came too suddenly, catching her off guard. Skylar immediately turned her face away and replied, nothing. But in her heart she thought, who knew I would find him even more handsome? Just as the two were talking, the Crown Prince's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Where is Miss Skylar? As soon as his words fell, our eyes met. The Crown Prince smiled as brightly as the summer sun. Skylar thought in a panic. He called my name directly, or did I imagine it? Then his next move made Skylar scream in her heart. No, don't come over. At the same time, the inner voices of the surrounding onlookers also reached her ears. What does His Royal Highness want with Miss Skylar? Skylar screamed in her heart. I'm also very flustered. Remembering their plan, she couldn't help but scream. It's not like this. Our plan was to create a love-at-first-sight atmosphere, but he came directly to me. While she was still unsure how to respond, the whispers made her break out in a cold sweat. Do His Royal Highness and the young lady know each other? Probably it's strange. Skylar looked at the person getting closer and closer, continuing to scream in her heart like a beast escaping a cage. The progress is too fast. But what could she do? She comforted herself. All right, at least I have to pretend it's love at first sight. But just as she was about to act, the unexpected happened. Landshire suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Looking at that obviously anxious, handsome face, Skylar couldn't help but blurt out, "Landshire." His eyes looked like they were about to overflow with tears. "Don't go." Skylar made a sound of disbelief, confused. Landshire continued in a pitiful voice, "Stay by my side, please." This appearance, as if he would cry the moment she left, made Skylar's eyes widen. But before she could escape from Landshire's beauty attack, the Crown Prince had already arrived in front of her. He said, "The young lady is here." Skylar greeted hesitantly, Your Royal Highness." Hearing her greeting, he extended his hand and said with a smile, "Shall we have a dance?" This invitation to dance stunned everyone present, and they exclaimed in unison. Skylar could only force a smile. "Yes, I will be delighted." As she said this, she extended her hand. Landshire immediately grabbed her other hand tightly. Immediately after, he even demonstrated against his rival, "Your Royal Highness, it seems your taste is very poor, liking to snatch other people's dance partners." Skylar stood in the middle, at a loss. He looked at her with eyes that seemed to be suppressing an impending burst of anger. The other person also did not look at her, but stared at the other with eyes that seemed to shoot sparks. This series of idle plot developments made Skylar break out in a cold sweat, cursing in her heart. What on earth is he talking about? Skylar Kieran stared blankly at Landshire, Sally, who had appeared out of nowhere. "Landshire, what nonsense are you spouting?" She was in a panic, her mouth agape with fear for him. The other party was the Crown Prince, Crown Prince Ryan remained calm in the face of Landshire Sally's attitude. "The young master of Duke Ollie. Landshire, right?" Landshire Sally's face darkened. Not waiting for Ryan to finish, "I have always been grateful to the young master's father. Please stay away." Ryan frowned, a hint of anger in his voice, but still maintained his composure. "What?" Landshire Sally just repeated coldly. "I said, Your Highness, please do not approach Skylar." Ryan was displeased in his heart, staring intently at Landshire Sally. Skylar Kieran silently observed his expression. Feeling uneasy, he's crossed the line. She called out softly, trying to get him out of trouble. "Lancia, my goodness." Suddenly, Hofward appeared, putting his arm around Landshire Sally's shoulder and laughing happily. "My dear brother." Landshire Sally uncomfortably shook off his hand. Hofward said softly to Ryan, "Your Royal Highness, my brother is still young. Please forgive him. Please leave me alone." Skylar Kieran was shocked and surprised. "Brother Hofward?" Hofward responded to her gently like an older brother. "Long time no see, Skylar Kieran." Skylar Kieran quietly searched for Hofward's image in her memory, while listening to his inner thoughts. Hofward Sally, Landshire's older brother. "I heard he became a royal knight, but he's gotten so much bigger, I almost didn't recognize him. This brat Landshire. What if our family gets into trouble?" Landshire Sally glared at him, pouting in disgust. Hofward fearfully asked Skylar Kieran for help. "Save me, Skylar Kieran." Skylar Kieran demanded sternly and coldly. "Landshire, stay away." Landshire Sally explained in confusion, but Skylar Kieran interrupted him. "But you did that to me," she said slowly and surely. "I don't like it." Landshire looked shocked. He looked at Skylar Kieran in surprise. "What?" Skylar Kieran grabbed Ryan's hand and pulled him away. "Let's go, Your Royal Highness." Their backs gradually moved away from Landshire Sally. In a magnificent and bustling palace, Landshire Sally stood frozen, trembling as he called out, "Skylar." The musicians were ready, and the dance music began to play. Skylar Kieran and Ryan danced together under the exquisitely designed palace dome. The conductor gracefully conducted the orchestra, smiling with satisfaction. Ryan looked at Skylar Kieran gently, and she gently placed her hand on his, looking up at him. Ryan skillfully smiled and praised Skylar Kieran. "I heard that the young lady's dancing skills are very poor." She retorted, "Who said that?" She squinted and smiled, hiding her expression. "The young lady's friends. You two are a match made in heaven, but it seems I heard wrong." Ryan quietly placed his hand on Skylar Kieran's waist to support her. "Because the young lady has no friends." The girls standing outside either praised or glared with jealousy. Who on earth made the dress Miss Kieran is wearing? Ryan took Skylar Kieran's hand and spun her around. It seems there's no need for a corset, and the design brings out an elegant temperament. Aronia frowned as she watched the two of them, while the people around them were still praising. Let's go ask Miss Kieran about the material of her dress. I hope the first dance ends soon. Ryan and Skylar Kieran seemed not to notice the commotion around them, dancing hand in hand. Skylar Kieran couldn't help but worry about Lancer Sally. Is Lancer okay? I didn't hear a breaking sound, so his magic probably didn't erupt. Ryan noticed Skylar Kieran's distraction. Miss Skylar Kieran. He questioned softly, but still maintained a gentle smile. Are you busy thinking about another man? Am I not charming enough? Skylar Kieran explained in confusion. Another man? I am honored to be able to dance like this. Ryan just smiled meaningfully. He smiled foolishly, as if nothing had happened. Is that so? But I think you were lying when you said the young lady has no friends. But immediately after, Ryan glanced elsewhere, his face calm. Young Master Lancer is about to explode with anger. Skylar Kieran gently soothed Ryan, speaking up for Lancer Sally. Lancer said something he shouldn't have to Your Highness. I apologize on his behalf. Ryan was confused. It was young Master Lancer who made the mistake. Why is the young lady apologizing? She smiled gently and replied, because he is my friend. Ryan looked at her in surprise, his eyes full of unspoken words. I don't want to complicate things, and Miss Skylar probably doesn't either. But if things get complicated, it's because of other reasons, not Lancer. Skylar Kieran asked back, other reasons? She spoke her mind. Didn't Your Highness come to me as soon as you arrived at the venue? Isn't it because Your Highness and I have no relationship at all that the other nobles would suspect us? Ryan listened in surprise to Skylar Kieran's question. At least you should have turned your gaze to other young ladies. Your Royal Highness. As soon as Skylar Kieran stopped, Ryan sighed his heart. It's the first time I've felt that just chatting like this is so interesting. Skylar Kieran was shocked, distracted by the Crown Prince's thoughts, and Ryan stepped on her dress. Skylar Kieran rolled her eyes and fell on Ryan, who slid backward. She lay on top of him in a magnificent palace. Skylar Kieran sat up, rubbing her head in pain. Because I couldn't hear his thoughts, I thought he was special like Lancer. Ryan lay beneath her and said softly, the rumors about the young lady's poor dancing skills seem to be true. Skylar Kieran then looked at Ryan's raised hand. He was handsome even when he fell, smiling as he reminded her, it's really embarrassing to stop dancing like this. Skylar Kieran hurriedly lifted her hand from Ryan's chest, saying loudly in a panic, I'm sorry. I was just startled because I suddenly heard his thoughts. Ryan then gently put his arm around her waist to comfort her. Don't worry. I told you I have a condition that makes me fall easily. But he sat up gently, his face close to Skylar Kieran's, and said casually, what should I do? Everyone is watching. Will they believe we really fell in love at first sight? The people around them watched with blushing faces. It seems the young lady fell in love with me first. Skylar Kieran's face darkened, and she whispered in Ryan's ear, Your Highness, let go of me. Ryan placed his hand on Skylar Kieran's cheek. I want to emphasize my point again. He said gently, I don't want to complicate things, and I like the young lady. His low voice sounded sincere. Skylar Kieran froze, rolled her eyes, and stared blankly at Ryan, who was stroking her lips. He smiled as if he hadn't done anything major. The two looked at each other in the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Ryan burst out laughing at her attitude. He laughed until tears came to his eyes. Ryan quickly regained his calm appearance, stood up, and extended his hand to Skylar Kieran. How dare the young lady make that face at me? Does the young lady not like me? Skylar Kieran was not afraid of offending Ryan and said frankly, I'm sorry, my standards are quite high. The two held hands again, and Ryan helped her up to finish. He gently pressed his lips to the back of her hand. Ryan smiled gently at her. I am very happy to have danced with a young lady. Skylar Kieran gently withdrew her hand from his. She bowed slightly to thank Ryan, and he also bowed, his hand on his chest to maintain etiquette. I will contact the Duke's house directly. Yes. Skylar Kieran quietly watched him leave. She pondered, scratching her hand. Immediately after, a boy's voice sounded, seemingly shy and stuttering. Miss Skylar Kieran. A boy with chestnut hair quietly approached her. Skylar Kieran glanced warily. Here we go again. She completely guessed the malicious thoughts of the group behind the young man. Someone must have instigated him to come and invite Miss Kieran to dance. Skylar Kieran lowered her head and thought, they want to make me a laughingstock for their entertainment. How dare they? The young man slowly extended his hand to show his intention. Miss Skylar Kieran, would you like to dance with me? Skylar Kieran interrupted coldly. I refuse. He was drenched in cold water and froze. Why? A man like me is not bad. Why would you refuse? Skylar Kieran immediately reached out to play with her hair, her eyes cold, and replied arrogantly, because His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't like it. The young man immediately trembled with fear, and amidst the whispers of the crowd, the two of them stood frozen in place, looking at each other. I knew it was no coincidence that the Crown Prince chose me as his opening dance partner. He would rather make a formal announcement than let others speculate. Other girls ran over, holding their skirts, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded Skylar Kieran. Miss Skylar Kieran, your dance with the Crown Prince just now was so beautiful. Faced with their enthusiasm, she froze, thinking to herself again, what is it now? On the surface, they were fawning and flattering, but inwardly they were secretly trying to use Skylar Kieran, that if you would you be willing to have tea with us, milady? His Highness the Crown Prince especially treasures Miss Skylar Kieran, doesn't he? She looked at them calmly, thinking, since when and what's going on? Outside the palace, night had quietly enveloped the sky, the moonlight and lanterns weaving a poetic picture. Skylar Kieran leaned against the balcony, with Canop by her side. Thank you, Viscount. Canop silently gazed at her. Skylar Kieran was puzzled. Why are you looking at me with that expression? He let out a light laugh, his golden eyes twinkling with gentleness. Skylar Kieran heard his inner voice again. The beauty is too beautiful. He shyly turned his face away, hiding his reddening cheeks. You are even more beautiful today. Normally, milady would have already grabbed me by the collar and hit me. Canop placed his hand on the railing, silently clenching it. But you're so gentle now, so I'm confused. He cleared his throat, trying to focus more on his main objective. In any case, I really have something to say to milady. I must stop her from exposing my identity. Skylar Kieran seemed to anticipate what he was about to say, though it was actually because she had read his mind. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about the Viscount's secret. I swear on the honor of the current ducal family. Canop's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. Why? She just smiled and leaned against the railing again. Or would you rather I tell everyone? Canop looked away, confused. It's not like that. Under the brilliant fireworks, no one spoke. Skylar Kieran quietly glanced at him, puzzled by Canop's reaction, confused, his thoughts too complex. Skylar Kieran looked at Canop coldly, without a word. He didn't seem to notice anything unusual and smiled calmly. Skylar Kieran crossed her arms over her chest. Viscount Artusina. She reminded him coldly. It's Miss Kieran. Skylar Kieran's gentle demeanor had completely vanished, her eyes turning sharp. Didn't I tell you to find someone else if you want to play tricks? Canop guiltily avoided her gaze. Skylar Kieran maintained a cold and distant attitude as she looked at Canop. He's the one who threatened me. There's no way I can feel sincerity from this person. Canop shyly took a step back. Yes, I was rude. Skylar Kieran subconsciously compared him to Landshire. He backs down so quickly. If it were Landshire, I'd have to coax him for a long time before he'd give up. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if she had just remembered something. She gazed again at Canop's lemon-colored pupils. He has a rare eye color in the Empire. Canop noticed Skylar Kieran's gaze and smiled happily. Does milady like my face? She quickly explained, it's just that I've never seen an eye color like yours before. Canop took the opportunity to get closer to Skylar Kieran. That I asked that so? Then you can come a little closer and take a good look. She rolled her eyes and sighed inwardly. I see. He's not the type to back down quickly. Looking at Canop's self-congratulatory expression, Skylar Caron was speechless, even more intense than Landshire, a man who doesn't know how to yield. She closed her eyes and turned to leave. If there's nothing else to say, I'll be going. Canop replied in surprise, yes. He shamelessly chased after her, making no secret of his desire to keep her there. M'lady, returning to the ballroom. How do you plan to deal with those noble ladies? Skylar Caron completely ignored him. Goodbye. Canop boasted arrogantly. I am a mage. It seems m'lady has forgotten. I can send m'lady to my carriage. Skylar Caron stopped, as if convinced. She demanded domineeringly, then never mind the carriage. Send me back to the Caron ducal estate. Canop couldn't help but be taken aback. Yes, Skylar Caron stared at him, her expression cold. Is there a problem? Canop could only laugh dryly and explain in an awkward voice. The Imperial Palace is protected by powerful magic. I can't get through that magic. She smirked, furrowed her brows, and said helplessly, Landshire could do it. Skylar Caron decisively turned back towards the hall, reporting coldly, Then I'll be going. Canop tearfully tried to stop her. I will send m'lady home in a much cuter way. She was confused. What? He created a sparkling magic circle and smiled brilliantly like a magician. M'lady, watch closely. Skylar Caron closed her eyes, stung by the light. When she opened them, the first thing Skylar Caron heard was the meow of a cat. She was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at what was before her. Canop had turned himself into a black cat, sitting obediently and gazing at Skylar Caron. Could that be Viscount Artusina? The cat walked over and rubbed against Skylar Caron's leg, but then it spoke. What do you think? Canop boasted proudly. Shape-shifting is a unique magic of witches. Even the Duke's young master Landshire, a great mage, can't do it, right? He thought to himself, not knowing Skylar Caron could read his mind. Perhaps m'lady will find me cute like this. I will turn you into a butterfly to rest on my back, m'lady. She looked disdainfully at the cat with an earring rolling on the ground. I've never met someone with as little self-respect as this guy. Skylar Caron continued to walk away coldly. I'll walk. The tearful cat looked at her. Why? She replied, because I don't think it's necessary. Canop clutched her skirt, unwilling to give up, seeing such a cute cat, and m'lady is still so cold. M'lady is a wooden statue, a glass doll. As Skylar Caron finished speaking, an arm reached out and pushed the door open forcefully. Even so, thank you for showing me rare magic. I'll be going now. Canop jumped into the air in fright. Skylar Caron unexpectedly caught him in his cat form, and both of them froze for a moment. Outside, Austin was arguing fiercely with Aronia. What is this lady doing? You can't just barge in. Please go back. What do you mean I can't? Miss Skylar is right here. Skylar Caron's gaze sharpened, and she sighed inwardly. Isn't she tired of this yet? Aronia staggered and drunkenly, her face flushed. Miss Skylar, I knew you were here, Aronia. Skylar Caron uncomfortably covered her nose. How much did she drink? Austin stood there blankly, looking exhausted. They know each other. She held the cheerful Canop and said to him, You can go now. Making a scene won't do you any good. After Austin left, Skylar Caron and Aronia stood facing each other. Aronia's face was as red as a tomato, and she looked at her blankly. She said firmly, I'm not drunk. Skylar Caron and the cat Canop looked at her scornfully. You're drunk. She crossed her arms, lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and spoke her mind that I worked so hard today, I really hate this lady. Skylar Caron listened silently to her inner complaints with a calm expression. Why didn't His Highness the Crown Prince dance with me, but with Miss Skylar instead? And that dress, why did that rag get more attention than me? She advised coldly, Miss Aronia, if you don't want to be embarrassed, you should go back quickly. But Aronia didn't seem to want to listen to anything. Why did you tell on me to my father? She questioned repeatedly. You ruined my business last time. Skylar Caron just replied coolly, I gave you advice before that business failed. Aronia started to cry, tears welling up in her eyes. After that, do you know what my status is in the Garnet household? Skylar Caron said honestly without a care, I don't know. Aronia could only shout, venting her anger on her. Yeah, what would you know? She pointed jealously, because Miss Skylar has always had everything. I'm not actually the biological daughter of the Garnet heir, but an illegitimate child. Skylar Chiron listened to these confessions, dumbfounded, why biological mother was a maid in the Marquis's household. Aronia recalled the past, when she was always timid and fearful. The Marquis of Garnet's wife bore me no ill will. But my mother assassinated the Marquis. After the Marquis died, my father reluctantly adopted me. Resentment showed in her eyes as she cried angrily, why half-siblings all treat me like trash. Even the Marquis, who was on my side, locked me in the attic. For example, the spice business. I thought if I got noticed by His Highness the Crown Prince, my living conditions would improve. Seeing that she seemed unwell, Skylar Caron called out softly, Aronia. But Aronia was still proud. She wiped her tears and said, apologize to me. No need, I'm sorry. Skylar Caron was stunned, placing a hand on her chest in confusion. Why should I apologize to this lady? The space was silent. Skylar and Aronia stood opposite each other, not saying a word. Aronia's face was pale with disbelief. What? Skylar was expressionless. Yes, your situation is pitiful, but why treat me like that? She spoke bluntly without mercy. Just because your situation is bad, does that give you permission to steal someone else's ball invitation? Hit where it hurt, she was even more shocked. Stammering, she said that, how did milady? Skylar's eyes seemed to see right through her that a bad situation and making a mistake are two different things. Are you trying to forgive your own wrongdoings and justify yourself? She said calmly, you still owe me 5 million francs. She was shocked. What? Skylar, holding Canop in her arms, questioned, I gave milady 5 million to start a new business. Where did the money go? She said generously, if you need more, I can give it to you. She blushed with guilt, speechless. Holding Canop, who was watching them, Skylar said, as if drawing a line, just don't appear in front of me again. Sober up before you come in. She turned and left, leaving Aronia standing there, stomping her foot in anger and clutching her skirt tightly. Inside the party, Canop, in her arms, meowed, attracting attention. The two maids beside her were both excited and surprised. He thought happily and shyly, is milady going to take me home? Skylar suddenly stopped, thinking, right? I'm still holding him. The manservant behind her blushed with delight, thinking to himself, so cute, I really want to smell those paws. Hearing this, her face darkened as she turned around. Skylar held up Canop, startling him, and asked, want him? He immediately meowed in shock. The manservant waved his hands awkwardly. No, this is milady's cat. How could I? Skylar thought, just take him, it's fine. Canop turned away unhappily and meowed, thinking, I will appear in milady's dreams. She looked at him thoughtfully, thinking with disgust, annoying, I should have left him on the balcony. Skylar closed her eyes and sighed. People were chatting all around her. She looked around, pondering, I should greet Landshiere's family before I go back, and deal with this guy first. Suddenly, the door was opened. Canop, who had been placed on the table, glared unhappily. Miss Caron. He stood on his hind legs, paws on his hips, and complained, are you going to give me to a servant? Skylar retorted, I can't take the Viscount home. He instantly became pitiful, clutching his chest with tears in his eyes. Regardless, how could you make me be held by another man? She was dumbfounded by his acting. Where did you learn such natural acting? Canop continued, many servants saw the cat in milady's arms. If I suddenly disappear, they will ask milady where she threw me away. He was pleased with what he said, thinking, that way I can follow milady to the Caron ducal estate. Yes, and have milady raise me. He fantasized about something, thinking, she will gradually open her heart to me. Skylar sighed, do as you please. Canop shouted, you have to hold me, milady. Skylar opened the door and walked out, startled by a call, oh, my lady. A group of ladies approached, their expressions welcoming that we were waiting for you. Skylar's face turned pale, and the group of ladies suddenly stepped back in alarm. Canop frowned threateningly. Skylar turned to leave. My cat is very sensitive. I'll be going now. Canop spoke up, "Milady, wait." He turned around, his eyes warning the lady, which startled her. The three ladies hurriedly left. Skylar walked calmly with her arms crossed, followed by Canop, who had a look on his face as if waiting for praise. How was that? I did well, right? She turned around and smiled faintly, thinking to herself, yes, very useful. She thought, I don't want to talk to those fickle people who approach me just to satisfy their curiosity, which at best is just gossip about my relationship with the Crown Prince. Skylar's gaze shifted, thinking, I hate wasting time on things like this. With her hands on her hips, Skylar looked around, secretly searching, where did Landshire go? In front of her, Art Berry was praising, isn't young Master Landshire wonderful? She was startled, turned around abruptly, and her eyes widened. The girl asked shyly, should I ask him to dance with me? Skylar told Landshire, the lady standing next to Art Berry's side. Have you come to your senses? Young Master Landshire is famous for not dancing with anyone. Art Berry daydreamed shyly. Maybe he's sitting alone by the window. Isn't that pitiful? Skylar suddenly froze. She stepped forward, thinking, I'll go ask her one last time where Landshire is. Art Berry suddenly exclaimed indignantly, Miss Skylar is really too much. She's been playing with young Master Landshire all this time. And now she's switched to His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Skylar was stunned and motionless. The girl chattered on, Miss Skylar is not a good person at all. The lady next to her noticed her pale face and changed color. Skylar exuded a dark aura, and Art Berry spoke with increasing fervor. Young Master Landshire has been hurt so much. The lady stammered more and more, trying to stop her. Art Berry. The girl reached out to wipe away invisible tears, acting as if she were doing something noble. Only I can heal young Master Landshire's wounds. Skylar said from behind with a mocking face, if you want to find a man to heal, why don't you go work in a hospital? Art Berry jumped in fright, turned around, and shouted, Milady. She fell silent. The girl lowered her head and stammered an apology. I'm sorry, I didn't know Milady was here, so I misspoke. Skylar's face was serious. Even if I'm not here, you are not to speak nonsense. She somewhat understood how high society viewed her and Landshire. Another scene emerged, two contrasting characters. Me, a heartless villain, and young Master Landshire, suffering for love. She cursed in her heart. I was the one who was rejected from the beginning. Skylar stepped forward and asked, where did you see Landshire? Art Berry was startled, yes. She repeated, I heard you say he was sitting by the window. The girl trembled with panic. Skylar smiled threateningly with impatience. While I'm still asking nicely, can you take me there? As she walked, she suddenly realized something. Young Landshire sat in a corner like a flower, and she thought he looked so lonely. Skylar wondered thoughtfully, is it because of me? Suddenly a call pulled her back. Skylar. She looked in that direction. Hova Wart waved happily. Oh, it's Skylar. Hova Wart greeted, long time no see. It was a bit chaotic just now. Skylar looked up faintly. Are you well, brother Hova Wart? He held out his hand. It's been a long time. Let's shake hands. She suddenly froze. She recalled playing with Hova Wart and Landshire as a child, thinking, why a handshake? I've seen enough of this awful sight since I was a child. He seemed to realize this and explained, as the one who will become the Duke of Caeron, I must maintain etiquette now. Please help me, little Duke of Caeron. She thought, he wants to get in line first. Skylar extended her hand and shook his. Our Duke and Duchess Sallywell. Hofward smiled and replied, they went to see Her Majesty the Queen. They'll probably be talking for a long time. Hearing this, she thought to herself, I won't be able to greet them today. The two walked towards Landshire, and she called out, Landshire. Landshire was dejected and didn't bother to respond. He looked up, his face full of grievance. Skylar. She was stunned by the sight. She looked at his sad eyes and thought, Landshire. Skylar sighed. Why that expression? Are you in a bad mood? He replied, I don't know. She was confused, don't know what. Landshire became even more dejected, his head drooping. I also don't know why I don't know. Hovawart cleared his throat behind him, thoughtfully. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. He's saying he won't dance if it's not with you. Hovawart gave a knowing look. I don't know what happened, but you see him. Landshire has always been like that. Skyla was silent. A pair of cat paws suddenly rested on her foot, and Canop meowed cutely. Hovawart exclaimed, "Goodness, where did this cute cat come from?" He sat down excitedly. "Oh, little kitty, let me pet you." Canop looked disgusted and cursed in his mind, "Get lost." Hovawart reached out to pet him, but Canop dodged with disgust. He swung his paw and scratched his hand hard. Hovawart looked at the red scratch in horror. He recalled asking someone to dance. Would milady care to dance with me? The lady looked reluctant and remained silent. Rejected for a dance. Canop's disgusted face appeared. Now he was rejected by a cat too. He was mentally exhausted. Hovawart closed his eyes tightly and shed a single tear of sorrow. "I'm going to get a drink." He left dejectedly, leaving Skylar to look down silently. She reflected on his words. Has Landshire always been like that? An image of his bright smile appeared, and she thought, I have to believe that. Skylar stood motionless, lost in thought. Landshire suddenly looked up and called out, "Skylar." He looked directly into her eyes and proposed, "Dance with me." She was confused. Why so suddenly? He stood up. "You just danced with His Highness the Crown Prince." Landshire stood up straight, his gaze fixed on her. "So can you dance with me this time?" The two stood facing each other, looking directly into each other's eyes. Skylar suddenly turned her face away, flustered. Landshire called out again, "Skylar." Before he could finish, she grabbed his hand. "Let's go home." He was unexpectedly pulled along by her. Home now. Skylar's face was determined. "Yes, your hands are as cold as ice. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this." Hearing this, he suddenly stopped. Landshire asked, "Aren't you going to dance anymore?" Skylar turned around and said affirmatively, "No, I'm not." He suddenly lowered his head slightly, as if about to say something. Landshire's face was filled with disappointment. Did I do something wrong? Was it because I asked to go with you to the Marquis of Garnet's tea party? Or because I hid in the carriage? Or because I avoided your gaze? Before those pressing words, Skylar was flustered and silent. She hurriedly denied, "It's none of those." Landshire clapped his chest in confusion, then why? She bent over in pain, Skylar's hands clasped tightly to her chest. Her face was pained. "Are friends." Her whole being seemed to shatter. "Yes, friends." Skylar explained, "Dancing is an act reserved for lovers." He questioned, "So you and the Crown Prince are lovers?" Skylar crossed her arms and lowered her head. "We are not." She continued, "But His Highness the Crown Prince cares for me, so he invited me to dance." Hearing this, he stood motionless. Skylar was suddenly taken aback, panicked. Landshire shed tears. "Even if I'm a fool, I know that dancing is something only couples in love do." Her face gradually blurred with tears. "I like you, Skylar. Don't leave me, please." Landshire was filled with resentment. "I decided to keep saying it until you understood my feelings. So it doesn't matter how many times you push me away." He reached out to wipe away his tears. "But I'm scared that you'll leave me." Skylar's face was filled with surprise. Landshire. She recalled the past. "Why are you crying? You fool. Why are you making me misunderstand just like before?" An image of him tilting his head in confusion in the past appeared. He was still crying, looking at her. "This is the 323rd time." Skylar looked at her, and he said, "I want to end it right here." Landshire confessed his feelings. "Skylar, I like you." She silently looked up at him. Landshire continued, "But the thought of having to keep waiting like this makes my heart ache. So, it's okay even if you only like me a little bit. Okay?" Skylar pondered. I was going to reject him as usual, because Landshire doesn't know the meaning of his own words. She lowered her head, the image of his brilliant smile flashing through her mind. Lancel. Her expression looked like she was about to cry. "I'm not as easy to fool as I used to be," she thought. "But what about all the feelings I've poured into these years?" Skyla Cowan stared at Lancel. "Sally, why do you always say that?" Do you really like me that much? The two stood facing each other in the crowded banquet hall. Lancelot's Sally was somewhat surprised by her question. What? Skyla Callan repeated, do you like me? Lancelot's Sally remained silent, looking at her as if he still didn't understand the meaning behind her words. After a moment, Lancel's Sally began to speak. I like you. But before he could finish, Skyla Callan cut him off. Stop. Lancel Sally tilted his head in confusion, looking at her. Skyla Callan was now looking at him, with eyes full of complex emotions. You still don't know what you're saying, do you? Lancel Sally looked back at her, genuinely not understanding what the problem was. But I understand now. Skyla Callan lowered her head. Only I misunderstood your feelings. Only I've been one-sidedly in love with you for so long. You're not a bad person at all. The noise and chatter of the people around them invaded her chaotic thoughts that I know, but Skyla Callan suddenly remembered what Diane had said to her. Miss Skyla, for the one you love, would you be willing to give up your own love? Across from her, after a moment of silence, Lancelot's Sally suddenly spoke. I like you because that is what my heart desires. Even if you don't accept it, I will always like you. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Lancel's Sally slowly walked towards her. Because you don't like me, I won't confess again for now. But he smiled sincerely at Skyla Callan and said, if one day you change your mind, please ask me for the 324th confession. She looked up, gazing at Lancel's Sally, and thought, maybe that love of yours is real. Skyla Callan took a small step back, but she turned as if to leave. That I don't believe he likes me. Skyla Callan really did leave just like that, because if the first person he had relied on was someone else, then he might like that person now. Not her. Skyla Callan said coldly, I'm going home first. The distance between them grew wider and wider, as if they could no longer reach each other, though there were no obstacles. Other noble ladies came up to talk to Skyla Callan. Miss Skyla, when you danced with His Highness the Crown Prince today? Miss, where did you buy that dress? She just answered them faintly. Excuse me. Skyla Callan left the noisy hall alone. Just then, Ryan suddenly appeared and called out to her, Miss Skyla. Skyla Callan turned and curtsied, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He gave her a slight bow and suggested in a low voice, Call me Ryan. However, Skyla Callan replied with a blank expression, No, there's no need. Ryan tilted his head and smiled at her, chatting casually. It seems you've misunderstood something. Mississippi calling me that wasn't a suggestion, but an order. On the surface, Skyla Callan still smiled politely, but inwardly she wanted to swallow this guy whole. What is it you want? Ryan crossed his arms. That I was about to say, You don't look very well, Mississippi. Skyla Callan didn't answer him. Is he worried about his future fiancée? Across from her, Ryan continued, Among the royal mages, there are some who are very skilled in healing magic. I will send one to the Duke's mansion tomorrow. He looked at her. Because you are very important to me, Mississippi. Skyla Callan replied politely, Thank you, Your Highness. Ryan's light purple eyes looked at her indifferently. Then he spoke unexpectedly. You have a bad friend, don't you, miss? Skyla Callan raised an eyebrow at Ryan. What do you mean by that, Your Highness? He shrugged. The meaning is on the surface. Ryan leaned in and whispered in Skyla Callan's ear, If it were me, I would cherish my friends more. She looked at him in confusion, her mind filled with question marks. What on earth is he talking about? Is he angry about what happened earlier? Ryan extended his hand to her. That I will escort you to your carriage, Mississippi. Everyone around watched the two of them leave. Skyla Callan turned her head slightly to look back, and Lancel was watching too. Even after I hurt Lancel so much, is he still paying attention? Outside, the sky was getting dark, and the palace lights twinkled in the darkness. Once outside, Ryan suddenly looked back and asked, But where did this cat come from? Skyla Callan was puzzled. A cat. She turned her head and saw the cat looking at her with bright eyes. Could it be? Skyla Callan looked at him suspiciously. Viscount Artusina, did you follow us all the way here? Canip, in his cat form, rolled on the ground. Take me with you. Canip kept meowing. Skyla Callan's lips curved into a smile as she replied, I don't know. Maybe he was hiding somewhere and followed us. Ryan ordered a nearby soldier, get rid of it. The soldier quickly complied, yes, sir. Canip was dragged away just like that, his heart-wrenching cries reaching Skyla Callan's ears. I'll hate you for this. After the small incident, Ryan led Skyla Callan to her carriage, where Tessif and Phoebe Eyes were waiting. The two looked at them suspiciously. Why did she go in with young Master Lancel, but come out with another man? Miss Phoebe Eyes' mouth fell open as a thought flashed through her mind. Is Miss really going to become the crown princess? Before helping Skyla Callan into the carriage, Ryan pressed a kiss on the back of her hand. Yes, I thought. It looks very similar. Ryan smiled at her. Thank you for dancing with me today. We will meet again soon. It wasn't until the carriage drove away that Skyla Callan could relax her body and let out a sigh of relief. Everything was going as she had wished, but why did she still feel guilty? Skyla Callan murmured to herself, Lancel. As she thought of him, a strange feeling kept welling up inside her. I shouldn't have left him alone. At that moment, Lancel Sally was curled up in a corner, softly calling out, Skyla. Night gradually enveloped the entire empire. Skyla Callan was lying in bed when she suddenly heard noise. Her eyes flew open and she sat up. AT this hour. Who would come here? She got out of bed to open the door. Who is it? Duke and Duchess Callan stood at her door, holding a lamp. Something terrible has happened, Skyla. Seeing their anxious expressions, Skyla Callan was confused. Father, mother. Duke Callan rapped her on the head. Lancel has disappeared. In a living room downstairs, everyone was restless and worried. As soon as Lancel Sally's mother saw Skyla Callan arrive, she cried out, Skyla. She hurried over to her. I'm so sorry to come to you this late, but when I got home, I couldn't find Lancel anywhere. Lancel Sally's mother's thoughts were in turmoil. Skyla Callan heard her inner worries. He's not here either. Where on earth did you go, Lancel? Skyla Callan took her hand. Duchess, please calm down. She comforted her softly. I will find him. Lancel Sally's mother was moved. Skyla. A pang of guilt hit Skyla Callan. I shouldn't have let him go. She looked over at Howard, who was slumped nearby. Skyla Callan heard Lancel Sally's mother complain. I thought it would be fine to leave him with Howard. At the same time, she also heard his true thoughts. Oh, God, the wine is giving me a terrible headache. Skyla Callan suggested, Duke, how about we go back to the banquet hall to look for him? What do you think? She thought for a moment and said, I haven't seen Lancel since I left the banquet hall. Since then, no one has seen Lancel, right? Duke Sally shook his head, but no palace servants or nobles saw him. Maybe he's not in the palace. Duke Callan said, if that's the case, someone must have seen Lancel leave the palace. Did really no one see him? Duke Sally sat down in a chair. Duke Callan, Lancel is an Archmage. Maybe he used magic to get out. Howard, trying to sober up, said, a powerful nation like ours with multiple layers of magical defense, even the Havana Kingdom wouldn't find it easy to invade. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire castle was suddenly struck by an earthquake. The tremors grew stronger, and everyone screamed in panic. What's going on? While Skyla Callan was still frozen in place, an arm reached out to her. Skyla. The next moment, she fell into her parents' arms. In that instant, she could feel their bodies trembling and heard their thoughts. We must protect our only daughter. Mom will protect you. Skyla Callan smiled faintly, waiting for the tremors to pass. Duke Sally cleared his throat and called out, Duke Callan. He reminded the two, you can stop now. As soon as they let go of Skyla Callan, the door behind them was suddenly kicked open. Austin and Phoebe Eyes ran in anxiously. Are you two all right, miss? Duke Callan reassured them, we're fine. Is anyone hurt? Austin pushed up his glasses. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like there's anything serious for now. Lancel Sally's mother asked blankly, what happened? Was it an earthquake? Someone went to the window to check. Then, everyone heard Howard's voice. This doesn't look like an earthquake. What lay before them was the sight of the palace being consumed by flames. Howard was furious. Those damned Havana Kingdom. How dare they invade the palace? Duke Callan shouted, it's war. The palace has been invaded. Austin quickly awakened the entire night order and fight for our country." Standing next to him, Austin raised his arm in response. "Understand." Seeing Duke Callan's agitated state, Duke Sally quickly grabbed him. "Wait, we can't conclude this is the work of the Havana Kingdom." Then if, Duke Callan frowned, if it wasn't the magical army of the Havana Kingdom, who could break the palace's magic circle? That could only be an Archmage. As soon as he finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the living room. Everyone inadvertently thought of one question. Could it be impossible? No, it can't be. Please someone say it's not true. Austin was the first to speak, breaking the atmosphere. Perhaps it was young Master Lancel. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for the three members of the Sally family. They collapsed to the ground, covering their faces. "That we must pray for Her Majesty until dawn. The Queen will not spare Lancel." Howard trembled, clutching his head. "Lancel, you brat, why did you have to get me fired?" These thoughts flooded into Skyla Callan's mind. She said to everyone, "I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be right back. My eardrums are about to burst." Lancel Sally's mother grabbed her hand. "Wait, Skyla, where are you going now?" She answered her calmly, "I have to go get Lancel back. There's no proof that Lancel caused this." Lancel Sally's mother said worriedly, "You know it's dangerous, but you're still going to the site of the explosion?" Skyla Callan was speechless after hearing her thoughts. "No matter how you look at it, it's because of that Lancel." She took a deep breath. Then she spoke gravely to everyone in the room. "Everyone knows it was Lancel. I have to stop him before things get serious." Guilt washed over her. "Lancel, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left you like that." She said decisively to everyone, "I have to go, because I'm the only one who can persuade Lancel." Duke Sally looked at her with concern. "Skyla." Duchess Callan was very worried, but she thought, "Skyla, what if Lancel has gone berserk?" She hesitated. "Will you?" Just then, Howard spoke, interrupting her thoughts. "I'll go with you." Everyone looked at him in confusion. "Howard," he said seriously, "I am a royal knight, and Lancel is my younger brother." As he spoke, Howard knelt on the ground and dry heaved. "I swear on my honor as a knight, I will protect Skyla." Skyla Callan looked at Duke Callan. "I will go with Phoebe Your Eyes and the Knight Commander." He nodded at her. "All right." Lancel Sally's mother looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Skyla, my son Lancel, I'm counting on you." Skyla Callan nodded. She smiled to reassure her, and then they quickly mounted their horses and rushed out of the Duke Callan's mansion. Riding beside her, Phoebe Your Eyes asked Skyla Callan, "What are you planning to do?" Skyla Callan looked at her. "What?" Phoebe Your Eyes lowered her eyes and asked, what if young Master Lancel has really lost control?" Skyla Callan said through gritted teeth, "What else can I do? I'll have to beat him up and drag him home. What else?" Phoebe Your Eyes quietly moved aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "Is she serious?" The next second, Skyla Callan shook her head and smiled faintly. "No." Phoebe Your Eyes looked at her, and as the horses galloped, she called out worriedly, "How do you plan to persuade young Master Lancel in that berserk state?" Skyla Callan didn't answer. Soon after, they reached the palace gates. Just then, Skyla Callan raised a hand to her head. She smiled slightly. "I'll have to use my head." The battle receded, leaving behind a desolate and mournful land, with black smoke rising into the sky. Crowds were moving constantly, some with abilities quickly moving the injured to the infirmary, their urgent voices ringing out, "Medic! Call for a medic!" Skyla advanced on horseback, her wine-red eyes filled with worry as she looked at the scene before her. Did Lancel do all this? The guard beside her wasn't too concerned about it. He was only worried about his master's safety, reminding her, "Young Duchess, it's dangerous to ride like this." Skyla misunderstood his meaning and nodded readily. "All right, we'll dismount and walk from here." The guard was somewhat confused. "Wouldn't that be even more dangerous for you?" Her playful face turned to him, her lips curving into a smile full of reliance. "Of course, that's why you're with me, isn't it?" The guard was finally convinced and nodded seriously. "I understand." The three of them dismounted and walked towards the city that was once magnificent, but now just a pile of scrap metal. Almost immediately, a foot appeared and blocked their path. "Who goes there?" The soldier's face was covered in dust, but his eyes were still stern as he demanded, "No one is allowed near here right now." Having no choice, she could only state her name. "I am Skyla of the house of Duke Callan." She looked around again, her tone gradually becoming serious, like a command. What exactly happened here? Upon hearing that name, the soldier was briefly surprised, thinking, "The Duke Callan?" The soldier behind him saw his companion stop and asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't say it outright, just whispered something to his friend. While the two were whispering, Skyla asked impatiently, "Someone broke through the city walls with magic, didn't they?" After learning her identity, the second soldier's tone softened slightly, but he still refused firmly. "I'm sorry, we can't tell you anything. It's very dangerous here. Please leave quickly." Just then, the first soldier suddenly cried out, squatting down and clutching his head in pain. The second soldier was startled and shouted, "Are you okay?" The atmosphere suddenly became chaotic, and the man's urgent voice rang out, "Quick, call a mage. We're over here. Mage, please come here and heal us." The soldiers waved their hands nonstop, signaling to a mysterious figure standing in the distance under the dusty sky. The commotion caught Skyla's attention, and she looked over curiously, thinking, "Is that the healing mage the crown prince mentioned?" Canip also noticed what was happening, but his attention was not on the patient, but on another girl, Miss Callan. Even she was surprised by this chance encounter. Viscount Artusina. His face suddenly lit up, his eyes sparkling like a kitten's, and he shouted happily, "Miss Callan." Skyla was terrified, her eyes widening in panic at the thing rushing towards her. Canip was like a dog that had seen a bone, sniffing out her location and running over at full speed, his mind screaming, "Miss, miss, miss, miss." She was also panicking, "Don't you come over here." But it was too late to dodge. The man's broad and firm hands had already reached out. Skyla was pulled into his tight embrace like a small bear, filled with adoration. "Miss." She hadn't even had time to react to a series of unexpected actions, her face showing clear panic. A moment later, Skyla immediately reprimanded him sternly. "Viscount, what is the meaning of this disrespectful behavior?" Canip, ignoring her reputation, shamelessly hugged and pulled her in the middle of the road. "Miss, I missed you so much. I sent people to the Duke Callan's mansion and was even planning to tell the Crown Prince to bring you to the palace. I never thought I'd run into you here." Unable to bear it any longer, a hand reached out and grabbed his collar tightly, while another hand also drew its sword. One grabbed his collar, while the other coordinately pointed a sword at his neck. Skyla's two servants immediately threatened, "How dare you be rude to the young Duchess?" Phoebe, her eyes was furious, her inner thoughts roaring. "I haven't even gotten to hug her enough. Who the hell are you?" She was suddenly speechless, looking over with a pale face. It seemed someone has ulterior motives. Canip, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly waved his hands to explain, "I'm not some strange person. I'm a royal mage." His tone suddenly changed, showing off like a peacock spreading its feathers. "And I'm the one who got the chance to dance with Mississippi." Skyla cursed in her mind. "Just by listening, I can tell he's strange." She couldn't watch this scene any longer and immediately spoke up to remind him, "Viscount, could you please treat the injured first?" Only then did he belatedly remember his duty. "I understand. Let me see the injury." Canip closed his eyes, his expression changing in an instant as he used his power. A sparkling, bright magic gently landed on the soldier's wound. The moment the light touched the skin, the wound healed instantly. The man's forehead immediately became smooth and flat, completely free of pain. Canip was glad he had some skill to salvage the awkward situation. He reminded the soldiers, although he's been treated, there's still a risk of internal injuries. "Get him to the treatment area quickly." They replied seriously, "Yes, sir." After dealing with the injured man, Skyla immediately asked, "Count Adesina, what did you mean when you said you were looking for me?" He hesitated for a moment, then immediately said in a low voice, "If it's you, miss, you must know who broke through the city wall, right?" She was a little embarrassed, but still sighed heavily. It probably wasn't Lancel. Almost at the same time, Knipp also sighed in frustration. It was young Master Lancel. He added, only an Archmage could do this. Hearing this confirmation, Skyla covered her face, speechless. It really was Lancel. She looked around at the ruins, sighing wearily in her heart. If he unleashes his magic again, many people will get hurt. Skyla pressed her lips together, a determined light shining in her eyes again. Not wanting this to happen again, she immediately proposed, lead the way for me. Knipp was slightly taken aback. Yes. As if sensing his hesitation, Skyla placed a hand on her chest and repeated her request with a serious expression. My count, take me to where Lancel is. After that, I will take responsibility myself. Her wine-red eyes looked up, shining with an unbearable confidence. Knipp and Phoebe's eyes were immediately struck by those eyes, their hearts beating with excitement and passion. Oh my God, that aura! After a moment, Knipp, as she wished, led them into a dilapidated mansion. Skyla asked again, what exactly happened? He started acting again. I was abandoned by Miss, so I was very sad. Skyla lost her patience and immediately snapped. I'm in no mood for jokes. When did Lancel start to go berserk? Hearing these words, Knipp's steps suddenly halted. He was completely bewildered. You said berserk? He kept pondering in his mind. Berserk? Does she mean a magic outburst? Knipp continued to wonder. Isn't young Master Lancel in rebellion? Reading these thoughts stunned her. Skyla forgot to even hide it, almost losing her composure as she shouted. Rebellion? Of course not. The atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent. The usually clever Knipp had almost vaguely guessed it and asked, Miss, can you read my mind? Feeling guilty, she quickly turned her head away. Damn it, I misspoke. Her face was still in denial. Mind reading? How could I have such a ridiculous ability? Although he still had some doubts in his heart just now, Miss. No, it can't be. He chose to believe her and changed the subject. After hearing what you said, Miss, I understand now. Knipp touched his nose, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, although I tried to persuade the Crown Prince that it wasn't. Recalling the terrifying looks of those knights, he recounted dejectedly. The royal knights believe that young Master Lancel is rebelling against the Crown Prince, so they have requested the mobilization of the army to eliminate young Master Lancel. Hearing those cruel words, Skyla's face showed clear shock. She blankly repeated those two words, eliminate. Her mind screamed non-stop, impossible. Recalling his innocent, brilliant face as he happily called out to her, Skyla, look at this. Her heart clenched again. I don't want Lancel to get hurt. If I could, I would only wish for his happiness. At this moment, she was still agonizing over the thought that the things that had hurt him were the very reasons Lancel had to die. Knipp interrupted her thoughts, saying, it's unreasonable for someone who has always been law-abiding to suddenly be accused of treason. The Crown Prince had said something similar. Just as the atmosphere around her grew heavy, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. What treason? Ryan, who knows how long he had been sitting there, chuckled as if to say that being dumped and causing a drunken scene was only natural. Knipp gave an awkward laugh, but the person in question was completely oblivious. Another voice rang out, interrupting him. Viscount Artesina Skylar had her back to the crowd, her lonely figure asking softly, after this, can I stay by Lancel's side? She silently cursed her own identity. Being a Grand Mage was such an absurd existence. The thought of that person made Skylar feel an unprecedented helplessness. I used to think that for Grand Mages who possess powers beyond nature and humanity, their only weakness could be themselves. She recalled the last time he lost control, the entire mansion shaking as if it were about to collapse. Remembering that moment made her even more certain that he was afraid I would hate him. So he endured the pain I had caused. Skylar clenched her fists, her heart aching for her dear friend. Had Lancel lost his mind again for such a trivial reason? In fact, wasn't I the one threatening Lancel? As if sensing her turmoil, a voice spoke up at the right moment. Knipp interrupted Miss Karen, patting her shoulder and calmly soothing the girl before him. Calm down. He looked directly into her wine-red eyes and said, "If you cannot stop Master Lancel, the only way is to eliminate him. What you need to consider now is whether you can persuade him." Skylar pressed her lips together, unable to comprehend the man's intentions for a moment. Knipe simply smiled, his eyes shining with trust and reliance. "You must save Master Lancel." Hearing this, Skylar slightly tightened her grip on her skirt. Though she said nothing, she nodded with great determination. Both of them stared at the door before them. Skylar assessed inwardly. Even someone like me, with no magic, can feel this unstable power. It's absolutely nothing like before. She asked hesitantly, "Lancel is in there, right?" Clearly, Knipe was also wary of this power and could only nod grimly. Yes. He crossed his arms, impatience written clearly on his face that I made sure no one else found out. If it were the Royal Knights, they would suppress him by force. Skylar touched her cheek helplessly and could only respond politely. "Thank you, Viscount." Seeing her hand reach for the doorknob, Knipe cried out in alarm, "Miss." Scared out of his wits, he kept warning of the danger behind the door. "Are you just going to go in like that? It's a chaotic vortex of magic in there." Skylar immediately turned her head, her expression serious, and stammered, "What? Of course, I'm going in with the Viscount." She crossed her arms, looking incredibly confident and proud. "Even if Lancel loses his mind, he won't hurt me." Knipe jumped up. "What about me? Is it okay if I get hurt?" She put on an indifferent expression again and replied, as if it were obvious, "But aren't you a mage who specializes in healing, Viscount?" He was on the verge of tears. "Why do you take my getting hurt for granted?" Seeing his hesitation, Skylar had to play her trump card. "I will soon invite you to be a guest at the Cairn estate, Viscount." Knipe's expression changed faster than flipping a book. "That I'll lead the way." He chuckled to himself, thinking, "I have to see the young lady's room first." Just as the two were about to enter, she suddenly stopped him. "Viscount." Skylar lowered her head and spoke of a future no one wanted to see if Lancel and I are both injured. She raised her head without hesitation, disregarding her own safety. "Please treat Lancel first." Knipe froze for a moment, unable to process her words. "What did you say?" But what answered him was not a reply, but the determined sight of her back as she pushed the door open. "Miss." A dazzling light flashed from inside, making them both squint. Knipe pointed ahead with difficulty. "Miss, over there." Skylar looked in the direction he pointed and was immediately stunned by the glittering sight before her. Unbelievable. What is that? He knew Lancel's condition with a single glance. This phenomenon occurs when magical power reaches its peak. It means the young master has reached his limit and is about to erupt. Hearing this, she froze for a moment. Unwilling to let him erupt like this again, Skylar tried to shout to wake him. "Lancel." Lancel regained some consciousness. He was curled up in a corner, repeatedly telling others to stay away, "Don't come closer." Looking at him, she murmured, "Lancel." She was now completely certain that this, unlike his usual self, was the Lancel who couldn't control his magic. Lancel's attention briefly fell on Knipe, his pupils contracting in anger. "You! Why are you next to Skylar?" Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful ice attack descended. Realizing he was in danger, she cried out in concern, "Viscount." Skylar hurriedly looked up at the enraged Lancel, trying to persuade him. "Lancel, stop." Her hands were trembling now. In the face of that absolutely overwhelming power, it was terrifying. I was scared. But for the sake of her important friend, she still took a resolute step forward. This time, Skylar asked him directly, "You were the one who broke the wall outside the palace, weren't you?" Lancel remained silent, the light in his pupils gradually fading as they grew dim. She tried to act casual, teasing him as she steadily approached. "Are you thinking about how much the repair costs will be? That's all taxpayer money, you know." Skylar held out her hand and said sincerely, "Lancel, let's go home." Her lips moved, but her mind was filled with negative thoughts. In Lancel's eyes right now, I'm just the woman who rejected him, yet shamelessly pretends to be close. But even so, she said firmly, "Lancel, no matter what you say, I will listen to the end." I'm sorry for everything. Skylar forced a smile that was on the verge of tears, but the emotion in her eyes was sincere. So let's go back now. Seeing that ethereal sight, his pupils dilated to their limit, and the light returned to his eyes. But Lancel still chose to remain silent, not saying a word. Although it was just a tiny expression, she keenly noticed the fleeting light. He's calmed down, right? But just as happiness seemed to arrive so easily, the magic that had subsided suddenly erupted. Rubble from the surroundings rained down from the impact. Knight, panicked and pale, shouted, "Miss." He only had time to shout 2 words, "Watch out." But the immense, turbulent magic had already shot towards her. Only then did Lancel react. But it was too late. An extremely terrifying magical explosion erupted in the villa. When the magical aftershock dissipated, the only one lying injured under the rubble was her. Watching her collapse to the ground covered in wounds, Lancel's voice trembled in terror. "Skylar." His body shook uncontrollably, his face pale and bloodless. Lancel looked at his own hands, then towards the girl he loved. In his moment of greatest anguish, a memory from the past suddenly surfaced. His mother had once said. The blonde woman held the newborn child gently, her tone as soft as possible. "Lancel, I am your mother. I'm so happy to have you with me." The surrounding servants couldn't help but exclaim, "My lady, the young master is so cute." But baby Lancel suddenly started crying, unleashing a terrifying source of magic as if to crush the entire room. Time flew by. Years later, the servants couldn't help but gossip. "Do you know why the young master lives in the annex? Everyone says he's a grand mage who appears once in a millennium." They whispered to each other, their voices getting lower. A grand mage is a nice way to put it. Hiding behind the door, Lancel heard their words clearly. But in reality, isn't he just a monster? Unaware of his presence, they continued their critique. He was sent to live alone in that annex because he's dangerous. It's so annoying that we have to walk all that way. Even he himself despised his own identity. "Yes, I am a monster." The Lancel of that time was mature and kind, so he always tried to think of others that I'm dangerous. I have to run far away. And then he really ran, his small, lonely body hurrying along the path. Suddenly, the lonely child bumped into another girl of the same age, a young Skylar. Our spoiled young lady shouted mercilessly, "Watch where you're going." A large bump formed on Lancel's forehead. Though it hurt, he was startled and took a step back. "Don't come near me," she demanded sternly, her face darkening. "What did you say?" With her hands on her hips, Skylar bossily lectured him. "Apologize to me." "Apologize," she repeated impatiently. "I said you have to apologize when you bump into someone." Lancel, the young master whom the servants all feared, had never met anyone who dared to shout at him like this. He was on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry." Only then did she let him off for the moment, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. So scary. But in that moment, Lancel suddenly realized he could talk to someone normally. He sat timidly, hugging his knees, his young face stammering softly, Am I not strange?" Lancel continued to ramble. "I'm a monster. I'm dangerous." But Skylar didn't understand a thing. "What are you talking about? Are you playing hide and seek?" Having no way to deal with this timid boy, she could only hold out her hand to him. Ignoring what had happened before, she said with a smile on her childish face, "All right, let's go." Lancel's emerald green eyes widened. It was the first time anyone had spoken to him with such a smile. "Dio, you live here? Lead the way." The images of the past overlapped with the present. Now, he desperately wanted to reach out, but trembled, not daring to. Lancel broke down, his thoughts becoming a chaotic whirl. Skylar. Knight didn't want to complicate the situation further. Master Lancel. He completely forgot their respective statuses and shouted angrily, "Don't move." Then Knight walked towards her himself, his hands trembling, not daring to touch her. "Miss Karen." At that moment, Lancel suddenly realized how troublesome and superfluous his existence was. But Knight, still unaware that he had unintentionally hurt him, was only concerned about Skylar. "I'll heal you." Her hand trembled as she slowly reached out and gripped his. Viscount. Skylar's breath was very faint, but she was still concerned, aware that her friend was hurting, and reminded Knipe, "Don't provoke Lancel." As soon as she finished speaking, a strong but harmless gust of wind blew past. Lancel stood at the center of the magic, a brilliant blue light flickering. Even so, he was still not free from his erupting magic and his remorse towards her. Skylar. Skylar struggled to her feet, enduring the pain that I said I would take responsibility, didn't I? But the moment she moved, a searing pain shot through her head that it hurts. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the pain that it hurts. Just being grazed by magic feels like I'm about to die. So is this why my father is afraid of the magical kingdom of Abina? Skylar slowly walked up to him. Lancel, I'm sorry. Looking at his bewildered face, the words she wanted to say caught in her throat. Maybe you're scared of yourself too, but I didn't comfort you and just left you alone. And now, to make up for that mistake, she decided to move forward. Panicked, Lancel hurriedly backed away, shouting a warning, "Skylar, it's dangerous. Don't come any closer." Seeing her still approaching, he couldn't help but curse, "Skylar." But at that moment, she called out softly, "Lancel." At this moment, no words were more fitting than a heartfelt confession that I like you. I'm sorry for always hurting you. Lancel was stunned by her words for a moment, but she continued to blame herself. I thought that was the only way to protect you. Knipe just stood by and watched, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Skylar gently reached out and caressed his scarred arm. I'm not going to coax you one way or another. That would put you in danger. So now, I want to be honest with myself. Her eyes looked up, incredibly determined, as she slowly said the three words, "I like you." At the same time, Skylar also made a promise to herself. From now on, I will protect you in a different way. Not expecting the story to unfold like this, he was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? Lancel asked in confusion. Then why did you reject my confession? Looking at his face, which was on the verge of tears, she could only tell the truth that I did it because I like you. Hearing this, he became even more confused. You rejected me because you like me? Skylar didn't answer, only nodding slightly. Not getting a satisfactory explanation, Lancel bit his lip in anguish. He lowered his face, unable to be happy. Instead, his mood worsened that I don't understand. Knipe, who was very sensitive to reactions in magic, immediately panicked. He rushed forward to warn her, "Miss, be careful." Knipe looked at the magic surrounding Lancel and couldn't help but worry. Master Lancel's emotions are in turmoil again. Skylar hadn't expected to succeed. She gently touched her chin, pondering. Is it too late to persuade him with words? If words don't work, then I'll use actions. She suddenly reached out and turned his face towards her. With his face cupped in her soft hands, Lancel gradually returned to normal, but he was also confused. Skylar. Skylar gazed at him and began to recall in her mind. Febreze once asked me. She smiled as she thought. How to persuade Lancel? Yes, with my head. And just like that, Skylar intimately leaned her head towards Lancel's, making the boy a little shy and mistaken. Her expression suddenly changed, looking at him with a murderous glint. You deserve a headbutt. As good as her word, she muttered and leaned her head back. Ramming her head into his with all her might, Skylar decided to end it all with violence. Please just pass out. And so, the genius Grand Mage fell to his childhood friend's iron headbutt. The next second, Skylar collapsed too. Only Knipe was left standing there, looking at the mess the two had left behind, full of questions, not understanding what he was even there for. The scene changes, and Skylar is now lying in a warm bed. She had a dream. After waking up, Skylar walked down the corridor, complaining with both annoyance and shyness. Lands? Oh, honestly, she squeezed her eyes shut, her mind racing with wild thoughts as she said, He said he liked me in such a crowded place. How could he say something so embarrassing? Skylar tried to fan her face to cool down, her heart confused. And oh, what love. Why do I feel shy too? Then, her small steps had to stop because Skylar was old enough to realize one thing. I'm being shy. She looked out the window at the view and murmured softly, I see, I like Landshire too. Night fell, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Although it was late, Skylar sat on her bed, still thinking about that person, Landshire. She closed her eyes slightly and began a plan. What should I do with Landshire tomorrow? Chat together. Skylar leaned back on her bed, her girlish heart pounding with her wild thoughts. It's strange, even though Landshire and I have had tea countless times, each time brings a new feeling. The only thing that's changed is that our hearts are drawing closer to each other. Maybe tonight will be a night of sweet dreams. She gently closed her eyes and fell asleep, her mind constantly on him, Landshire. Soon, morning came again, and the two had a tea party together, as usual. This time, Skylar took the initiative to bring up their relationship. Are you also shy about telling others that we like each other? After saying it, she corrected herself with some embarrassment. It's nothing, I just wanted to know how you feel. Landshire tilted his head with an innocent look and asked back, do other people know that I like you? Her heart skipped a beat, and she cried out in a slight panic. What do you mean by that? Skylar asked loudly, losing her composure. You said everything, but he still wasn't on her wavelength, asking in confusion what. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she said hesitantly, the fact that we like each other. Landshire looked as if it were the most natural thing in the world and made a startling statement. Everyone around me knows I like you, he said with a harmless smile, since we were kids. Skylar froze when she heard what he said. I said that you were the best friend in the world. Her hand gently loosened from the table, but her voice trembled slightly, trying to make sense of it. I want to ask you, Skylar lowered her face, carefully trying to confirm his feelings for her. You like me, the same way I like you, right? Her feelings for him had already sprouted in those moments from her memory. You live in my house by my side at all times. Waking up in the same bed, starting a new day together. They could break down all barriers and lie happily beside each other every morning when they woke up. And in the distant future, she still hoped the two of them could be by each other's side forever. This feeling of wanting to grow old together was why she had to ask clearly when she heard Landshire liked her as a friend. And so, her face fell. She asked frantically, you like me, not just as a friend, but in a romantic way, right? Are your feelings the same as mine? Landshire just sat there quietly, his eyes wide, not saying a word. It wasn't until she called his name again in her mind, Landshire, that he softly spoke the cruel words, is there a difference? Unable to bear those words, Skylar immediately stood up. She lowered her face, as if to escape, and said her goodbyes. I'll be going now, not knowing if Landshire understood. He also hurriedly stood up and called her name, Skylar. He chased her into the hallway, the boy calling out repeatedly, not understanding, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Skylar just wanted to calm down. She turned to look at him and almost shouted, don't follow me. Hurt, Landshire immediately fell silent, his face pale and pained. She realized she had gone a bit too far, but she couldn't say anything other than what her pained heart felt. I don't want you to know I have so many romantic feelings for you. Skylar pursed her lips, cursing herself, you idiot. In the end, she had to reconcile, but at the same time, it pushed them further apart that I'm sorry for yelling at you. For a while, you better not come see me. Don't come until I contact you. Though confused, Landshire had to accept it, asking carefully, then where will we meet? She didn't answer that question. Instead, her tone was icy, as if shooing him away that I don't want to see you. I'm not in the mood to see you out, so go home by yourself. With that, Skylar turned and left, leaving Landshire behind, still trying to reach out to her. Skylar. She walked up the stairs in a foul mood, but was suddenly greeted, Mississippi. Two servants asked politely, where are you going? All of a sudden, if you need anything, Skylar cut the servants off, walking past them, and I'm going back to my room. The maid asked, somewhat confused, why yes. What about the dessert? But the only response was two cold words, not interested. The maid looked confusedly at the cake plate in her hand. But this is the chocolate cake that Miss personally went to the kitchen to pick out last night. Skylar was gradually losing her patience, emphasizing, I don't like it anymore. In the end, she left only a faint sentence before leaving immediately. Get it to Landshire and tell him to eat it all. The door opened, and she returned to her private room. Skyla lay down wearily on the warm velvet bed. So embarrassing. She sat up, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. Yeah, there's no reason for Landshire to have romantic feelings for me. But even so, Skylar's heart was heavy with unrequited love. Is this what a grand mage is like? A grand mage is so bad at expressing emotions that they can't even distinguish the meaning of the word like. Hot tears welled up, her heart smoldering as if it were about to bleed. Why did I even fantasize like that in the first place? If I had known what Landshire was thinking, Skyla fell asleep like that, then woke up in a bad mood. Her eyes were swollen from crying for so long, and her head was throbbing as if it had been hit by a hammer. Damn it, I woke up too early. Looking at the familiar sight of her room, a sudden sense of loss washed over her. Landshire probably won't be coming for a while, will he? Having cut off contact with her dearest friend, Landshire was her only friend from the past. Skyla began to feel lost. So what should I do now? Soon, she pulled herself together, right studying. She sat at her desk, but her mind still kept drifting to him. Although I'm still angry, on the other hand, I feel guilty towards Landshire. Skyla lowered her face thoughtfully. After all, I was the one who misunderstood him now, and I didn't have the courage to face him, perhaps afraid that my heart would be swayed again. But at the same time, her passion for learning burst forth strongly. One day, these foolish feelings will disappear. For now, I must study diligently. While she was engrossed in her studies, Fabrice suddenly came forward to announce, Miss Skyla, Duke Hoveward of the Sally family has come to visit you. She closed her book and asked, his brother, Hoveward. Fabrice nodded politely. Yes, he is waiting in the drawing room. Skylar's mind was filled with doubt. Why would Landshire's brother come to see me? But not wanting to keep the other party waiting, she opened the door and walked into the guest waiting room. As soon as Hoveward saw her, he stood up to greet her, Skyla. He nodded shyly. I'm sorry for coming to see you so suddenly. Skyla waved her hand and asked directly, It's nothing. What is it? Hoveward hesitated for a moment before finally speaking, his words shooting toward her like an arrow. Did Landshire do something wrong to you yesterday? Skyla froze and answered, feigning normalcy. Nothing in particular, brother. Hearing this, he showed a thoughtful expression. Then what on earth happened? Hoveward looked at her awkwardly, his lips moving as if wanting to say something. Please don't be surprised to hear this, Skyla. He announced, Landshire's magic has run rampant. This sentence stunned her in an instant, her whole body trembling with fear. A magical rampage, enough to kill an Archmage. At this point, Hoveward continued his account. After he came back from seeing you last night, he has been in a strange state. He sighed and said, because of his emotional instability, he nearly blew up the entire mansion. But when he saw Skyla stunned, Hoveward raised his hand and called out, Skyla. When she came to her senses, he sighed heavily. Fortunately, there was a magician among the guests. Thanks to that person using sleep magic on Landshire, a disaster was averted. Skyla asked curiously, Can someone else's magic affect Landshire? Hoveward chuckled twice and replied, Of course not. He probably had down 5 large bottles of magic enhancement potions. But anyway, the result was good. Skyla secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Landshire is fine. That's really great. But she couldn't help but blame herself for the magical rampage. Is it because of me? Skyla bit her lip guiltily. It's because of me that he got hurt. Not noticing her chaotic mood, Hoveward suddenly invited. So, could you come to the Sally ducal house to wake Landshire? He further explained, if Landshire can be awakened now, he can avoid the magical rampage. But seeing him made her feel a bit awkward. Is that so? As if seeing Skylar's hesitation, Hoveward tried to persuade her further. I think when Landshire wakes up and sees you by his side, he will be more stable. These words with their obvious implications began to make her uncomfortable. Don't you think I might get caught up in the magical rampage? Honestly, Skyla didn't want to see him at all. I don't want to see him until these feelings have subsided, but so suddenly like this. Hovard also knew he was being shameless, but he had no choice but to ask her for help. That I'm sorry, Skylar, but if not you, who can calm Landshire down? He casually said something that anyone could see, because Landshire only likes you, and that sentence touched her girlish heart. Then Skylar began to rationalize everything. I see. In Landshire's small world, there is no one else but me. For a Landshire like that, I'm both an outsider and his only friend. She interpreted it herself, concluding that he liked her too, and that she was his connection to the outside world. For a Landshire like that to say he likes me means he has no one else to like. It can only be me. Skylar's hand clenched slightly, as if she had made a decision. She looked directly at Hovard and nodded in acceptance of the invitation. I'll go with you. He was overjoyed to hear it. Thank you, Skylar. The two left the mansion and walked towards the carriage. Skylar also began to sort out her thoughts. Even if I ignore this feeling, it doesn't mean Landshire is no longer important. As one foot stepped onto the carriage, Skylar also clarified her identity. I'm going to save Landshire, as the only one who can like him. At the Sally family's mansion, a pleasant voice sounded. Long time no see, Skylar. It was Lady Sally and her husband. She looked at her gratefully. Thank you so much for coming here. Skylar nodded politely. Yes, long time no see. She secretly assessed their condition. It seemed they had both lost sleep. She clearly remembered her purpose for being here and immediately looked around and asked, Where is Landshire now? The lady replied, He is in his room. Duke Sally patted his wife's back to soothe her and briefly recounted what happened yesterday. You may have heard, Landshire has been in a magical sleep since yesterday. Lady Sally interjected. It was Count Dyrn who helped us. Count Dyrn slowly walked out to greet her. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Count Dyrn from the Abina Kingdom. Skylar secretly observed the other party at this moment. I vaguely recognize him. Is he the magician Landshire mentioned last time? She said nothing, just slowly scanned him with her wine-red eyes. She was staring at the other's blue earring. Sensing that Skylar was being a bit rude, Dyrn smiled and teased, Is it strange for a man to wear an earring? She was startled and quickly waved her hands to explain no, not at all. She cleared her throat and explained tactfully, I was just surprised because raw stone earrings are very rare in the royal kingdom. He showed no particular attitude, simply replying, Is that what you think, my lady? Then Dyrn began to explain, This is a magic stone, not a raw stone. Because the magic hidden in the stone would harm ordinary people. Only magicians are allowed to use them. While Skylar was surprised with an, Oh, so that's how it is, he had already started asking curiously, Is it true that you, my lady, are the only one who can stop the young master's magic from running rampant? Being interrupted like this made her a little dissatisfied, and she cursed inwardly, treating people like a puppy. Skylar placed her hand on her chest and answered very cleverly, I don't know if I can stop the rampage, but it is true that Landshire and I are close. Dyrn smiled meaningfully. That's enough. At this moment, the Duke and Duchess spoke up. Skylar, are you planning to wake Landshire now? Could you go with Count Dyrn? Looking at their expectant faces, she smiled and nodded. Of course, that's what I came for. Before her now was the familiar corridor she had walked down many times. Skylar slowly walked up the stairs, preparing for the important task ahead, waking Landshire. I must remain calm and not let my emotions control me. Just then, Dyrn suddenly asked, Are you two engaged? This unexpected question caught her off guard, and she blurted out yes. Suddenly turning around caused Skylar to lose her balance and fall backward, bumping into the Count Magician. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed the staircase tightly, with such force that the veins on his arm bulged. Both of them were safe from falling, but everyone's heart skipped a beat in fright. You stopped so suddenly, you made it difficult for me. Skylar stammered, admitting her mistake, I'm sorry. But she didn't let herself be blamed and began to shift the responsibility. It's because you casually asked such an impolite question that I reacted subconsciously. Then they suddenly realized that their current posture might not be very suitable for conversation. Diarn hurriedly regained his composure and apologized with good breeding. I'm sorry. It seems young Master Landshire cherishes Miss Skyla very much. He continued to probe, did the young master's magic run rampant because of a fight with you, my lady? Skyla tidied her hair and retorted, you say it as if you know everything. Did Landshire tell you? Diarn tried to explain, I didn't mean to sadden you, my lady. But by this time, she had already turned and walked away. His next words made Skyla stop in her tracks in horror, because I also had a childhood friend, and she was an Archmage. Her face turned pale. An Archmage? Diarn continued to show a harmless smile to build rapport, so I thought, perhaps my lady's situation is similar to mine. Skyla didn't turn around. She slowly voiced her doubt. Besides Landshire, I haven't heard of any other Archmages. He nodded, that's right. Diarn raised his eyes, looked at the scenery outside the window, and softly spoke of his painful memory. My childhood friend passed away at the age of 16. She wasn't surprised by this. To be born an Archmage, yet to depart so early. Diarn's upper body was hidden in the darkness, and no one could see the expression on his face as he said these words. Perhaps because she was an Archmage, she left this world so early. Skyla said sympathetically why. He regained his bright expression, stepped forward, and explained, you probably know how much of an impact emotions have on Archmage, right? From a very young age, my friend couldn't control her emotions well, for that very reason. Diarn remembered that person's frail back. She was often severely punished for not being able to control her magic. He lowered his eyelids, revealing a bitter smile. Although it was effective, it made her numb and unfeeling. No different from a puppet, and at that time, Diarn could only stand by and watch. A drop of cold sweat slid down as Skyla asked nervously, so what happened to your friend later? In her mind, she slowly deduced a reason. Could it be that she suppressed her anger for too long and could no longer bear it? Interrupting her train of thought, which emotion led to her death. She thought firmly, I must avoid that emotion. Seeing her nervous expression, Diarn just pursed his lips, as if pondering something. After a long while, he finally spoke. I know what you were thinking, my lady. Diarn accurately repeated Skyla's thought. I must avoid that emotion. This gave her goosebumps and shock. He grinned, revealing a hint of danger and creepiness. But unfortunately, my lady, you cannot avoid it. These words made her emotions erupt completely. What do you mean? Are you just going to watch Landshire die? Diarn showed no reaction to her anger, only saying something unrelated. Sadly, humans cannot escape love. His next words made Skyla's face turn extremely pale. That friend fell in love for the first time at 16. Diarn seemed to see through something and continued to announce, yes, it was love that killed her. His voice continued to echo, making Skyla's face as white as paper. What will be the end for young Master Landshire? Skyla's doubt was unconcealable, and she subconsciously blurted out, what? Skyla, on the verge of breaking down, questioned the person in front of her. You're saying she accidentally fell in love? But when Diarn received that question, he fell completely silent. He remembered the scene of Bliss and her lover in the meadow. She fell in love with someone for the first time. They became lovers, and that was the beginning of a tragedy. Diarn had confessed to her in the garden, Bliss, I love you. Marry me. Bliss, not yet accustomed to it, asked back marriage. He affectionately touched her nose and whispered to her, that's right, we will live together for the rest of our lives, just you and me. Bliss's eyes were wide and sparkling then, for the rest of our lives. But then, an expensive porcelain cup smashed against her forehead. At that time, King Hernia was so angry he roared without regard for his image. Marriage? You're talking about marriage now? Do you know what that means? Her coldest words were his response, to spend a lifetime with the person I love. The king flew into a rage, cursing, you idiot, you're going to marry someone of a lower status than you. She once again endured her father's harshness alone. Bring him to me at once. I will charge him for daring to take advantage of you. Diarn now had a little understanding of Bliss. She was confused. He also realized she had fallen silent, because she was torn between obeying her parents' wishes and not wanting to break up with her lover. When the two sides clashed, she didn't know what she should do. At that time, Bliss's bloody hands did not scare Diren at all. Her magical rampage was not like young Master Landshires. He still faced her, even after Bliss had been corrupted. The strong, unexpressed emotions gradually corroded her heart like poison. When Diren stepped into the castle, he was already aware of the current situation. In this situation, her parents had no choice but to let them get engaged. But Bliss's father secretly pressured him. For now, I'll let you get engaged. However, Diren only heard the first half and was very happy, so no one expected him to continue. However, when the king turned around, he spoke the most inhumane words. In 3 months, you two will divorce. By then, my daughter's mood will have stabilized. Being naturally passionate, he of course immediately refused. That's impossible. Diren accepted, kneeling before him to beg for happiness. We are truly in love. I beg you. But all of this was ignored by King Hernia in his anger. So noisy. You think you can make my daughter happy? Ridiculous. He even threatened, you will divorce in 3 months, or else I will banish you from the kingdom. He had no other choice, so he went to the room of the girl he loved, Bliss. Diren pretended to scratch his head and said shyly, he agreed. These unexpected words made Bliss look much brighter. She didn't hesitate to run over and hug him, as if she was about to gain her freedom. I'm so happy. After that, Diren and Bliss began a wonderful romance. She gradually recovered from her depressed spirit. However, he secretly harbored other thoughts, and the mind of the man she loved became complicated. Can I make Bliss happy? Diren looked at their clasped hands and felt uneasy for a moment. A low-status nobleman and an archmage who could marry the prince of a neighboring country. This relationship had no future. Until 3 months later, according to the deadline set by King Hernia. He took the opportunity while walking with her to speak, Bliss, it's time to end this. But Bliss was still blank and confused in what? After tormenting his own thoughts countless times, Diren decided to let go. Let's get a divorce. She was also shocked for a moment, but still wanted to salvage a little. You said if we love each other, we should be together forever. Bliss's hand unconsciously clenched, but she still said softly, but you want a divorce. To completely destroy Bliss's will, he did not hesitate to harden his heart, because I don't love you anymore. At that moment, the whole scene was almost still, with only the two of them left. Returning to reality, Diren had almost finished the story. That man let go, hoping she could meet someone better than him. The melancholy on his face had not diminished in the slightest that a few months later, my friend left this world. Her ruined body appeared before his eyes, making it unforgettable for Diren. Because of the magical rampage, her body gradually weakened and could no longer bear it. Hearing these words, Skyla frowned, unable to accept it. Impossible. Landshire is not like her. Although he is clumsy, he has always clearly expressed his emotions since he was a child. After walking for a while, he had already brought her to the door of the room. Please come in. Skyla's skirt quickly added a touch of bright color to the snow-white floor. She walked to the bedside of the unconscious person with a glimmer of hope. He really will be different, right? Skyla's mind kept thinking about the worst-case scenario. Just by not seeing each other for a while, Landshire has already erupted like this. If he really loves me. In an instant, she was already close to the sleeping person, Landshire. Skyla's hand uncontrollably caressed Landshire's cheek. If you love me, will you just die like this? Diren saw that the atmosphere was a bit strange and knew it was time to excuse himself. If you undo the magic, the young master will wake up in a few minutes. I will wait outside. Before leaving, he kindly left a bit of magic behind, and she was still stroking that handsome face. This face is too handsome. I was looking forward to a simple romance. Her hand unconsciously slid to his lips, no longer pure. Dates and first kisses like everyone else. Now Skyla had realized and wanted to make amends. I define my relationship with Landshire according to my own wishes. I'm sorry, Landshire. It was me who unilaterally misunderstood and blamed you. She suddenly closed her eyes and prayed silently. Suppose if I had the ability to read other people's minds. At that very moment, a familiar hand grabbed Skylar's. Landshire, who had just woken up, saw his beloved by his side, Skyla. And seeing this scene, she could only feel helpless. Landshire, what should I do now? I have to say something. So Skyla immediately flew into a rage to torment him. You're causing trouble again. What's wrong with you? Lying in bed sleeping all day since the beginning of the year, is it too comfortable? She had no sympathy for the patient and even hit Landshire with a baseball bat. I clearly told you not to get on the bed with your shoes on. It wasn't until she calmed down that Skyla realized she had lost her composure. That's it. Apart from the usual harsh words I say, I can't think of anything else. Even so, he didn't hate it and even deliberately held her hand. Landshire pulled Skyla into his arms, making her blush shyly. What he said next officially made Skyla freeze. Skyla, I was wrong, so don't hate me. The look in Landshire's eyes as he looked at her became even more sincere. He struggled to sit up straight, showing sincere remorse. Although I don't know why you're angry, I apologize. As he said this, Landshire was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall. Skyla looked at this series of expressions and cursed dotingly, you fool. Immediately after, she pushed him back onto the bed. I don't hate you. In a luxurious room, Skylar's voice became more charming. When Landshire was settled in bed, she questioned him seriously. Why did you say you wanted to marry me before? Landshire, on the other hand, answered very frankly. Because I like you. As soon as the words fell, Skyla jumped up and shouted, What's there to like about me? Why do you like me? What do you want to do for a living in the future? But he still happily affirmed, Because it's you, I like you. I like you the most in this world. I hate everything else. Landshire brought his head slightly closer and whispered in her ear, I want to be with you every day, just like my brother and his lover. As he spoke, he pulled the blanket up for Skyla. When I wake up every morning, the first person I want to see is you. Landshire quietly wrapped his arm around her waist, expressing his heart. I will be with you all day when the weather is nice. Before I go to sleep, you are the last person I want to see. He was still chattering sweet nothings in Skylar's ear. When we get old, I hope the two of us can share small memories and laugh happily. But she suddenly interrupted that confession. Enough. I understand clearly, so don't say any more. I like you too, Landshire. Although she really wanted to, there was still some resistance in Skylar's heart. But our feelings are different. She looked at Landshire's smile, and her heart wouldn't stop wavering. Holding hands, kissing, he was still as innocent as a child. Skyla must always be by my side. This made Skyla even more helpless. These were things that didn't exist in Landshire's mind. In the end, she still gave Landshire a gentle smile. My wishes and Landshire's wishes are different. Even so, at this moment, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. Rachel didn't dare to look directly, just said loudly, Young Master Landshire, Miss Skyla, the madam asked me to inform you that the meal is ready. Skyla could only respond awkwardly. I see. After getting ready, he said again in a pleading tone, Skyla, let's go eat together. But she turned away coldly. No, I have to go home. My parents are coming home early tomorrow. At this point, Landshire could only hold on to a little hope. Then, can we meet tomorrow? However, what he received was a vague answer. I don't know. So Landshire lowered his face and swallowed his grievance. Is that so? But when he lifted his face, the gloom had been replaced by a brilliant smile. Okay, I'll wait for you to contact me. Then Landshire immediately turned and walked out. Skyla leaned against the door, feeling a bit strange. I thought he would throw a tantrum. Suddenly, Diren appeared, breaking her silence. Fortunately, things had been resolved smoothly. He didn't hesitate to exclaim, As expected, young Master Landshire is very fond of you, my lady. Skyla stared at that face and questioned, You were waiting outside the whole time? Diren smiled very casually. If you had failed, my lady, I would have used sleep magic on you again. However, she remained silent, which made him feel flustered. Is there something you wish to say to me, my lady? But when Skyla spoke, Diren was stunned. That matter? May I know the name of your childhood friend? But he quickly regained his composure. This question is unexpected. Diarn's eyes drooped slightly. It's been so long since I've said this name. He mentioned the familiar name with a gentle smile. Bliss. Her name was Bliss. When she got the answer, she wanted to ask for more. I know this is impolite, but I have time to think, so I will ask you one last question. Skylar's words tore through the silent space and Diarn's thoughts. What should Bliss's lover have done to save her? Of course, he would instantly evade the question. My lady does not have the qualities to be a diplomat. Asking such a sensitive question could worsen the relationship between our two countries. Even so, she responded very firmly. I already said I don't have time to think. Knowing he couldn't escape, Dion could only hesitantly admit, I don't know. The sense of helplessness about him became palpable. What should I have done back then? Dion's back suddenly looked lonely, even with someone to confide in. Bliss's happy smile made him regret even more. If she had never fallen in love from the beginning, perhaps she would be living a happy life now. At this, Dion turned to Skylar. Then what about you, my lady? His words were like a sharp arrow, piercing her heart. For the sake of the one you love, can you not love him, my lady? Skylar remained silent. I cannot answer Count Dion's question. Her gaze gradually shifted to the study filled with books, but I can recognize that it's impossible to let Landshire experience love. Skylar thought, I must draw a line to prevent Landshire's feelings from deepening, because I want to live happily with Landshire for a long time. As she was flipping through a book, a voice called out, Miss Skylar. A girl ran in and reported to Skylar, I found an Archmage named Bliss. Hearing this, she was filled with curiosity. Is that so? Let me see. Listening to her, Skylar casually flipped through a few pages of a book. Bliss was not a noble, but a member of the royal family. Is this really the person we're looking for? The sentence made her waver for a moment. A member of the royal family. The girl continued with certainty, yes, in the Habina kingdom. The only one named Bliss was the late Princess Bliss. At this, Skylar began to think carefully again. That's right, he said childhood friend, not a noble lady. The news and the portrait of Bliss made her expression darken. 3 months after marrying Count Dion, Princess Bliss passed away. She started running, book in hand, that if I had the ability to read others' minds. Dion's meaningful smile suddenly appeared in Skylar's mind. I should have been able to grasp the meaning behind that smile. She began to rack her brains, guessing. Landshire doesn't understand love at all. Even so, the risk of a magical outburst is threatening his life. Now, Skylar could only regret silently in her helplessness. I'm sorry. Not only did I fail to protect you, but I also put you in danger. A long time passed before she woke up. The surrounding scene made Skylar a little flustered. Where is this? Before she could come to her senses, she was startled by a voice beside her. The lady is awake. Skylar looked at the familiar face, utterly surprised. His Highness, Crown Prince Ryan, was sitting leisurely with his legs crossed. I didn't expect you to be so surprised, my lady. I apologize. He looked directly at her, as if explaining, because you fainted, my lady, I brought you to a lounge in the royal palace after treating you with magic. Then, Ryan took off his glasses and closed his eyes tightly. Because the situation was urgent, I didn't have time to ask for your consent beforehand. I apologize. Skylar also responded sincerely, it's nothing. Thank you very much, Your Highness. However, he said something astonishing. I did it for my fiancée. There's no need to thank me. After hearing those words, she fell silent, which made Ryan suspicious. Well, is there nothing else you want to ask me? Skylar hesitated for a moment, but still managed to ask, how is Landshire? At the mention of him, his expression stiffened slightly. Ah, your bad friend, my lady. Ryan placed the book on the table and spoke gravely. If I were to be direct, then right now. He stood up, his voice cold and somber. Young Master Landshire is currently in prison. The more Ryan spoke, the more shocked and frozen she became. Fortunately, no one died. However, the crime of destroying the palace cannot be erased. Skylar's hands suddenly clenched and trembled. That, of course. There is no reason to let the person who directly caused the trouble go free. Seeing her expression, He regained his calm demeanor. As expected, you're not in a good mood at all, my lady. Don't worry. Although it's called a prison, it's not much different from the room you're in now. Ryan quickly helped Skylar back to the bed. The royal mages are working to calm the young master down, so you should rest as well, my lady. He even thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. I am not a cruel person who would execute my lady's dear friend. At this, Skylar still wanted to press further. Can I see Landshire? But Ryan refused the request. Not yet. He smiled to comfort her. Just rest well for now. But as soon as he left, Skylar quickly changed her clothes. After fainting, her mind was much clearer. I don't know what will happen to Landshire. Objectively speaking, a spontaneous magical outburst can't be considered Landshire's fault. Skylar kept thinking about various issues that lie in the palace. Everyone knows that an Archmage cannot control a magical outburst, but why did it have to be the royal palace? Negative thoughts gradually surfaced in her mind. The royal palace is the center of the kingdom. Even if the ducal house of Soli is the family closest to the royalty, this matter cannot be easily overlooked. But then Skylar also breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, it's fortunate that no one died. Perhaps Landshire unconsciously protected everyone. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, startling her. What's wrong? Fabrice rushed into the lounge like a mad woman. My lady. Skylar quickly walked out and immediately saw the scene. Fabrice. Before she could finish, the maid ran over and hugged Skylar tightly. But Skylar's face turned purple from the tight embrace. Fabrice, what's wrong? Suddenly, Fabrice's inner voice echoed in her mind. I thought I had lost you, my lady. So Skylar held her hand very sincerely. I'm sorry, Fabrice. I was too inconsiderate. She suddenly became very self-reproachful. I should have notified my family first. This gesture stunned Fabrice. Please don't apologize, I'm fine. Hearing that apology, her heart burned. If anything had happened to you, my lady, I would have died too. Seeing this, Skylar told herself inwardly, for Fabrice's sake, I must live a long life. At this moment, the maids caught up. We're sorry, my lady. She insisted on seeing you. She was very understanding and didn't blame them. It's all right. I also have something to say to my handmaiden. Could you all give us a moment? The two maids tactfully withdrew. Yes, we'll take our leave. The door was quickly closed by a nurse. Once the two were alone, Skylar began to confide. My parents know I'm here too, right? She quickly replied, yes, that Artifina, no. But there was no joy on Fabrice's face. The Viscount sent word, and I have already explained to the Duke and Duchess. She was slightly shocked by the wide eyes that seemed to reveal all her thoughts. Returning to reality, she was still more worried about Skylar than anything else. Is your forehead all right? But she could only respond vaguely. Skylar looked out the window and asked softly, how long was I unconscious? Of course, Fabrice told her very honestly, a full day and 12 hours, my lady. Hearing this, her mouth fell open uncontrollably. What? As she was still muttering, Fabrice continued, His Highness the Crown Prince kept visiting until you woke up. Skylar was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Goodness, I wasted His Highness the Crown Prince's time. I must apologize the next time I see him. By the way, she quickly asked Fabrice, how is Landshire? Fabrice's expression turned a little grim. The royal trial was held yesterday. As soon as the words were out, Skylar could only stare silently at her own hands. I also attended as a witness. The scene of her testimony suddenly surfaced in her subconscious. According to a soldier's testimony, the city wall collapsed shortly after the ball ended. Fabrice recalled every detail of the race against death. As soon as the ball was over, I was outside the collapsing wall helping people escape. Even the guards' eyes widened at the astonishing scene. Then a light appeared, we heard a loud bang, and the castle was suddenly pushed down. By a powerful energy, the entire country's landscape was submerged in a blurry whiteness. Saying this, she couldn't help but sigh. Yes, even the Duke of Karen's mansion shook. Elsewhere, Landshire was curled up like a frightened snail. Landshire deliberately hid in a deserted part of the palace, tormenting himself, because that's the kind of person Landshire was. Skylar's voice suddenly dropped several octaves. So what was the verdict? She was hesitant and cautious. His Majesty the Emperor. As Fabrice mentioned this, her heart suddenly went cold. Has exiled young Master Landshire to the Northern Territory. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. The Northern Territory? Did I hear that right? Skylar rushed out without hesitation. Leaving her behind, my lady. Unexpectedly, Landshire, on the other hand, was happily wrapped in a thick quilt when he heard a scream, "No way." At the same time, her steps were halted by that forceful call, "My lady." Fabrice still tried to hold back the slender figure before her. "Please calm down." But Skylar was more decisive than her. "I am perfectly calm right now. I must see His Majesty the Emperor." Fabrice knew she couldn't let her do something foolish, so she hugged Skylar tightly. "My lady, it was an accident, but young Master Landshire committed a serious crime of endangering national security. It was only out of consideration for the honor of the Soli family that His Majesty exiled the young master." Contrary to her worries, she thought of his naked body. But Landshire. Skylar's words petrified everyone, even Fabrice. Sleeps without any clothes on. She could no longer be persuaded. Yes, she was angry for this foolish reason. He'll just freeze to death if he goes to the north. Fabrice suddenly understood something and asked tentatively, "How do you know that, my lady?" But Skylar paid no attention to those words at all. With a fierce momentum, she boldly pushed open the main doors. Exiling Landshire to the north is too harsh a punishment. But before she could finish her sentence, Skylar bumped into someone. "I'll be right." The person's hands and mouth were very elegant, as he gently reminded her, "You must be careful, my lady." She looked up a little dazed. His Highness, Crown Prince Ryan, was still holding Skylar steady as he explained, "I happened to learn about young Master Landshire's sleeping habits." Then he didn't forget to add, "But I wear clothes when I sleep, you know." "I'm just letting you know, my lady." This made her blush with embarrassment, yes. At this moment, Fabrice peeked out and said timidly, "Greetings to the little son of the royal family." Ryan, in turn, smiled warmly. "Thank you for always taking care of my lady." But soon, with a punchable expression, he made an excuse to send her away. "However, could you give us a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss with my lady in private." She obeyed on the surface, but resented it in her heart. Understood. "What are you two going to do? Why do you always send me away?" Now that only the two of them were left in the hallway, Skylar spoke, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm sorry for taking up your precious time." Ryan looked at her for a moment before replying, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Skylar bowed slightly and earnestly admitted her fault. "As the heir to the Duke of Karen, not only did I fail to do my duty, but I also caused you trouble. I sincerely apologize. Can your Highness forgive me?" "Why isn't your Highness saying anything?" His expressionless face made her even more flustered. "Just like with Landshire, I can't read your Highness's mind. Perhaps it's because he's a member of the royal family." Skylar's words suddenly stopped, and silence took over. "But I could clearly read his mind when we were dancing." Therefore, Ryan quickly interrupted, "Unfortunately, I cannot forgive you." Her entire face froze instantly. What? Skylar couldn't help but have a bad thought about this man. What is this? Is he looking for an excuse to pick a fight? But she still put on a professional smile and said flatteringly, "What should I do to earn the forgiveness of His Highness the Crown Prince?" As Skylar spoke, his hand suddenly rose to her eye level. Ryan made only one very gentle request. "May I call you Miss Skylar?" But this did not dispel the doubts in Skylar's heart. A nickname? Is this a tool your Highness uses to show intimacy to others? Seeing her still silent, he asked again, "May I?" At the same time, Ryan's inner voice reached Skylar's ears. "I've been thinking about this nickname for a long time. I hope she likes it." His gaze caught the flicker of surprise in her expression. "What's wrong?" "You look surprised, my lady." Caught off guard, Skylar stammered. The meaning behind it all settled neatly in Skylar's heart. "It's been a long time since I heard your Highness's inner voice, so I was surprised. If I said that out loud, I'd probably be treated like a mad woman." After calming down, she could only make an excuse. "I was just surprised because I didn't expect your Highness to give me a nickname." Ryan stated his purpose directly. We will be officially announcing our engagement soon, so I thought it would be fine to give you a nickname. This made Skylar's mind jump again and again. What a wise and intelligent decision. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "So, the same goes for Kayla." She was stunned by the words. "Stop calling me your highness." That was something Kayla couldn't accept, so she changed the subject. "Even if I am a representative of high society, calling his highness the crown prince by his first name is a bit." But Ryan had considered this very seriously. Kind of think of it, Ryan is my nickname. This secret made her look at him in a different light. Everyone in the Empire knows the crown prince's name is Ryan. So what's this about? As if understanding Skylar's question, Ryan leaned in and whispered in her ear, "This is a secret only my confidants know. My real name is Dandelion." The corners of her mouth turned up involuntarily. "Do you mind?" He even gave an excited thumbs up. "Yes, I do mind." Skylar was now practically a complete clown. The next emperor's name is Dandelion. Where is the dignity of the royal family? Ryan remained very majestic with his hands on his hips. "If Kayla wishes, you may call me Dandelion." But she only had one question in her mind. Did your highness come to see me just for a nickname? At this, he finally confessed. Indeed, Kayla is very sharp. Ryan confessed to Skylar at this moment. This is why I like Skylar. She was too surprised to process what was happening. Skylar could only chuckle to herself, as if she had gotten a great deal. Is this the taste of power? To be called by such an intimate nickname by the Emperor, I've really made it. After a moment's digression, he got to the point. I was planning to explain this to Kayla slowly, but you've already heard about it from your handmaiden, right? Whenever this topic came up, she was very worried. Is Landshire really being exiled to the north? Knowing he couldn't hide it, Ryan nodded. That is His Majesty the Emperor's current verdict. Skylar suddenly had a bold idea. Then, what do I have to do to stop Landshire from being exiled to the north? This also made him fall silent for a moment. But then Ryan had to speak to break the heavy atmosphere. I thought Kayla would ask me not to exile Landshire to the north. Kayla, very concerned with her image, retorted, I can't keep begging for favors. Skylar was in no mood for jokes, staring blankly out the window. Fabrice is right. Objectively, Landshire is at a disadvantage in every way. But Landshire is a rare Archmage, one in 1,000 years. I can't go to the Emperor in tears, so I must change my strategy. No sooner said than done. She stood up to defend the person in her heart. Are you going to let such a talent rot in the north? But he still had the upper hand, blocking her, a difficult claim to accept. Can a naive mage who can't even control his own magic be called a talent? Ryan admitted without hesitation, to me, this young master is no different from a ticking time bomb. He questioned relentlessly. This time the danger was the palace wall, but how can you guarantee that next time it won't be the Emperor's bedchamber? However, Skyla remained very firm. I will manage him. She stood up straight and solemnly promised, I will personally put a collar on Landshire and supervise him. I will train him. Ryan was completely silent in the face of Skylar's decisiveness. Make him control his emotions properly and not cause any more controversy. But unexpectedly, she heard him thinking from another direction. Is that a hobby of Skylar's? For some reason, I like it. So Skylar panicked. It's just a metaphor. She also had to silently endure Ryan's foolish thoughts. What a shame. But in Skylar's heart, she was full of tears. What a shame. But she still had to force a smile, yes. He revealed the truth bluntly. Even the Duke and Duchess of Soli have completely given up. How does Kayla plan to teach him? She even fought back shamelessly, even swearing on her honor. The method doesn't matter. However, if I can't get Landshire to control his emotions within a year, I will go to the north with Landshire. These words caused confusion in Ryan's heart. The one who caused the trouble is young Master Landshire. So why should my lady go to the north? He pressed urgently. Are you going to give up the title of Duchess of Karen for young Master Landshire? But it was all summed up by Skylar in one word, no. I have absolutely no intention of going to the north. She unconsciously remembered Ryan's handsome image. I just want to show you my will and confidence. And now, Skylar had played her trump card. Didn't you promise me that you would listen to any request I had? His gaze suddenly dropped. In the end, Ryan could only force a smile to hide his embarrassment. Yes, I did promise that. When she got her way, she revealed a small plan. Throughout history, there have been many archmages, and among them were those who mastered how to control their emotions. I will study all the records about archmages. Skyla revealed a secret to him. I plan to rely on analyzing successful cases of emotional control to train Landshire. After these words, Ryan fell silent, but he still accepted the proposed request. I will speak directly to His Majesty the Emperor. I don't know if His Majesty will listen. I didn't expect my lady to use her wish on such an uncertain matter. Kayla. Ryan still couldn't quite believe it himself. I thought Kayla would ask for something more certain, and she felt a little more relieved. Thank you. He also took the opportunity to invite, in that case, is there anything else Kayla would like to ask me? Waiting for just those words, Skylar happily requested, if it's possible, may I see Landshire? As soon as she said it, Ryan couldn't help but laugh, just like what young Master Landshire said, right? He recounted everything. I released him after confirming he was awake. I was going to let him go home, but young Master Landshire asked if he could see Kayla. Hearing this story, she was a little shaken. Landshire. Seeing that attitude, Ryan wanted to tease her. Aren't Kayla and young Master Landshire a little too close? I'm about to get jealous. And so he received a look of disgust from her. You don't need to be jealous. As she admitted to herself, Kayla's mood gradually sank. Landshire and I don't have that kind of relationship. And the following words made his surprise impossible to hide. It's the same with the Crown Prince. Ryan finally understood those words. Yes, that's right. He narrowed his eyes, shaking off the strangeness through his pupils. I hope you can maintain this spirit at night. She followed the handmaiden Fabrice towards the carriage. The coachman was tactful enough to ask first, we're returning to the Karen Ducal estate, right? Miss Skylar quickly stated the location, no, to the Soli Ducal estate. She also added a reminder, my lady, the Duke and Duchess are waiting for you there. Fabrice still wanted to persuade her. Everyone is very worried about you, my lady. But Skylar proposed a condition beforehand, 10 minutes. She smiled sweetly to ask for approval. I'll just take one look at Landshire's face. Faced with that expression, she paused. Soon, Skylar appeared in front of the luxurious white castle. Lady Skylar. Rachel ran over upon seeing the familiar figure. The youngest master is in the dining room. She quickly replied, all right. The moment the door cracked open, a weak voice was heard. Oh my, Landshire. Skylar was stunned by the sweet words. Eat more, son. You won't be able to eat this once you go to the north. My son, eat meat, eat meat. The middle-aged man's voice was still pleading earnestly. My poor son, you must at least gain some weight to withstand the cold. But the young man immediately resisted. But I'm not hungry, Duke and Duchess. Ollie cried, tragically beside her son. Bribe the Grand Duke of the North. No, a cooperative proposal enough to keep you from going hungry. But this kind of meat is rare in the North, son. However, all the touching words were shot down by Landshire with a single sentence. I'll just teleport home every mealtime. He suddenly stopped when he saw a figure appear. Landshire couldn't help but say the name he missed, Skylar. But she wanted to judge him. This guy doesn't understand the meaning of the word exile at all. At that moment, Fabrice suddenly jumped in to break the mood. 10 minutes, counting down now. Skylar could only reply reluctantly, I know. But his legs were one step ahead of her. Landshire walked up to Skylar and asked eagerly, Are you okay? She let him hold her hand and said, I'm fine. That's why I'm standing in front of you. Landshire suddenly brushed a few strands of hair from Skylar's forehead with pity. Your forehead. Does it hurt? She was shaken by the gesture. No. He also responded quickly. That's good. Then Landshire spoke in a gentle tone. That must have been a painful collision. I'm really sorry. Skylar understood the meaning and immediately laughed. I was the one who hit your head. What are you apologizing for? He was just awkwardly embarrassed. Then I won't apologize this time. She ran over and asked, Oh, my goodness, Skylar, are you all right? She immediately and politely changed the direction of the conversation. Yes, thank you for your concern. He seized the opportunity to interject, but, Skylar, you just came back from the Imperial Palace, right? Skylar was a little surprised, but did not deny it. Yes, that's right. She saw the Duke and Duchess's panic. Why? Why? So Skylar seized the opportunity to speak first. I came here because I have something to say. She got straight to the point without hesitation. I heard that Landshire is being exiled to the north for the crime of destroying the palace wall. He was somewhat sad, but still spoke. That's right. At this point, Skylar brought up their previous agreement. Landshire did cause a serious accident, but I've already told His Highness the Crown Prince that this punishment is too severe, and His Highness agreed with me to some extent. Hearing these words, he seemed ecstatic. Is that so? What did His Highness say? Did he say he would waive the exile order? She, of course, gave the most reasonable answer. He said he would put in a good word with His Majesty the Emperor about this matter. This made him endlessly grateful to Skylar. We owe you another one. Thank you so much, Skylar. She quickly turned to Landshire and offered a few words of advice. I probably don't need to say that I'll be training Landshire directly now. I just need to say that it's possible Landshire won't be exiled, so you don't have to worry either. He, however, was too frank. I'm not worried at all. This made Skylar turn purple with anger. Landshire, I will definitely save you. You child, shouldn't you learn to worry a little? Do I have to travel all the way to the north every time I want to see you? Even if this feeling is one-sided. At this, Landshire started scratching his cheek again. I've thought about it, and I think it's better to split myself. Like a child, he acted out some cartoonish scenarios. My clone can stay in the north, and the real me can stay by your side. This made his old father so embarrassed he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Landshire, Skylar is tired today. Let's stop here. Seeing this, she prepared to slip away. Landshire, I'll contact you later. But when she returned home, Skylar was held in a tight embrace by the old couple. Skylar, the couple kept saying they were sorry. You must have been terrified too, hitting Landshire's head. She had to quickly resolve this mess. Yes. Can you two please stop and sit down first? After they settled down, he said a lot. Thankfully, thanks to the timely actions of His Highness the Crown Prince, the situation did not escalate into a national chaos. Landshire's trial was also conducted very carefully. It seems the ducal family also took a lot of action. Taking this opportunity, he got to be proud, much like his father. Many people also mistakenly thought it was the Hebina kingdom that had attacked the capital. So many patriots rushed out with weapons in hand. Then he recalled the dangerous riot. Even the soldiers from the capital's outskirts returned to the palace, so it caused quite a commotion. Skylar also breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, sighing, for now, the news about Landshire hasn't spread everywhere. Thank goodness. I have already asked the Crown Prince to reconsider Landshire's exile. She quickly stated her own business. The condition is that I will train Landshire so that he no longer causes similar incidents. Just like that, the two of them suddenly panicked. His Highness the Crown Prince listened to your request. Skylar didn't speak, but she had an answer in her heart. It was for the sake of face for the contract marriage. Seeing her silence, he wanted to probe. What else? How do you plan to train Landshire? However, she didn't really share. I have my own ways. Skylar could only rely on a small belief. Father, Mother, you trust me, right? They also accepted very sympathetically, of course. The couple even gave a thumbs up to reassure her. We believe in you. But Skylar heard her inner voice. Even Landshire's parents have given up. How can this child possibly do it? The green castle. As if blending into the cool scenery of the forest, the hot spring was steaming. She came up from under the water and let out a long sigh. The stress was relieved. Suddenly, the handmaiden came to report. Unfortunately, Miss Febreze saw the nudity and hurriedly repented. I'm sorry to intrude while you are bathing, but I have urgent news for you. But Skylar focused on pressing. What is it? She delivered the shocking news. His Highness the Crown Prince has come to see you, my lady. She was taken aback. The Crown Prince? Skylar couldn't help but guess. Is he waiting for me? Fabre said while struggling to follow her as she dressed. No. A royal messenger came and said His Highness will be here shortly. Skylar stormed out of the room in a huff. They should have at least notified me a day in advance. This is really rude. What is it now? However, the string of patience in her heart snapped. Suddenly, a group of maids walked in with a large pile of things. Please let them in, my lady. Her mother also got involved. Skylar, the crown prince is coming to our house in an hour, right, dear? Faced with that enthusiastic welcome, Skylar was completely helpless. Mother. She ignored everything and commanded the people behind her, help the young lady with her makeup as quickly as possible. They pounced on her like hungry tigers. My lady, don't be afraid. Surrounded, Skylar could only complain. This is scary, no, don't please. Not only that, she turned to Febreze excitedly. Febreze, bring that dress. She followed obediently, I understand. At this moment, her eyes suddenly narrowed with suspicion. Mother isn't the type to make a big fuss. Perhaps the crown prince's visit is the reason. In the end, Skylar had to sit quietly and let the group dress her up. Even though this is just a fake engagement, it seems His Highness wants to score points with my parents, or he's here to tell me about Landshire's punishment. But she wavered when she saw her mother's happy face. Seeing Mom so happy. All right, this time she was even in the mood to help Skylar pick out clothes. Wear this one, dear. Faced with a low-cut dress, Skylar had to grit her teeth and endure it. For safety's sake, it's better to just ignore it. Just then, the bell rang, announcing loudly, my lady, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Hearing this, she quickly straightened her clothes. All right, I'll be right there. Skylar left the master and servant in the spacious room. A moment later, she appeared in a layered dress. Ryan. Ryan turned in response. Skylar. He smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry for coming to see you so suddenly. How are you feeling? Skylar maintained that polite expression. Yes, I'm fine. But she dragged out her voice as if to probe. Your Highness, is what you have to say so important that it couldn't be conveyed through a letter? However, Skylar received Ryan's tangled thoughts. I don't know either. She suddenly caught his raised gaze, and the thought she heard, what if I said I came here because I wanted to see Skylar? Skylar couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Thinking, wanted to see me? Seeing this, Ryan explained, this matter could indeed have been sent by letter. He continued while looking at her, but because young Master Landshire smashed the city wall, the palace is dusty everywhere. Ryan's expression couldn't hide his excitement. I wanted to get some fresh air and happened to run into you, my lady. The more Skylar listened, the more confused she became. Why did he want to see me? Could it be that His Highness likes me? One of her hands reached out to pull a chair. Ryan's voice continued. What you said yesterday, my lady, I have conveyed it directly to His Majesty the Emperor. He tilted his head with a clear smile on his face, and His Majesty the Emperor generously accepted my lady's request. Hearing these words, Skylar couldn't hide her excitement. Then, Ryan added, it took me 3 hours to convince His Majesty. His words stung Skylar's conscience like an arrow. Although I gave up many rights in the Crown Prince's palace, it's all right to get His Majesty's permission. She thought shyly, I feel so bad. Ryan leaned forward and threw out a question. Young Master Landshire's exile order will be revoked soon. So will Skylar listen to my request? Skylar asked curiously, yes. He carefully set up a line of defense first. You can refuse if you find it difficult. But she had already clearly expressed her opinion. So she listened intently, but this is the prize for gaining acceptance. In a justifiable way. Even so, a voice rang in her heart. I am Skylar's conscience. To be honest, I feel a little guilty. Then Skylar had to reluctantly accept Ryan's proposal. I will do my best. Looking at the radiant face before her, she couldn't help but wonder, what will the prince ask for? Will it be to hold an engagement ceremony immediately, or to request the support of the Karoon family on the day of the crown princess's coronation? Unexpectedly, the request Ryan made was so simple that it left Skylar stunned. Let's have tea together once a week. She forced herself to ask again. That's it? He also explained with a bright smile, as the representative of Duke Karoon, spending time once a week is a burden. Unexpectedly, Skylar still stared at the person before her with wide, surprised eyes. Why? If Ryan wanted, I could spend time any day. Her mind was busy questioning her life. I'm just a noble. I will do whatever the crown prince says. Ryan replied, still maintaining that mischievous smile. Those words of flattery don't sound bad. He said softly, I understood one thing through this matter. Ryan's expression suddenly became more serious. Skylar. She kept denying it. But in my opinion, Skylar is not just a close friend of young Master Landshire. Skylar slowly corrected. I said that Landshire and I are friends. She did not forget to carefully repeat it a second time. To me, Landshire and Ryan have the same status. She was still constantly calculating in her mind, because both are people I'm trying not to like. But Ryan leaned forward with interest, those words. He smiled brightly, his words full of implication, trying to say that Skylar likes both me and young Master Landshire. While sipping her tea, Skylar leisurely affirmed, let's just say that. However, as she observed his expression, she couldn't help but panic. What's wrong? It's unsettling that I can't read the Crown Prince's mind at a time like this. Ryan intertwined his hands, and the story continued. From this, I'll say one more thing. If something similar happened to me, would Skylar save me? The question left Skylar stunned, just as she treated young Master Landshire. She looked back hesitantly. Ryan, that question. Seeing that confused expression, Ryan didn't press further. No, it's fine if Skylar doesn't answer. He slowly stood up, maintaining a polite demeanor as he continued. Thank you for treating me to such delicious tea. Next time it will be my turn to prepare it. Skylar quickly stood up right after. You want to go back already? Is there nothing else? Unexpectedly, Ryan just answered her with a smile brighter than before. On second thought, I should be more considerate so that Skylar can rest more. I will resolve everything so that Skylar can recover as soon as possible. She was stunned, managing a brief response, thank you. But in her head, she secretly asked, I'm already perfectly healthy. Ryan didn't forget to add an instruction before leaving, Skylar, come see me every Saturday afternoon. Then he turned around, and Skylar could only watch him leave. Unexpectedly, Ryan tripped after taking just a few steps. Watching the man who had fallen flat on his face, Skylar could only sigh to herself. He falls really easily. If he falls like this on Coronation Day, it would probably become a national disgrace. Back in a library, she quickly requested of her assistant, help me find information about the Habina Kingdom and Princess Bliss. The attendant asked softly, this is material you have already read once. Do you need me to bring all of it? Skylar stroked her chin, thinking, is there no new information? The girl slowly explained, there is no new information. After all, the princess has been dead for some time. Disappointment was unconcealed on Skylar's face as she sighed. Then let's request materials from the royal library, and if possible, borrow the library's records on other nobles as well. The other person accepted, answering briefly, I understand. Speaking of which, a great mage is a rare existence that appears once in 1,000 years. For two such beings to appear in just over a decade is nothing short of a miracle. Skylar kept calculating. Princess Bliss was the most recent great mage. She requested again, summarize everything and bring it to my study. And considered some other factors. If we investigate her, I wonder if we can find anything. She began to recall the past. I checked 4 years ago, and there was no solution. However, when Skylar saw the sample copy the other person brought, she made up her mind. Let's look again. Even a little bit of information could help Skylar quickly start her research. She couldn't help but think of that person, Princess Bliss. Seeing her again after so many years, she still smiled so brightly. Skylar's hand supported her chin, a thoughtful expression on her face. Why does her face look so familiar? Her gaze swept over the contents of the page, muttering constantly, golden pupils, huh? Just then, someone outside suddenly spoke. My lady, a servant from the Imperial Palace has come see you. Skylar looked up and asked in confusion, but I didn't call for them. Austin stated in great detail, His Highness the Crown Prince sent them because of your health. He did not forget to add, it would be impolite to send them back, so I've already brought them to the drawing room. Hearing this, Skylar had no choice but to follow. Just as she reached the door, Austin's voice rang out again. There are rumors that His Highness the Crown Prince is very fond of you, my lady. Skylar walked into the hall, asking herself inwardly, His Highness the Crown Prince is fond of me? After thinking for a long time, she sighed, I don't know what's going to happen. He was just talking nonsense yesterday. But the door to the room was pushed ajar. Skylar froze as she observed the scene before her. She let out an involuntary sigh of shock. Why did you send so many? A chef said enthusiastically. I am here to provide nutritious food for Miss Skylar. Following him was a person with a slightly peculiar appearance. I am here to make herbal teas that are beneficial for the lady's mind and body. The third person introduced himself solemnly. I am here to help you relax your mind. Before sleeping, a boy holding a harp said, Miss Skylar, I hope you will find joy in my music and my face. But the last person was the most dangerous, me and Skylar and the other members. When they saw Kniep approaching with a friendly smile, everyone involuntarily took a step back. I am here to cast recovery magic for Miss Kairon. Observing him for a moment, Skylar secretly evaluated, eyes reminiscent of a cat, with pupils that glittered like gold. This person was none other than Viscount Artusina. He smiled and continued her words. It's been a long time, Miss Kairon. But Skylar's attitude turned cold in a second. Viscount, follow me to the study immediately. This made Kniep lose interest. How scary, what about me then? The other three were thus left behind. Upon entering the room, Kniep began to speak. My lady, are you feeling all right? She cut him off bluntly, thanks to the Viscount's recovery magic. I'm fine now. He smiled and probed. Did my lady know I was coming here? Unexpectedly, Skylar suddenly turned her head to question the Viscount. As she looked at him, her seriousness was pushed to its peak. Looking at me, what did the Viscount see? Kniep blushed slightly and stated hesitantly, yes, I saw. Unexpectedly, the words that came out were the complete opposite of that serious expression. The most beautiful woman in this world. Skylar continued her request. Please have a seat. Kniep curled up awkwardly in the chair. What did the lady want to say by calling me here? He was a little smug in his heart, thinking, just the two of us in a private room. Could it be that the lady is interested in me? Skylar crossed her arms and questioned sternly, is the royal treasury short on money? She did not forget to remind Kniep. Get a grip. This was followed by a string of words that stabbed his heart like a knife, bringing tears to Kniep's eyes. Are there no other mages in the royal family besides the Viscount? Why do I always see you? He smiled awkwardly and began to explain, actually, His Highness the Crown Prince values my abilities, so... However, the real intention was more interesting to her. Actually, it's because he owes the Dandelion a favor, so he's being ordered around. Skylar narrowed her eyes at the person before her. The Viscount knows the Crown Prince's real name? The Crown Prince said that only his confidants know it. Apart from his activities, I can't see anything outstanding. Then she continued to list her grievances, very suspicious. Thinking about it, why Count Artusina? Skylar observed the person before her carefully. Is he a new noble? She asked curiously. Are yellow eyes common in the Havina Kingdom? He was taken aback by the off-topic question, but quickly gave an answer, yes. Even so, the hidden truth in his thoughts could not escape Skylar. Actually, only outsiders and a few nobles have yellow eyes. She replied while ringing a bell. Is that so? My lady, do you know the saying that if you meet 3 times, it's fate? Kenneth began to admire himself. Anyway, our fate. Before he could finish, a maid had already entered quickly. Did you call for me? Skylar continued to interrupt him with an invitation. Viscount, would you like some cake? Kniep repeated in confusion. Cake? His expression also turned strange, and the accompanying thought entered her mind. I never thought the day would come when the lady would order me a snack. Skylar asked herself, what on earth does he take me for? She quickly clarified her intentions. I want to thank the Viscount for helping me in the palace ballroom and taking me to where Landshire's magic erupted. The words were accompanied by a friendly smile, and thank you for treating me with magic these past few days. Kniep's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She returned to the topic. So, cheesecake or chocolate? Many thoughts flooded her mind again. If the lady knows I like chocolate cake, she might think of me as a child, right? Kniep suggested hesitantly, cheesecake then, and Skylar, without hesitation, followed his heart's desire, chocolate cake with black tea. The maid replied briefly, yes. Soon, the door was closed. She continued to ask, is the Viscount's body all right? If your magic is depleted, your body will be very tired. He smiled slightly, and the thoughts in his mind continued to ring. The lady is worried about me. Then Kniep answered cautiously, I'm fine. My magic is very strong. Skylar murmured with a clear expression, as expected. She continued to ponder, causing the person next to her to tilt his head in confusion. Magic in the Habina kingdom is passed down through blood, and those with magic become nobles. Habina is a country where those with a stronger source of magic become higher nobles. Skylar came to a conclusion. Coincidentally, a yellow-eyed mage with a strong source of magic from the Habina kingdom. A moment later, the maid had delivered the food as requested. She bowed politely and replied, Please enjoy. While raising the teacup in her hand, Skylar asked, Why did you come to the royal kingdom? Kniep elegantly cut the cake and slowly continued, It's a private matter. But the explanation came out lazily. My parents forced me into a political marriage, so I ran away. Skylar sipped her tea leisurely, but couldn't help but be shocked in her mind. A political marriage. She slowly put down her cup and asked, Viscount Artesina, what is your name? He smiled brightly and revealed me, Kniep. The question in her mind continued to echo in Skylar's ears. She's worried about me again. Skylar's gaze became a little sharper. She slowly clarified, No, I'm talking about your real name. Hearing this, he froze. Panic began to set in his mind. Have I been found out? How is that possible? Then Kniep decided to play dumb, asking in return, I don't know what you're talking about, my lady. Skylar affirmed again without hesitation, but I know. She slowly explained, the third prince of the Habina kingdom. The past was brought up, which meant around the time Kniep was young. Skylar quickly concluded he experienced a similar phenomenon. Hearing this, Kniep couldn't help but laugh. I was completely fooled. The aura around him suddenly became a bit more dangerous. How did you know, my lady? She slowly explained, Let me see, because there's too much evidence. Then she added an assurance, of course. This is a secret between me and the prince. Kniep replied with satisfaction, Thank you, my lady. He returned a promise to her. In the future, if I return to the Habina kingdom, I will definitely invite you, my lady, and repay you. Skylar took the opportunity to probe, but who was the marriage partner you had to run away from? Kniep honestly answered her that it was a secret, but whoever the other person was, Skyla guessed, is it Princess Esmeralda, the daughter of the Demon King? If she's the Demon King's daughter, she must be very beautiful. Her curiosity led her to hear a surprising fact. She is 25 years older than me. Kniep suddenly changed his attitude. That's enough, idle chatter. His tone became more cautious as he questioned, For the price of knowing my true identity, what does the young lady want? The question was asked as lightly as a feather, but it was profound. For the price of knowing my true identity, what does the young lady want? Skyla couldn't help but look over and explain, What price? There is no price. I heard it from the dandelions, so I know everything. Kniep stroked his chin, pondering. He said, The exile order has been withdrawn on the condition that you miseducate the young Master Lancel. He looked at her, a clear smile on his face. My older sister, the young lady, must be very curious about Princess Bliss. A great mage. Skyla looked back at Kniep, already calculating in her mind. He's not as dumb as he looks. Just then, he shrugged and replied, I am His Majesty's youngest son. There's a significant age gap between my sister and me, so I don't know her very well either. She nodded slightly to show it was okay, and the corners of Kniep's mouth curved into a smile. He sincerely suggested, So, I will answer based on what I know. The young lady can ask me anything. The afternoon gradually descended. Kniep stood up again, stretched, and sighed. It's already this late. Skyla looked over and added softly, You've helped me a lot. Thanks to you, I've figured out a way to help Lancel. He just smiled in response. It's nothing. The conversation ended with her assurance, I will raise Lancel well according to your advice. Kniep faced the door, not forgetting to leave a parting word. Good luck, Miss Karen. He also sincerely thought to himself, I hope young Master Lancel doesn't have a tragic ending. Skyla unconsciously spoke the answer. I will do my best. Kynip froze, observing her. He couldn't help but ask curiously, can the young lady read my mind? Skyla affirmed directly, to be precise. I can hear it. He clutched his head, thinking, no wonder, this is why I couldn't hide my true identity. Then Kynip asked again, wait, so does the young lady use magic? Skyla avoided his gaze as she answered, no. She walked out the door, explaining, on a previous trip, I was cursed by a mage, that's why this happened. Kynip asked in surprise, what? What kind of magic was that? She refused to explain further, let's talk about that later. I have to report to His Highness the Crown Prince about the education first. Before leaving, Skyla didn't forget to say goodbye. I'll be going now, countered Tusina. He waved his hand and answered briefly, be careful on your way, Miss Karen. He didn't forget to send a thought to her. When you get back, take me to see your room. Skyla accepted the suggestion with a warm smile. As she walked, she thought of one person, Lancel. Skyla didn't hide it and affirmed directly, I miss you. The two girls started to quicken their pace, shouting loudly, Lancel. Small hands knocked continuously on the door. Skyla, panting outside the door, shouted, Lancel, I'm coming in. Lancel cried out in surprise, Skyla. He was sitting on the floor with a clear expression of embarrassment on his face. She asked as she approached, what are you doing? Lancel hesitated. This thing in his hand was a piece of paper. The following explanation confused Skyla. I've been treating this as you and doing this. Lancel explained with a brilliant smile. Every time I miss you, I make one. A small memory flooded into Skyla's mind. Here, if you feel lonely, think of this as me and come back. Lancel's innocent expression at that time struck her heart. This was Skyla. Skyla asked blankly, how have you been lately? He answered in confusion, breathing, living day by day. Observing the Lancel in front of her, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. But why is his condition like that? The worry in her heart gradually deepened. He was calm even when the exile order was issued. So what's wrong with him now? Skyla slowly sat down beside him and started the topic. Lancel, what's wrong? Is it because of a magic outburst? Her gaze never left the person beside her, if not, why are you sad? Lancel asked in confusion. I'm sad. She explained patiently, you are sad right now. If this isn't sadness, then what is it? At this, he buried his head in his hands and sighed, so this is what sadness feels like. Skyla froze, a worrying thought emerging. Lancel is even more ignorant of emotions than I thought. She continued to ask herself, what on earth happened these past few days? Then the question turned into words, why didn't you come to see me? Lancel couldn't hide his confusion. Skyla slowly explained, before, you would come to see me at least once a day, right? At this, he recounted, yesterday my older brother came. She asked curiously, didn't he get married a few years ago and is in his own home? Lancel narrated gloomily, he came for a while yesterday. Skyla wasn't surprised, thinking, his younger brother caused such big trouble. It's only right for him to come and see. Then she asked slowly, so, did he scold you? Lancel suddenly turned around and asked in a sad tone, do you also think I'm a bad friend? His hands clenched tightly as he continued. He looked at me and said that if I keep bothering you, one day you'll hate me and then leave me. A casual affirmation slipped out. No, maybe you've already started to hate me. Lancel buried his head between his hands and declared, just as he said, I'm a bad friend. Even though you told me not to come see you, I still came to see you every day. Skyla's words of refusal were remembered. Go home now. He added sadly, even knowing you were busy, but just because I missed you, I just wanted to see your smiling face. The more he recalled the scenes of their meetings, the more Lancel blamed himself. I should have realized you might not like it. He shed tears, not daring to look directly at Skyla. I'm sorry for making you suffer all this time. Skyla then sighed and replied, you don't need to stay by my side right now, Lancel. Her hand reached out and wiped a tear from his cheek. Skyla smiled and asked in return, do you remember what I said before you were knocked unconscious? Lancel's eyes widened as he looked at her in confusion. When he remembered, his eyes sparkled slightly, and his cheeks flushed red. She looked over, satisfied, and then continued, It's good that you remember. Hearing this, Lancel asked back in shock, but those words you said about liking me, were they true? Skyla just asked briefly, what's wrong? She smiled, teasing him. Do you wish it were a lie? He hurriedly waved his hands in denial, no. Then he slowly added, but every time I said I like you, you said you hated me. Skyla tilted her head and replied, because your like and my like have different meanings. As soon as the words fell, Lancel was confused. Seeing this, she had to explain, listen, Lancel, you like me as your one and only friend. But no matter what she said, he couldn't understand. And I like you as a friend of the opposite sex. Lancel asked blankly, what's the difference? She continued to enlighten him. Your feelings for me are obsession, while my feelings for you are. Halfway through, she was choked by her own embarrassment. Skyla blushed and answered in a low voice, love. Lancel, confused again, asked another question, what is obsession? Faced with his bewildered expression, she still explained patiently, imagine if I went on a trip with another friend besides you. How would you feel? Unexpectedly, she got a very tricky answer, but you don't have any other friends. Skyla's shame turned to anger. Shut up. She crossed her arms and asked back seriously, so how would you feel? After considering for a moment, Lancel smiled and replied, I would use sleep magic on that person and go in his place. Hearing this, Skyla's eyes widened, and she affirmed seriously, that is obsession. Skyla began to fall deep into thought. A recalled past event explained it. Because the Viscount, the only person in her life, said goodbye, it dealt her a huge blow. How good it would have been if she had other friends. After thinking it over, Skyla spoke again. Listen carefully, Lancel. From today on, besides me, go and make some other friends. He replied obediently, I understand. Lancel's cooperative attitude couldn't help but surprise her. At this moment, many tiny points of light appeared on his hands. The crumpled papers in front of him were thus lifted up, gradually forming a concrete figure. Lancel smiled and introduced the paper person he had just created. Here you go. A friend. Skyla, angry, swung her hand and punched her friend. She raised her voice and scolded. I told you to go make friends. Not to create friends. Skyla angrily instructed Lancel, or go to a job placement center and hire a friend. But he still asked naively, shall we go now? Skyla's hands clenched into fists. Please don't force me to use violence on you. At this moment, Lancel slowly stood up and declared, but I don't need any other friends besides Skyla. She cut off the thought, no, from now on you do. He slowly bent down and sat. Then he reluctantly agreed. All right, if you want me to, I'll make a friend. A few seconds later, another question was raised, but how do you make friends? Skyla froze for a moment. She explained in a fluster, well, if you get along, two people will slowly become close. Lancel asked in confusion, does Skyla have other friends besides you? She affirmed boldly, of course. He looked at her intently. Skyla couldn't help but scream in her heart. Why not? Lancel just asked slowly, who's the other friend? Skyla was still questioning herself. Do I have one? Why? Finally, a name that surprised the other person was spoken. It's Ryan. Skyla affirmed again. I'm close with His Highness the Crown Prince. Then she sighed to herself. I just dropped the name of a royal sigh. Lancel commented coolly, you only danced with him once. Is dancing once enough to become friends? She had to go along with it to cover up. Well, that's one way. At this, Lancel stroked his chin and concluded, so the ladies who invited me to dance at the royal ball this time wanted to be friends with me. Skyla seemed to have grasped a lifeline, her excitement palpable. The ball. That's it. She placed her hands on Lancel's shoulders and smiled at him. Skyla was lucid at this moment. Lancel has never appeared at social parties or tea parties. Isn't this his chance to make friends? Her thoughts continued to deepen, but the royal ball just ended, so there probably won't be another ball anytime soon. She quickly made a suggestion to him. Lancel, would you like to go to a social party with me? Okay. Skyla's expression was unusually enthusiastic. Then have someone send all the invitations addressed to you here. Lancel responded happily. Unexpectedly, Skyla immediately asked in surprise, you threw them all away? The butler stated politely, though her expression quickly turned ugly. Yes, I'm very sorry. Because the youngest young master has never attended. So, Lancel suggested in confusion. I'm sorry. Should I turn back time? Skyla replied, speechless. No, your soul might split in half and fly away. He clutched his head and cried. I don't want to. Lancel felt overwhelmed inside. What should we do now? You wanted to go to the party so badly, but she almost lost her soul. It's not that I want to go. Forget it. Skyla's eyes suddenly widened with an idea. Wait. When she guessed it, she became excited again. That's right. What if there are any invitations sent to me? At dusk, Skyla stopped in front of a building. She looked around, very confused. Where is that fragrance coming from? On the other side, two people were burning paper. Skyla approached and asked curiously, what are you two doing here? Duchess Karen looked up at her. My beautiful daughter. She continued to smile. I haven't had private time with your father in a long time. Hearing this, she couldn't help but become suspicious. You two are dating and being lovey-dovey 25 hours out of a 24-hour day. At this moment, it was Duke Karen's turn to speak. Every time your mother eats cotton candy, she gets it all over her mouth, so if I help her wipe it, I'll definitely kiss your mother. Skyla refused to take any more of their public displays of affection and quickly went home. Austin bowed politely in greeting. You've returned, Miss Skyla. Skyla suddenly called out, Austin. Then she hesitated and requested, the party invitations I received, collect them all and bring them to my study. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Party invitations? The answer she got was disappointing, miss. I'm truly sorry. Austin explained with a deadpan face. But all the invitations sent to the young lady have already been burned. He hesitated when mentioning the reason, the Duke and Duchess. Skyla was not surprised by these words. They said they were going to use it to start a bonfire. Austin bowed to admit his fault. I am deeply ashamed. His thoughts reached Skyla's ears. If only I had paid more attention to those invitations usually. She clutched her head, thinking, how am I going to report to His Highness tomorrow? The Crown Prince. Thinking of the invitations her parents used as props for their romance, Skyla was in a bind. What should I do? Immediately after, she found herself in an unfamiliar space. This is... A voice sounded from behind, catching her attention. Skyla. A letter, burning with raging flames and with charred edges, appeared, startling Skyla. It accused, you never valued social events anyway. Then, without another word, it launched an attack on Skyla. She woke up with a start, shouting loudly, no. Only now did Skyla realize she had just had a dream. She slowly sat up, taking a moment to recover. Then a thought flashed through her mind. Oh no. Skyla remembered something. Prince Kynip asked me to keep his true identity a secret, so doesn't that mean I can't do anything this week? Thinking, she made a decision. I must talk to Mom about the party. A few thoughts turned to Duchess Karen. If Mom was very keen on high society before, then she could be like that now too. But Skyla could quickly be sure. Mom will definitely make me wear that. As the carriage began to roll, a voice sounded. She decided to act recklessly. Okay, I'll just say what's on my mind. Ryan was already waiting in the room. His expression brightened even more when he saw Skyla. Ryan's gentle voice sounded, You're here. She bowed slightly and replied, Your Highness Ryan. Skyla slowly sat down. He pointed to the plate of cake. Please help yourself. Skyla didn't answer, just picked up her cup and took a sip. But Ryan's eyes never left her. He spoke again. What has the young lady been doing this week? Skyla put down her cup and answered, I investigated Princess Bliss of the Habana Kingdom, a recent great mage. She stated in detail, Princess Bliss had no other friends besides Count Diane. As the story was told, Ryan was very focused. In the end, the moment Count Diane left, she completely broke down. The conclusion drawn was, the Lancel of this moment is no different from Princess Bliss. Ryan was very focused on Skyla's words. Lancel must make other friends besides me. Skyla said with a yawn, however, I haven't decided which social party is worthy of Lancel attending. Seeing her troubled expression, he also fell into thought. Ryan quickly made a suggestion. How about this? He calculated for a few seconds. My younger sister, Princess Yulia's 9th birthday, is coming up. At that time, I will invite you and Lancel to the birthday party. Skyla's face instantly lit up. Princess Yulia's birthday party. She weighed the suggestion. The princess is still young, so most of the attendees will be young nobles who haven't had their coming-of-age ceremony yet. Skyla commented to herself. They aren't experienced in the social world yet, so they'll overlook Lancel's small mistakes, right? She smiled brilliantly and replied politely. Thank you for this wonderful suggestion. We will definitely attend. Ryan placed his hands on the table and promised Skyla, the invitation will be sent within the next week. Please wait a little. With one problem solved, he then continued. Ryan's drawn-out, trailing tone made Skyla unconsciously look up to listen. Yes, Ryan slowly asked in return. Besides this, is there anything else to report to me? She affirmed calmly. There's nothing else. Skyla's mind was urgently searching. Did I forget something? He replied coolly. Is that so? Ryan propped his chin on his hand and waited expectantly. But I really want to hear what the young lady has experienced. Skyla's eyes widened in shock. Afraid she would be cautious, he stated his purpose directly. We will be officially announcing our engagement soon, but I don't know much about the young lady. Ryan took a sip of tea, his gentle voice asking patiently again, so what did you do this week? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. In fact, Skyla couldn't answer this question either. Skyla recalled blankly. What did I do these past few days? She was blank to the point of embarrassment. It wasn't any different from usual. Skyla slowly recounted everything she had done to Ryan. I researched the great mage bliss, handled materials that needed approval. Surely there's more than that? This made Skyla fall into self-doubt, and also received reports on the current situation from the butler and the headmaid. Ryan laughed until tears streamed down his face. Skyla, I knew you were always working, but I didn't expect you to truly only know work. Skyla glared at him in annoyance. Ryan, aren't you the same? Suddenly, she was startled, realizing, oh, I forgot to use honorifics. Skyla was flustered for a moment. Since when did I become so comfortable with Ryan? Meanwhile, he continued to ramble on. I'm not as busy as everyone thinks, because I'm not the crown prince yet. All important state affairs are handled by His Majesty, the Emperor. Hearing this, Skyla was thunderstruck. I the only one living like this? Ryan leaned forward with a curious expression. At the ball, too, you didn't have any friends. I thought many nobles would interact with you. But what on earth were you doing? Ryan's laughter erupted uncontrollably. Now I get it. Skyla glared at him. She said in a self-deprecating tone, it's probably because I have a bad personality. He immediately denied it, his voice still laced with laughter. But I don't think so. After regaining his composure, Ryan asked her seriously, Skyla, you are still young, but you are already working so hard in place of the Duke. Don't you find that strange? Skyla fell silent, as if he had touched a nerve deep inside her that she couldn't argue against. Ryan stated seriously, for the next year, try living once as Miss Skyla, not as the acting Duke Karen. Skyla couldn't let go and instinctively raised her voice, but I have a lot of work to do. He interrupted her carelessly. Let Duke Karen do it. Ryan told her frankly, that wasn't your job to begin with, was it? Skyla trembled at the suggestion. Even so, she felt a sudden emptiness. Skyla thought, if I give up my work, what do I have left? Her hands gripped her dress tightly, many questions welling up in her heart. I've only ever thought about becoming the Duke. Ryan gently explained further, if you want to work, you can do as you please after becoming the Duke. So for now, try doing something you really want to do. What do you say? After some internal struggle, Skyla looked up, her expression composed. Thank you for your advice, but this is what I want to do. Ryan rested his chin on his hand, questioning her intently, as if playing a mind game. Really? She fell silent again, lowering her head. To ease the awkward atmosphere, he made a small suggestion. Today, I will issue an order to Duke Karen. For the next year, no work is to be assigned to the young lady. Skyla shot up in disbelief, her hands slamming on the table. What? Ryan looked at her seriously. Next week, I hope to hear a more interesting story. Skyla's face instantly went blank, yes. A cold, empty feeling completely enveloped her. A scream pierced the quiet mansion. What did our daughter do wrong? Duke Karen angrily questioned Austin again. Skyla can't handle work now. He was flustered, with a clear look of embarrassment on his face. That is, he clenched his fists and announced forcefully, Listen here, I have absolute faith in Skyla, my daughter. But she understood perfectly what Duke Karen was thinking. Dad says that, but in his heart, it's a completely different story. Standing beside him, Skyla could read his thoughts. No, the time I have with my sweet darling will be reduced. Skyla rubbed her forehead wearily and said helplessly, Dad. She quickly suggested, How about merging your office with Mom's? What do you think, Dad? You two will have time to be together then. These words greatly surprised the Duke and Duchess Kaelin, and Skylar's brilliant idea moved them to tears. My dear, our daughter is truly a genius. Of course, she takes after me. Perhaps it's because she resembles the Duke. With nothing to do, Skylar lay motionless on a large bed, her mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. Skylar called out listlessly, Fabrice. She was still very confused. What does it truly mean to live as the noble Lady Skylar? Hearing this, Fabrice's eyes sparkled. My lady, do you need my advice? She pointed out the window and encouraged, If you're bored, why not go for a walk? But Skylar immediately rejected the suggestion. I'm already tired of walking in the garden. Fabrice racked her brain for an idea. Then how about a trip to the market? Autumn is coming, and there will be many things to see. Fabrice eagerly hoped in her heart, My lady, please take me with you. Let's go buy matching bracelets. Skylar thought for a moment, and suddenly felt it was a good idea. Oh, not bad. She quickly ordered, You come along too. Go get changed. Fabrice was overjoyed. My lady, a date with my lady. But Skylar's next words made Fabrice's heart sink. Contact Lancel as well. Her face fell, and she replied with a look of displeasure, yes. Skylar excitedly got off the bed, not forgetting to remind Fabrice, We must bring Lancel. Contact him. I'll go get him in 30 minutes. She recalled Kane's words. A grand mage is someone who possesses immense power beyond the comprehension of mortals, easily exploited, yet also respected, and ultimately isolated by society. This is the fate of being born a grand mage. Skylar sighed sympathetically. Speaking of which, when Lancel was young, there were many people around him, most of whom approached him out of curiosity or with the intent to use him. Because of that, he was almost kidnapped. Lancel asked with innocent curiosity, completely unaware of the lurking danger, How should I treat these people? These words made Duke and Duchess Sari extremely worried. After that incident, Lancel grew up in confinement. The thought of taking him out made Skylar even happier. Lancel will probably be very surprised when he sees the market. Fabrice pretended to remind her, My lady. She immediately put on a stern face. I'm going to change into my outdoor clothes now. You get ready too. Outside the castle was extremely magnificent and splendid. Skylar, wearing a beautiful dress, stood waiting outside. Just then, someone rushed up to her. Lady Skylar. She looked in surprise at the person's hurried state. Rachel. Skylar looked at her blankly as she panted and asked, Isn't Lancel ready yet? Rachel said anxiously, My lady, please understand, I did my best to stop him. Skylar was a little confused by Rachel's incoherent words. Suddenly, a shout came from above her head. Skylar. She looked up in confusion. Why is he up there? The owner of that voice was none other than Lancel, dressed magnificently, as if he were going to a party. Skylar was dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Lancel suddenly landed in front of her. Skylar looked awkwardly at the person before her. Are you planning to go to the market dressed like that? Lancel tilted his head innocently and asked back why. Skylar really didn't know what to do with him. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. What am I going to do with him? Rachel hurriedly explained for him. Young Master Lancel said that for a date with my lady, he must dress very handsomely. Fabrice grumbled to herself. This is too much. Skylar said sternly, Lancel, take it off. Suddenly being asked to do so, he became flustered and his face turned red. Suddenly. Right here. She crossed her arms and explained to Lancel, you can't go to the market in such fancy clothes. He whined like a child, looking at Skylar with pitiful eyes. But it's our first date today. I wanted to look nice. Just looking at his outfit gave her a headache. We're not going on a date. And even if we were, you have to dress for the occasion. You even wore pajamas to a ball, and pajamas are for sleeping. Lancel finally understood. Ah, so that's how it is. Skylar lifted the hem of her dress and showed him kindly. For a complicated and crowded place like the market, it's best to dress as simply as possible. She gently coaxed Lancel. So go inside and change into some plain clothes, okay? Lancel looked at Skylar silently for a moment. Then he answered her with a brilliant smile, I understand. Rachel immediately rushed over, diligently carrying out her task. I'll pick this time. Suddenly, Skylar overheard Tish's praise. My lady's way of persuading today was truly brilliant. But her next thought made her freeze. But usually she just rushes young Master Lancel. Skylar felt confused for a moment. Have I been too harsh on Lancel all this time? Fabrice approached and announced, I'll be waiting in the carriage. But Skylar was currently lost in a sea of memories. What was I like before? I would explain what was wrong, but Lancel couldn't understand right away. Then I gradually got busy with work and just sent him away. Skylar quietly retreated to a corner of the dim carriage. In fact, she knew that if she explained it bit by bit, Lancel could still understand. Skylar recalled the past and couldn't help but blame herself. Because of my work as the Duke's proxy, at some point, I no longer had any free time. That's why I would often get angry and rush Lancel. Skylar only now understood. Ryan, His Highness the Crown Prince, was right. Suddenly, Lancel's knock on the door pulled her back to reality. Skylar, I'm changed. He was now in a set of super simple clothes, and Lancel asked her excitedly, Is this okay now? Skylar smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Very good. That smile made Lancel unconsciously blush shyly. Skylar gently extended her hand, her eyes looking affectionately at the person before her. Let's go, Lancel, before it gets too late. He happily stepped into the carriage. As soon as they were settled, the carriage started moving under the warm sunlight. They soon arrived at the bustling market. There were no luxury goods here, but the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. This was also the first time Lancel's eyes had been opened so wide. He excitedly pointed out to Skylar, There are so many people. Seeing Lancel's expression, she couldn't help but exclaim, Cute. Skylar tilted her head slightly. You two go on your own. Fabrice, Tisha. Fabrice was a bit confused, but immediately agreed yes. Despite this, Fabrice was still very worried. If my lady is in danger, then I... Skylar looked at Lancel and casually retorted, Danger? Me? The two of them slowly strolled through the market. A fruit vendor called out enthusiastically, Look at these fresh apples. You can try a piece, no charge. Skylar carefully observed her surroundings. Even she hadn't expected the clothing style of commoners has changed now. We no longer need those heavy dresses. Suddenly, Lancel pointed curiously in one direction. Skylar, what is this place? She gently explained, The market, a place where things are sold. He asked her innocently, If you want to buy something, don't you just have to tell a servant? Skylar whispered in Lancel's ear, Only nobles do that. She worried inwardly that if this continued, everyone would know they were nobles. Lancel was as curious as a 5-year-old. Then what do I have to do to buy things here? Skylar was surprised, not knowing where to begin explaining. She stared straight at Lancel. Are you seriously asking? He blushed a little, his cheeks turning slightly red. I'm sorry. It's because no one ever told me. Skylar gently took his hand. I'll tell you. A warm feeling flooded Lancel's heart, and a brilliant smile spread across his lips. Really? He was truly happier than ever before. Thank you, Skylar. You were always so busy before, so even if I asked, you wouldn't answer. Skylar silently blamed herself. So, I was that cold. She bent down and fumbled in her dress. What do you want to buy? Lancel answered quickly. Something you like. Skylar clicked her tongue and repeated, No, I mean, what do you want to buy? He answered without hesitation. Then there's nothing. I only need Skylar. Suddenly being flirted with, Skylar feigned a few coughs. Skylar quickly changed the subject. I'm not for sale. Lancel, as if not understanding anything, asked innocently, You're not a thing, you're my friend. Suddenly, he stopped, making her curious. What's wrong? Lancel pointed ahead and asked curiously, Skylar, what is that? Looking at the red fruits, she quickly answered his question, Those are apples. Lancel stared at it blankly for a long time, which greatly confused Skylar. After a moment's hesitation, he turned around and argued, Skylar, apples are white. She was completely bewildered by this strange answer.